Chapter 50. A great uproar with a resounding thud. Tang Chuan delivered a swift kick that sent Zhang Chong sprawling to the ground, clutching his head in terror. Zhang Chong rolled on the earth, wailing, "Do not kill me. I don't want to die." The sight of such pitifulness left Tang Chuan momentarily speechless. Was this truly a master swindler capable of orchestrating a 20 million heist? Even a random street thug would seem more competent in comparison. Enough with the tears. Lead the way, Tang Chuan said, delivering another kick for emphasis. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong abruptly halted his sobbing, his eyes lighting up with hope. "You want to kill me?" he exclaimed, and upon seeing Tang Chuan nod, he sprang to his feet with a flourish, thumping his chest as he declared, "Rest assured, gentlemen, I shall guide you to Chun's presence." Witnessing Zhang Chong so readily betray his former benefactor left Tang Chuan at a loss for words. Nonetheless, it was evident that such a character was more suited to thrive in a post-apocalyptic world. "Let on," Tang Chuan commanded, his tone icy, wishing to dispense with further chatter. Sensing the ominous aura, Zhang Chong promptly pointed ahead, saying, "That direction is not far. Please follow me." He hurriedly moved forward, and the four companions followed closely behind. Upon leaving the highway, they discovered a multitude of tents had been erected, revealing a sizable congregation of people. However, most appeared ragged, their faces smeared with dirt, and their overall demeanor exuded despair. These individuals were likely those previously detained. Jianga clenched her fists in anger at the sight. Yet her reason remained intact amidst the fury. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Tang Chuan. "It's fine. Do as you wish," she encouraged. Tang Chuan smiled. He feared no one in this place. Turning the situation upside down held no significance for him. "Thank you," Jianga expressed gratefully before drawing her handgun. With a thunderous bang, a patrolling guard fell lifelessly to the ground. "Who fired? Who shot?" A voice cried out in alarm. "Damn it, Lao Lu, are you okay? That woman just shot Lao Lu." A group of armed men rushed in, their fury palpable. "Fire! Shoot them dead," one of them bellowed. "Do you need me to halt their time?" Luo quietly inquired. "No need," Tang Chuan replied, shaking his head. As the enemy discharged their firearms, Tang Chuan employed gravitational manipulation, expertly immobilizing each bullet mid-flight. The projectiles from the dozen or so guns hung suspended in the air, as if striking an invisible barrier. This astonishing spectacle left everyone dumbfounded, including Yu Tian and Jianga, who could hardly believe their eyes. Not long ago, during their time at Rongqi Bank, Tang Chuan had not possessed such capabilities. In truth, this was the result of his gravitational powers being upgraded to level 3. The third level of universal gravitation not only enabled Tang Chuan to move several tons of mass, but also granted him an enhanced ability to exercise control. Thus, for him now, even bullets, small in size yet swift in speed, could be effortlessly manipulated. "Break!" Tang Chuan bellowed, and the bullets in the air swiftly returned along their original path. A supernatural being. He is also a supernatural being. "Help! Save me! I surrender! Do not kill me!" The group of armed men instantly fell into disarray. Some knelt in submission, others screamed in terror, while a few, paralyzed by fear, babbled incoherently. The scene transformed into a chaotic spectacle. The ragged survivors watching this spectacle found a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Someone has come to deal with those brutes. How wonderful. The survivors rushed forward, seizing their weapons. No amount of pleading could stave off the swift end of their lives. After vanquishing their foes, several survivors collapsed to the ground, their faces a blend of laughter and tears, hysterically shouting something incomprehensible. Just moments ago, they were ordinary people. Now, without hesitation, they wielded guns to take lives, prompting speculation about the harrowing trials they had endured in these past few days, akin to a hell on earth. "Benefactor." Suddenly, one survivor rushed to Tang Chuan's feet, kneeling and pressing his forehead to the ground, pleading, "Benefactor, please help me kill Chun's Shuang." Following suit, more and more individuals fell to their knees before Tang Chuan, their eyes brimming with tears as they cried, "Benefactor, we beseech you, help us kill Chun's Shuang." In no time, dozens, even hundreds of survivors were kneeling before him. Witnessing this, Tang Chuan felt a stir of emotion. In a previous life, he might have found himself among those kneeling in supplication. After a moment of reflection, Tang Chuan shook his head and smiled. I shall take care of him. With his affirmation, the crowd erupted in fervor. The survivors sang and danced, overcome with joy and tears of exhilaration. Sir, shall we proceed? Zhang Chong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The scene, reminiscent of a cinematic moment, left him breathless. At that moment, he was merely grateful for having immediately ingratiated himself with Tang Chuan. Otherwise, he might have ended up as nothing more than a pile of ashes. Yes, lead the way. Tang Chuan replied with a smile. A survivor, exclaiming benefactor, in fervent gratitude, instinctively followed in Tang Chuan's wake. It was not mere conformity, but the sensation of becoming a leader that filled Tang Chuan with comfort. Before long, a two-story building came into view, which appeared to have once served as a resting place for the guards of a nearby arsenal. Sir, that damned Chun Zhuang resides in the building ahead. Zhang Chong hesitated, rubbing his hands nervously. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow. Speak clearly and concisely. Straightening his posture, Zhang Chong replied, there is not just Chun Zhuang inside. There are 3 supernatural beings as well. The 4 of them revel in their carefree existence within the building, each possessing formidable abilities. Are you afraid that I cannot contend with them? Tang Chuan arched an eyebrow and offered a faint smile. And not at all, esteemed sir. Your strength is unparalleled. How could the likes of Chun Zhuang and his ragtag crew compare to you? Zhang Chong immediately replied, casting a furtive glance before adding, however, as far as I know, they have several rocket launchers in their room, and those are quite powerful. Rocket launchers? If Tang Chuan's powers had not advanced to level 3, those rocket launchers would indeed pose a significant threat. Yet, for Tang Chuan, who had already attained the 3rd level of universal gravitation, redirecting the incoming rockets to detonate upon their own ranks would be a mere trifle. There is nothing to be concerned about. Let us proceed. Tang Chuan stated nonchalantly before forcefully kicking down the door. Chapter 51. Instant kill. The individuals in the room finally sensed something amiss, followed by the furious shouts of several men. Tang Chuan slowly stepped into the chamber. To be candid, he was deeply curious about what these people had done to incite such wrath among the survivors outside. Upon entering, he found the room illuminated, the bright light revealing the grim reality within. Women, numerous women, were present, their naked forms scattered throughout the space. Just moments ago, Tang Chuan had wondered why he had encountered no female survivors along his journey. Now he understood their fates had been sealed by Chun Zhuang. These women were not only devoid of clothing, but bore various bruises, both large and small, upon their bodies. Despite the intrusion, they exhibited little reaction, merely lifting their heads to gaze vacantly at Tang Chuan with dulled eyes. They had been subjected to torment so severe it had nearly driven them mad. Witnessing the scene, Tang Chuan slightly nodded. He comprehended the source of the survivors' fury. Beasts, he seethed through gritted teeth. Had it not been for Tang Chuan standing before her, she would have rushed in to confront the scum within. Brother Chuan, please help them. They are so pitiful. Tian tugged at Tang Chuan's clothing, her voice laced with compassion. Even Zhang Chong erupted in a flurry of curses. Damn it, a bunch of scoundrels. Chun Zhuang, may you suffer a terrible fate. Yet, Tang Chuan remained unmoved, his demeanor unchanged. In his previous life during the apocalypse, he had witnessed far more enraging scenes. What unfolded before him was merely a commonplace occurrence. After all, the fundamental principle of the apocalypse was that the mightiest wielded the power to enjoy everything. Damn it, you must be out of your minds to dare smash our door. A brutish bald man charged down first, his face contorted with rage. Barely clothed and glistening with sweat, he descended just as the door on the 2nd floor swung open, releasing a faint moan and a peculiar fragrance wafting down. Zhang Chong, how dare you bring people to disturb us? I'll kill you. The bald man bellowed, his thunderous voice startling Zhang Chong. Swallowing hard, Zhang Chong instinctively recoiled, preparing to apologize. However, he suddenly remembered the formidable Tang Chuan stood beside him, an invincible power who disregarded bullets. With that thought, he felt emboldened. Zhang Chong straightened, pointing a finger at the bald man's nose, cursing, to hell with you, bald head. I've come here specifically to collect your lives. Just wait to die. Spit. With that, he He spat directly onto the bald man's face. Zhang Chong, I'll tear you apart. The bald man wiped the spit from his face, his complexion darkening. Beast claw, he roared, and in an instant, his right hand transformed into a massive claw resembling that of a tiger. Help me, my lord. Zhang Chong's complexion instantly turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear and unable to move an inch. Bang! Jianga raised his pistol and fired a shot at the bald man's head. However, the bald man merely swatted at the bullet, which was effortlessly deflected by his enormous claw. Though blood oozed from his claw, it appeared to be merely a flesh wound, causing no significant harm. Hiss, you wretched woman. Dare to shoot at me? I'll make you into rags. The bald man roared, his eyes turning a furious crimson. Upon witnessing this, Jianga, with a resigned shake of her head, holstered her pistol. The power of her small-caliber handgun was woefully inadequate. Even a mere first-tier ability user could easily defend against such bullets. Her own ability required too long to activate. Thus, she desperately needed formidable firepower to enhance her combat effectiveness. At the very least, she couldn't afford to be a liability for the two of them. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Tang Chuan. Rise. Tang Chuan poiten upwat. In the next moment, the bald man's body was suddenly propelled into the air. Stranded in midair without any leverage, he widened his eyes in terror, flailing his limbs wildly. What the hell have you done to me? Put me down now. The bald man bellowed at the top of his lungs. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow at the noise. This bald man is rather loud. Snap! Tang Chuan curled his finger, and Yution's dagger shot forth, piercing through the bald man's head in an instant. Not a single scream escaped the bald man's lips as he succumbed to death. Thud! Tang Chuan released his gravitational control, causing the corpse to fall to the floor, quickly soaking the ground in a pool of crimson blood. Another thud resounded, this time as Zhang Chong sank to his knees. Dead just like that? He stared wide-eyed, his lips nearly unable to close from shock. The bald ability user, who had been tyrannizing him for days, was effortlessly slain by Tang Chuan. Who on earth is this person? Zhang Chong looked up at Tang Chuan with eyes full of admiration. Thud, thud, thud. A series of thuds echoed behind him. The survivors who had followed, witnessing Tang Chuan's swift execution of an ability user, began to kneel one after another. Benefactor, please help us kill Chen Zhuang. The kneeling survivors suddenly cried out. Zhang Chong, upon hearing this, jolted upright. Sir, that Chen Zhuang is right up there. He is far more formidable than this bald man. You should. Zhang Chong intended to caution Tang Chuan about safety, but recalling Tang Chuan's extraordinary power, he found himself rendered speechless. He even felt a tinge of self-mockery. This individual is so powerful. Does he even need my reminders? Perhaps Chen Zhuang would simply meet the same fate. Jianga was taken aback to see the survivors kneeling en masse. Rise, everyone, please rise. Tang Chuan will deal with that scoundrel. There is no need for you to kneel. She urgently began to persuade, unable to bear the intensity of the scene. Wow, so many people are kneeling, pleading with Chuan Gu. He is simply magnificent. Yu Tian gazed at Tang Chuan with adoration, her eyes filled with infatuation. Benefactor, please help us eliminate Chen Zhuang. The survivors shouted in unison, their voices surprisingly resonant with fervor. Tang Chuan merely nodded, raising his hand dismissively. Instantly, the survivors fell silent, each holding their breath, wide-eyed, afraid to miss the moment when Chen Zhuang would meet his demise. Oh, who dares to seek my death? Such audacity! A furious roar echoed from the second floor. Moments later, a man clad in traditional attire descended the staircase, holding a large ceramic bowl. Chen Zhuang. Behind him, two supernatural beings each aimed a rocket launcher at Tang Chuan. Chapter 52. The remarks of Chen Zhuang upon encountering the lifeless body of the bald man. Chen Zhuang's pupils briefly constricted, yet his expression swiftly returned to its former calmness. Young brother, you appear rather unfamiliar. Might I inquire your surname? He said with narrowed eyes and a smile, his tone reminiscent of casual conversation among ordinary folk. Brother, this scoundrel has disrupted us. Why do you still extend him such courtesy? One of the two ability users protested vehemently. Brother, the bald man has been slain by them. Why waste words? Let's avenge him. They shouted in unison. Silence. You have no place to speak. Chen Zhuang bellowed, an aura of menace radiating from him that left the two men trembling. Yes, they stammered, lowering their heads in fear. Noticing their sudden compliance, Chen Zhuang donned a cheerful expression once more. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Chen Zhuang. It seems we may have some misunderstandings between us. Oh, misunderstanding? What do you wish to convey? Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Young brother, you have yet to disclose your name. Chen Zhuang chuckled, casting a glance at Yu Tian and He Jianga. Tang Chuan, speak politely. Tang Chuan ziplit gon li. Dear young Tang, do you perceive me as a tyrant preying upon these living souls? Chen Zhuang inquired with a wry smile. Oh, is that not the case? Tang Chuan zito. Arching an eyebrow. No. Chen Zhuang shook his head, thumping his chest. Without my protection, they would have been devoured by zombies long ago. Look at this wound, he declared, suddenly unfastening the buttons of his traditional garment to reveal a massive scar that stretched from his left shoulder to his right rib, nearly cleaving him in two. Do you see this injury? It was sustained while I defended them, a moment when my life nearly slipped away. Surely, I cannot risk my life for their protection while they contribute nothing in return. I merely seek a modicum of recompense from them. How can this be deemed tyrannical? This is what I rightfully deserve. To intrude and slaughter those who have committed no wrong. Do you truly believe your actions are just? He continued, and the room fell into an oppressive silence. What nonsense are you spouting? He Jianga's face darkened, his hands trembling with indignation. Is this how you repay them? By toying with these women? You have gone too far. Too far? Chen Zhuang scoffed. You claim I have exceeded bounds. Yet what else do they possess to offer in recompense? Money has lost its value. They have brought scant food, and most rely on me to procure sustenance for survival. If you deem my actions excessive, pray tell, how should I proceed? Chen Zhuang's formidable presence compelled He Jianga to involuntarily retreat a step. But it cannot be this way. Is it not a given to protect the vulnerable? He Jianga's eyelids trembled slightly, and her voice diminished. Naturally? Are you jesting? Chen Zhuang's eyes widened, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. Observing your stance with the firearm, it appears you are indeed a soldier. However, without someone disbursing military pay, how could you possibly persist in your desire to save others? Upon hearing this, He Jianga's gaze flickered. For some reason, she felt that, despite the significant flaws in Chen Zhuang's words, she could not refute him. Is there truly anyone in this world willing to assist others without expecting anything in return? That seems rather doubtful. He Jianga felt her mind swirling in confusion, instinctively directing her gaze towards Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan sighed, then nodded, stating, You make a valid point. Regarding this matter, I have no justification for taking your life. At this declaration, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The survivors began to wail and lament, hurling curses at Tang Chuan. Yu Tian and He Jianga stared at Tang Chuan with wide eyes, their expressions complex. Zhang Chang's face turned a deep shade of crimson, gesticulating wildly as he stammered, Master, how can you heed his absurdities? In response, Tang Chuan gently shook his head. Although Chen Zhuang's words were harsh and instinctively felt inappropriate, everything he had stated would eventually become the norm. The strong would establish sanctuaries, while the weak would surrender resources in exchange for survival. Without resources, they would resort to selling their bodies. Such occurrences were all too common. Should Tang Chuan refute Chen Zhuang here, he would inevitably be denying the 3 years he had endured in his previous life. Thus, he found himself in agreement with Chen Zhuang's perspective. Those who recognize the tides of time are true talents. Chen Zhuang laughed exuberantly, his eager gaze causing Tang Chuan to feel a surge of heat. Little brother, I see you possess some skills. How about this? Remain with me, and I shall overlook your actions against the bald man. Otherwise, I will be compelled to seek justice for my brethren. Chen Zhuang declared, gesturing for 2 ability users to raise their rocket launchers. Tang Chuan smidit daifun, zeppelin guli. I shall not join you, nor will I allow you to seek retribution. Oh, then what do you propose? Have you not already agreed with my viewpoint? Chen Zhuang raised an eyebrow, his tone turning menacing. Firstly, I am not a champion of justice. My purpose here is not to advocate for them. Secondly, your pathetic weapons cannot harm me. Finally, I harbor a deep aversion towards those who consume zombie flesh. With that, Tang Chuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, akin to a hawk poised for the hunt. Zombie flesh? Zhang Chong leaped in fright, his voice nearly shattering the air. Brother Chuan, are you saying he consumes zombie flesh? Tang Chuan, please clarify. Yu Tian and He Jianga immediately surrounded him, demanding answers. In his hands, he held a bowl containing the flesh of the undead. Tang Chuan remarked nonchalantly, Haha, I'm quite curious as to how you know this. Have you, perchance, tasted it yourself? Chun Zhuang candidly admitted, then retrieved a dark piece of meat from the bowl. With a slurp, Chun Zhuang took a hearty bite of the blackened flesh, a look of sheer enjoyment gracing his features. If you've savored this flavor, you too will soon find yourself addicted, Chun Zhuang exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan merely nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was not mistaken. The evolutionary energy had transformed the bodies of the zombies, resulting in the emergence of a unique edible flesh imbued with evolutionary energy, which could provide a slight enhancement to one's supernatural abilities. However, as is the case with all things, there exists a duality. This special meat also induces an addiction in the living akin to that of narcotics. Naturally, similar to drugs, consuming this exceptional flesh carries its own side effects for the living. Prolonged consumption of zombie flesh will gradually rot the brain of the living, ultimately transforming them into a mindless creature yearning for the flesh of the undead. Chapter 53. The death of Chun Zhuang. You may as well perish, Tang Chuan remarked coldly, slowly raising a hand. Thus, it appears there is no further discourse. Chun Zhuang licked the grease from his lips and shook his head in regret. Eliminate them. With a single command, the two eager superhumans swiftly pulled the triggers of their rocket launchers. Whoosh! Two rockets, trailing white plumes, whistled sharply as they hurtled towards Tang Chuan. Chun Zhuang regarded him with a look of disappointment. He had initially intended to recruit Tang Chuan into his ranks, but since the latter seemed intent on courting death, he could hardly be blamed for facilitating the journey. A smirk curled at the corners of Chun Zhuang's mouth as he searched for delight in the terror etched upon Tang Chuan's face. Yet, as his gaze settled on Tang Chuan, an unexpected gloom enveloped his spirit. The latter wore nothing but a mocking smile. Almost immediately, Tang Chuan waggled a finger, causing the rockets to inexplicably halt mid-air as if grasped by an unseen hand. In that instant, Chun Zhuang's eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably. Danger! His mind felt as though it were on the verge of explosion, the threat of death rendering him breathless. Steel armor, Chun Zhuang bellowed, his form rapidly transforming into a gleaming silver, emanating a metallic sheen. With a flick of his finger, Tang Chuan directed the rockets back on their trajectory, trailing flames as they sped towards Chun Zhuang and his companions. Get down! One superhuman screamed in alarm. Just as he activated his ability, he was engulfed by the explosion of the returning rockets. Boom! A brilliant flash illuminated the entire room as shockwaves surged forth, carrying debris and splinters in a chaotic frenzy. Shield! Yu Tian stepped forward, conjuring a massive energy shield to protect those present. Thanks to Tang Chuan's meticulous guidance over the past few days, Yu Tian's abilities had ascended to level 2, an accomplishment that took Tang Chuan by surprise. After all, for those without a system, upgrading their powers relied solely on relentless practice or sudden enlightenment. In many respects, individual talent proved to be the decisive factor determining how far a superhuman could advance. The infrequency of Yu Tian's ability usage suggested that her rapid ascension was due to Tang Chuan's instruction, indicative of extraordinary talent. It was noteworthy that even the future Storm Empress, He Jianga, remained at level 1. Yu Tian's prodigious gift was evident. Observing the formidable energy shield, measuring 5 to 6 meters long and 2 to 3 meters high, that Yu Tian had erected, Tang Chuan stroked his chin in contemplation. Had he inadvertently discovered a rare and gifted genius? As the cacophony of the explosion and the debris settled, Yu Tian sensed the absence of danger and dispelled the shield. The walls of the second floor were blasted open, revealing 2 large gaping holes. 2 supernatural beings lay shattered beyond recognition, their remains strewn about, making it nearly impossible to discern the identities of these charred and mangled fragments. A weak, anguished cry emerged from the rubble. Tang Chuan squinted, discovering that Chun Zhuang was, against all odds, still alive. His body was in a grotesque state, limbs reduced to a single arm, and even that was severed. Zhang Chong, where's their weapon stash? Tang Chuan asked, diverting his gaze. Zhang Chong swallowed hard, frozen in place, still reeling from the shock. He could hardly fathom that the once arrogant Chun Zhuang had been reduced to such a pitiable state in an instant. Is this man truly human? Zhang Chong looked at Tang Chuan, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Where are the weapons? Tang Chuan frowned, his impatience evident. Huh? Zhang Chong hesitated, only then realizing that Tang Chuan was addressing him. Weak-kneed, he collapsed to the ground, stammering, I'm not quite sure, but the remaining weapons should still be in the armory. Let us go, lead the way. Without waiting for a reply, Tang Chuan turned and walked away. Yes. Zhang Chong stammered, quickly scrambling to his feet to guide Tang Chuan. Should we just leave that guy there? He doesn't seem quite dead yet. Yu Tian pointed at the still groaning Chun Zhuang. And what about those 2 rocket launchers? Are we really going to leave them behind? He Jiang inquired. Tang Chuan turned, gesturing towards the fervent crowd of survivors outside. Leave Chun Zhuang to these people. Pausing, he then addressed the rubble of the second floor. In the wake of such a powerful explosion, the rocket launchers would have been rendered useless. There is no need to recover them. Now I understand, he Jiang nodded, dismissing thoughts of the rocket launchers. Brother Chuan, I want to play with that cannon launching device too, Yu Tian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The quartet stepped outside, where the enthusiastic survivors parted to create a path for them. Tang Chuan maintained a stoic expression as he silently navigated through the throng. Just as they neared the edge of the crowd, Zhang Chong, summoning his courage, shouted to the onlookers, Chun Zhuang is gravely injured. He is now a lamb to the slaughter. Fellow townsfolk, hurry and seek your revenge. At his inciting words, the survivors' eyes glinted with fury. Each of them widened their eyes, their breaths growing heavy with anticipation. Slay Chun Zhuang. No, he cannot be allowed to die so easily. Torture him to death. I want him to suffer 1,000 cuts. Lingqi. The survivors roared as they surged into the room. Soon, the room was filled with the frenzied, anguished screams of Chun Zhuang. It is difficult to fathom how a dying man, barely clinging to life, could produce such a cacophony. Beast, perish! Echoed his cries, followed by an even more piercing shriek. Tang Chuan shook his head slightly. It is not hard to imagine the tortures inflicted upon Chun Zhuang by the survivors. Yet all of this was of his own making. Had he not previously usurped another man's wife, he would not have met such a dire fate. Continue onward. Let's not dwell on them, Tang Chuan advised. Zhang Chong, momentarily slowed by the sounds behind, immediately quickened his pace upon hearing this. Under his guidance, the group traversed another 400 or 500 meters. Before them lay a massive iron door embedded in the ground. Good heavens, the armory is just beneath this. Chapter 54. A man should pinch faces upon entering the arms depot. One is greeted by a spacious underground chamber, illuminated by lights yet still shrouded in dimness. This place appears to be a remnant of a munitions storage from the Second World War. Jianga surveyed the surroundings and confidently declared her assessment. Upon hearing her unwavering conviction, Yu Tian could not help but inquire, how can you be so certain? There's nothing written here. Zhang Chong looked over, equally perplexed. Tang Chuan, enlightened by her words, nodded in agreement. No wonder the rifles and rocket launchers wielded by those individuals earlier seemed unfamiliar. They were simply antiquated models that he had never encountered in his previous life. After all, in his past, the military directly issued contemporary equipment to the survivors, rendering any weapons from over 60 years ago invisible to him. These weapons, though functional, were relics of a bygone era, inferior in power and performance compared to modern armaments. Jianga retrieved an old rifle from a wooden crate and approached her companions, pointing at the firearm as she spoke. During my time in the military, I heard of something called a collection armory, a facility specifically designed to house vintage weaponry, typically established to commemorate history. Such depots are scarce and are usually situated not far from roads, as these antiquated devices are prone to various issues and often require maintenance from technicians. Yu Tian raised her hand, bouncing on the spot as she exclaimed, "No wonder there's an arms depot by the highway. I was puzzled as to why it was located here." She then added, "Well, I'll go select some gear that's still safe to use." With that, Jianga turned and began sifting through a variety of old equipment. The other four exchanged glances and discreetly moved aside. Tang Chuan and the others perched atop a crate filled with ammunition, while Zhang Chong stood nearby. Suddenly, Luo Ying, who had been relatively quiet, interjected. "What do you plan to do with them?" "Them?" Yu Tian blinked, confused. "Who are you referring to?" "I have a plan for their future." Tang Chuan replied with a slight nod. "Oh, are you intending to eliminate them all?" Luo Ying asked with intrigue, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture as she spoke, her pink tongue peeking out playfully, tilting her head and rolling her eyes. "Is this what you call being adorable? I've heard the men from the village mention such a thing." Yu Tian exclaimed with excitement, rushing over to stand before Luo Ying and playfully poking her face. "Stop pinching my face." Luo Ying swatted her hand away, her cheeks tinged with crimson, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "But you really are quite adorable when you act like that." Yu Tian lamented, disappointment etched on her face. Then, with pleading eyes, she added, "Just one more pinch, please? I beg you." Seeing Yu Tian ready to kneel before her, Luo Ying reluctantly agreed, saying, "Very well, but this is the final time." Receiving an affirmative response, Yu Tian immediately turned around and excitedly exclaimed to Tang Chuan, "Brother Chuan, come quickly. Her face is truly so soft. This is your last chance to help me reclaim my investment." As the words settled, an extraordinary silence enveloped the atmosphere. Tang Chuan, Zhang Chong, Luo Ying. Aside from the impatiently urging Yu Tian, everyone else wore expressions of utter confusion. Wait, I never suggested that he should pinch my face." Luo Ying covered her face with one hand while the other hand waved incessantly in front of her chest. Yu Tian, please stop messing around." Tang Chuan finally returned to his senses and said, "Brother Chuan, but that is the face of an adorable girl. Do you not wish to pinch it?" Yu Tian was in a state of urgency, incessantly tapping her feet as if the floor beneath her was scalding. Unperturbed, Tang Chuan replied without a moment's hesitation. The essence of manhood, would a robust adult male, upon being presented with the opportunity to caress the delicate visage of a beautiful young girl, truly choose to forego such a chance? Tang Chuan's utterance stemmed from the harrowing 3 years in his past, which had utterly extinguished his personal emotions. He now resembled a mere automaton, approaching every task with an icy detachment. This condition is medically referred to as emotional deficit, although recovery is possible. It typically requires a protracted period to manifest any tangible results. When Luo Ying heard Tang Chuan's unwavering declaration of disinterest, her hand, which had been poised in rejection, froze in midair. She was acutely aware of her own beauty, which was not inferior to Jianga in the slightest. Before the apocalypse, countless men had queued to pursue her, yet she had never cast a glance at those tedious suitors. However, now, this man before her had the audacity to dismiss her allure in an instant. Indeed, within her mindset, those who refuse to pinch her cheeks are essentially dismissing her beauty. Realizing that her prideful allure is met with disdain, Luo Ying's expression darkened considerably. "Hey, are you even a man? If you are, then go ahead and pinch my cheeks." In a moment of impulsive fervor, Luo Ying stood up and exclaimed, "Indeed, Chuan Ge, if you do not squeeze it, I shall take the initiative to do so. The sensation is simply exquisite." Yu Tian wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and said in a playful manner. The silly girl, adopting a coy expression, appeared somewhat amusing in her demeanor. "Are you certain?" Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling upon Luo Ying's face. Although he could not fathom the connection between pinching one's face and the question of masculinity, he was nonetheless reluctant to be inexplicably accused of lacking manhood. I Luo Ying lifted her head, her eyes meeting Tang Chuan's expressionless, robotic gaze. Oddly enough, she realized that this fellow was rather handsome. How had she only just discovered this? A flurry of thoughts suddenly swirled in Luo Ying's mind. Ahem. Tang Chuan cleared his throat. "I am certain. I am indeed certain." Luo Ying regained her senses, suddenly jolting as if awakened from a dream. She promptly exclaimed, "Come here." "Oh," Tang Chuan replied nonchalantly. then extended his hand towards Luo Ying. He sensed a subtle fragrance lingering in his nostrils, a peculiar scent that seemed to be an exquisite fusion of rose and lavender, a unique aroma unattainable by any perfume. Clearly, this was the distinct body scent of Luo Ying. However, Tang Chuan's brow gradually knit together in contemplation. He was certain he had encountered this extraordinary fragrance in his childhood. Reflecting on their first meeting, he felt an uncanny familiarity with her. Tang Chuan's hand gently caressed Luo Ying's face. It was smooth and soft, exuding a slight warmth. This sensation resembled the tender touch of a peeled, soft-boiled egg, the delightful texture prompting an irresistible urge to squeeze. Oblivious to the comforting feeling, Tang Chuan furrowed his brow and asked, "Have we truly never met before?" Chapter 55. The survivors approach him. "No, I shouldn't have met her before." Luo Ying gasped, her breath coming in quick bursts. This was the first time in her life that she had such intimate contact with a male of her age. As Tang Chuan's rough palm kneaded her face, it felt as if warm, fine sand from the beach was gently massaging her skin. This sensation was not unpleasant. Rather, it bore a strangely comforting quality. "Is that so?" Tang Chuan squinted, still convinced that he had encountered her before. Could it be that his rebirth had muddled his memories? A thought flickered through his mind. He then paused his actions, his gaze resting on Luo Ying's face, yet failed to focus. He pondered, what purpose did the heavens have in granting him this second chance at life? Or perhaps, what objective were they urging him to fulfill? If merely surviving was the goal, it seemed far too mundane. Once he completed the task of escorting He Jianga and obtained a fighter jet from Old Master He, Tang Chuan could then pursue the acquisition of another extraordinary ability. After that, regardless of what transpired, he could live in leisurely comfort. If the sole aim was to endure in this apocalypse, then such a life goal felt overly simplistic. Surely, the heavens were not so trivial. Thus, what was the true purpose of his rebirth? Tang Chuan felt a sense of confusion. This uncertainty regarding his path ahead left him deeply unsettled. Clang! A sharp sound jolted him from his thoughts. He looked down to see a fragmented hand grenade rolling to his feet. However, he remained unfazed, for he quickly noted that the grenade's pin had not been pulled. Withdrawing his hand, he did not linger on the flushed face of Luo Ying for even a moment. With a flick of his fingers, the grenade flew into his palm under the influence of his gravitational manipulation. As he held the grenade, Tang Chuan turned to see He Jianga. She was clutching a chaotic assortment of weapons, ranging from pistols to rocket launchers, along with various grenades and flashbangs. Yet, at that moment, she appeared somewhat distracted, the equipment clattering to the ground. "Oh no, the grenade fell!" Yu Tian exclaimed, swiftly deploying a shield to envelop everyone. Luo Ying covered her flushed cheeks, emitting a series of peculiar murmurs. "You two were just." He Jianga's eyes widened, her expression one of disbelief. To her, Tang Chuan, with his icy demeanor, seemed the type to shun female company. Yet, in the brief span she had taken to gather weapons, he had been entangled with that newcomer, pinching one's face. Such an act was reserved for those in an intimate relationship, was it not? Despite having fought alongside Tang Chuan through thick and thin, how could this interloper have so brazenly inserted herself? Jealousy consumed He Jianga without a doubt. As a descendant of a prominent family, it was her first encounter with a peer who surpassed her in excellence. While she was secretly nurturing her affections, the charming young man had already succumbed to the advances of a cunning vixen. Such a situation was intolerable. He Jianga felt as though she might explode with frustration. It was all a misunderstanding, an utter misconception. Zhang Chong, being a perceptive individual, quickly discerned the true nature of the predicament. Concerned that the chaos might disrupt the peace, he hastily clarified, "Sister Bing, it was this young lady who forcibly engaged this gentleman in such matters. He has no desire to partake in this at all. He is being coerced." Zhang Chong pounded his chest in indignation, appearing deeply sympathetic towards Tang Chuan. As he looked on the verge of tears, He Jianga regained some semblance of composure. What exactly was transpiring? After Zhang Chong's vivid recounting of events, He Jianga playfully struck Yu Tian on the head, marking a conclusion to the earlier turmoil. "Oh, if Brother Chuan hits me, that is one thing, but why must you strike my head too? I might become foolish." Yu Tian lamented, cradling her head in a pitiful manner. However, no one paid her any mind. At that moment, He Jiangge had meticulously categorized all the weapons, dividing them into 3 groups: usable, potentially hazardous, and completely unusable. The quantity of these arms was substantial. Even the fully usable weapons alone were sufficient to equip 50 to 60 individuals, and when including those with potential hazards, they could even arm over 100 for a day or two. It was impossible for Tang Chuan and his companions to transport all these weapons. So He Jiangge selected a few suitable pieces. This selection prominently featured 2 rocket launchers, various grenades, 3 high-performance handguns, and several solid gasoline bombs. Zhang Chong, come here. Tang Chuan beckoned, guiding Zhang Chong to a corner of the armory, where he whispered something. Upon hearing Tang Chuan's words, Zhang Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. Yes, yes, Master Tang, I shall go at once, he exclaimed, bowing enthusiastically before hastening away. Wait, with a flick of his finger, Tang Chuan employed gravity manipulation, drawing Zhang Chong back to him. Master Tang? The sensation of weightlessness caused Zhang Chong to feel a sudden urgency, and he stammered. Take these with you. As Tang Chuan spoke, he summoned a set of body armor and a rifle to Zhang Chong's side. Thank you, Master Tang, Zhang Chong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the weapons before him. Are you truly giving this to me? His voice trembled with disbelief. Be swift in your actions, Tang Chuan stated calmly. Yes, yes. Zhang Chong jolted, promptly donning the equipment. Within minutes, he was fully prepared and dashed out like the wind. Observing Zhang Chong's hasty departure, the 3 women exchanged puzzled glances. Brother Chuan, what is he up to? Yu Tian inquired. Aren't you concerned he might run off with the weapons? He Jiangge asked. Amidst the conversation, Luo Ying's complexion exhibited a hint of crimson. Upon hearing their voices, Tang Chuan raised a finger to signal silence, then turned to Luo Ying and remarked, You inquired earlier about how I would handle them. Soon, you shall witness my method. What? What do you mean? Luo Ying was momentarily taken aback, and then realized, right? I was clearly asking you about the matter. It was you who interrupted my train of thought. With a fierce glare, she turned towards Yu Tian. Yu Tian feigned innocence, shrugged her shoulders, and with a playful flutter of her eyelashes inquired, I was simply curious. Who exactly are they? He Jiangge patted Yu Tian's shoulder, regarding her with an indulgent gaze, and explained, they are, of course, referring to those survivors outside. Chapter 56, The Great Tang Base indeed. Tang Chuan, note that? His gaze directed towards the exit of the armory. What on earth is this place? Stop keeping us in suspense, and tell us quickly. The flush on Luo Ying's face had faded, yet her mood appeared to remain rather dismal. Do you intend to let them arm themselves and fend for themselves? He Jiangge's eyes flickered momentarily as he whispered. Isn't that quite favorable? With weapons, they could survive, couldn't they? Yu Tian interjected. You're close, but still slightly off the mark. Tang Chuan shook his head and continued, rather than allowing them to acquire arms and go their separate ways. I would prefer for them to form a disciplined, small survivor base. A survivor base? He Jiangge exclaimed, gazing at Tang Chuan in disbelief. Do you plan to stay and lead them? At this proclamation, the atmosphere became markedly subdued. No way. You still need to take me to Dongshan City to see the cherry blossoms. Luo Ying exclaimed. Brother Chuan, aren't we supposed to escort Sister He to the Eastern Military District? Are we not going? Yu Tian chimed in anxiously. The 3 women began to chatter simultaneously, creating a cacophony reminiscent of 100 ducks quacking in one's ear. I will not remain. Tang Chuan pauset momentia, then continued. I have already identified a suitable candidate to lead these survivors in establishing their base. A suitable candidate? Who? Yu Tian blinked, inquiring. Luo Ying and He Jiangge exchanged glances, nodding in unison as they spoke. Is it Zhang Chong, the coward from earlier? Tang Chuan frowned slightly. He did not regard fear of death as an undesirable trait. After all, it was his fear that had allowed him to survive for 3 years in his previous life, outlasting more than 90% of survivors in this apocalypse. It is indeed him, Tang Chuan affirmed with a nod. Wait a moment. Do you genuinely believe he can lead others? He Jiangge's eyes widened. her voice tinged with agitation. That cowardly individual would undoubtedly sell out those around him at the first sign of danger. To place such a person in a leadership role for these survivors would likely result in their swift demise. As He Jianggu spoke, her agitation grew, her voice laced with indignation. As a soldier, she was acutely aware of her own limitations in this apocalyptic scenario. Yet that did not mean she could stand idly by while these survivors were pushed into despair. Such a coward must never be considered a leader of the base. Brother Chuan, that individual Yu Tian hesitated, biting her lip before finally stating, "The elders in the village have said that such individuals cannot accomplish great things. Furthermore, if such a person were to suddenly acquire immense power, they would certainly not act in the interest of others." With that, she lifted her head, her expression earnest. Luo Ying regarded Tang Chuan with keen interest, scrutinizing him from head to toe. She was indifferent to who could lead these survivors, nor did she care about their fates. All she desired was for Tang Chuan to take her to Dongshan City. Thus, she refrained from voicing her opinion. Seeing the two women earnestly persuading him, Tang Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Although the current Zhang Chong appeared rather unreliable, it did not imply that he would remain so in the future. Let us not forget that Tang Chuan possessed 3 years of memories from his previous life. Upon their first encounter, he felt a sense of familiarity with Zhang Chong, which became clear as he entered the armory. This individual would, in the future, rise to a level of fame comparable to that of He Jianga, a star in his own right. While he may not possess particularly formidable abilities, he seemed to exhibit an extraordinary talent for organization. In the future, he would establish the largest civilian survivor base within the borders of China, constructed from the ground up, surpassing even the military bases in scale. Furthermore, regardless of how many individuals his base accommodated, it had never experienced any serious incidents, and even fights were a rarity. All of this was attributed to his remarkable methods and unparalleled ability to win people's hearts. In the future, anyone, regardless of their status, would respectfully address him as Brother Chong, standing on equal footing with the esteemed 5-star Marshal He Zhan of the Eastern Military District. Although everything related to Zhang Chong crumbled before Tang Chuan's demise, it was undeniable that he was indeed a master of survivor bases, and placing everything in his hands would yield no problems. "I trust my judgment. He will become an exceptional leader," Tang Chuan confidently asserted. The survivor base he would establish in the future would save tens of millions of survivors, and he did not wish to jeopardize that future. On the contrary, he yearned to assist him. Only those who had endured the apocalypse could truly comprehend its hardships. Only by experiencing such suffering would they come to appreciate the great leader of the survivor base, who would protect people regardless of their identities. "I believe in you, Brother Chuan." Observing Tang Chuan's confident demeanor, Yu Tian raised her hand in agreement without a second thought. Could Brother Chuan possibly be mistaken? That would be a jest. "Well, all right." He Jianga hesitated, but eventually nodded in acquiescence. A peculiar instinct within her urged her to trust everything Tang Chuan said. "Oh," Luo Ying raised an eyebrow. Her gaze towards Tang Chuan now tinged with curiosity. "How can you be so certain?" She pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to wait and see. She withdrew her gaze, silently anticipating the unfolding events. Before long, a cacophony of voices erupted outside the armory. Both male and female voices mingled, accompanied by the sound of hurried breaths and excited chatter. "Master Tang, I brought everyone." Zhang Chong rushed in, breathless and flustered. "Yes, we should head out now." Tang Chuan nodded and then snapped his fingers. Instantly, the weapons sorted by He Jianga, based on their usability, began to levitate, following Tang Chuan as he made his way towards the armory's exit. Outside, a throng of survivors had gathered at the entrance, witnessing Tang Chuan emerge step by step, a multitude of firearms and ammunition floating behind him. Such a magnificent entrance instantly captivated everyone, rendering even their breaths hushed. There was no denying the impact. The sight of a solitary figure accompanied by dozens of firearms was utterly explosive. Truly, my Lord Tang is remarkable. Following closely behind, Zhang Chong noticed the awestruck expressions of the survivors outside, filling him with immense pride. Soon after, Yu Tian and others emerged as well. Once everyone was in position, Zhang Chong took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the gathering. He remained somewhat exhilarated, his arms trembling with excitement. Composing himself, he pointed at Tang Chuan and passionately proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, no one shall live in fear of this damned apocalypse any longer. He, Tang Chuan, our Lord Tang, will assist us in establishing a sanctuary to safeguard all survivors. The Great Tang Base is hereby officially founded." His gaze swept across the crowd, declaring, "All that I see is the territory of our Great Tang. Within its borders, no harm shall befall my people." Chapter 57. A city cloaked in green, the engines roared as the cars sped down the desolate highway, akin to a wild stallion galloping freely. Before long, it became a mere speck in the distance, amid a throng of people bidding farewell, yet none chose to depart. All gazed into the horizon, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Inside the vehicle were Tang Chuan and his companions. "Are you truly at ease with this?" He Jianggu inquired, a hint of anxiety lacing his voice. Tang Chuan, steering the car, cast a glance at the frozen figure of the zombie, Luo Xia, in the passenger seat, and replied nonchalantly, "Absolutely. But we only stay there for a day, and many of them can barely handle a firearm." Yu Tian interjected, her tone tinged with urgency. "Relying on Zhang Chong is sufficient," Tang Chuan stated calmly. "You certainly place a great deal of trust in him. You were quite defensive of him yesterday." Luo Ying scrutinized Tang Chuan, a smirk playing on her lips. "You're not secretly fond of him, are you?" Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, turning to give her a puzzled look. "Look, you hardly know him, yet you trust him so implicitly, even going so far as to support him in front of so many others, solidifying his position as the leader of the base. If it weren't love at first sight, I truly struggle to conceive of any other reason for your willingness to do all of this," Luo Ying remarked with a chuckle. At these words, He Jiangge felt a jolt of realization. There seemed to be some truth in her statement. No wonder Tang Chuan appeared disinterested in women throughout their journey. Could it be that he favored men? No, that cannot be. The expression on He Jiangji's face shifted rapidly. She was unwilling to accept that the formidable man she had come to admire was perhaps gay. What does being bent mean? Am I the only one who does not understand what you're talking about? Yu Tian blinked, utterly bewildered, having grasped none of the conversation. Hey, I'm a perfectly normal man, Tang Chuan sighed, a touch of exasperation in his voice. Really, truly? He Jianggu sprang to her feet, only to bump her head against the roof of the car, quickly sitting back down, clutching her head and gazing at Tang Chuan with wide eyes. Of course it's true. How could it be otherwise? And why are you so concerned about this matter? Tang Chuan shrugged, sounding resigned. Because He Jiangji's voice dwindled to a whisper as she turned away, her cheeks slightly flushed, choosing silence. Uffed. Luo Ying burst into laughter at the scene. What are you laughing at? Tang Chuan asked, bewildered. Nothing, it just seems you no longer resemble a robot. Luo Ying replied, still chuckling. A robot? I am merely an ordinary, normal person, Tang Chuan retorted. Ugh, what on earth are you all discussing? Yu Tian exclaimed, feeling increasingly excluded and anxious. Never mind. It's nothing of consequence. You needn't concern yourself with it, Tang Chuan said, turning away. Huh? How could this be? Yu Tian pouted, her expression one of distress. As her gaze shifted forward, she caught sight of Tang Chuan's countenance reflected in the mirror. The corners of his mouth were subtly curved upwards, resembling a smile. A smile. Yu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she beheld an expression on Tang Chuan's face that was not rooted in anger, and this incongruous smile seemed almost alien to him. She blinked and cautiously remarked, Brother Chuan, it appears you have indeed changed somewhat. The vehicle continued its journey, and as it progressed, the surrounding zombies froze in place at the sight of the car. The automobile effortlessly maneuvered through one horde of zombies after another. Just 2 days remained until they reached Dongshan City. The original plan was to arrive the following day, but their delay in assisting Zhang Chong to establish the Tang dynasty base had pushed their schedule back by a day. Nevertheless, Tang Chuan did not perceive this as a setback. On the contrary, he felt he had engaged in a more meaningful endeavor. the Tang dynasty base would inevitably flourish, much like the base Zhang Chong had established in his previous life. Zhang Chong's admiration and gratitude towards him had reached its zenith. It was likely that upon returning, he would not hesitate to request the position of base leader directly. Without investing much effort, he would reap the benefits of a formidable survivor base. Such a lucrative prospect was undeniably advantageous. The 2-day journey passed swiftly amidst the laughter and banter of the women. At long last, Tang Chuan and his companions arrived in Dongshan City. However, the sight before them left everyone in utter shock. How could it be like this? The cherry blossom trees, the cherry blossom trees. Luo Ying seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, murmuring the word cherry blossom. Tears streamed down her cheeks, quickly saturating the earth beneath her. Before her, or rather throughout the entirety of Dongshan City, enormous cacti soared skyward, each towering over 10 meters. The sheer density of these colossal cacti transformed the city into an ocean of prickly giants. Aside from these cacti, the only remnants of the city's former essence were the towering skyscrapers, each exceeding 100 meters in height. Yet, even the facades and rooftops of these skyscrapers were overrun with cacti. From the rooftop of one building, one could even glimpse a gargantuan cactus, thicker than the buildings themselves. Rising over 100 meters tall, this place had become the kingdom of the colossal cacti. How could this happen? Had the energy of evolution caused these cacti to undergo mutations? He Jianggu touched a nearby cactus that stood 5 or 6 meters tall. Its sharp spines were rigid and uncomfortable against her skin. Wow, the city has been engulfed by cacti. Surely the cherry blossom trees have been devoured as well. Yu Tian prodded a cactus with her knife. A multitude of pale green liquid oozed from a wound. The cherry blossom trees, they have all been consumed? Luo Ying froze, and her sobs intensified. Ah, no, I didn't mean to say that. Yu Tian hurriedly crouched down to offer solace. Yet her attempts only seemed to amplify Luo Ying's cries. Tang Chuan, have you discerned anything? He Jianggu approached another 10-meter-tall cactus, where Tang Chuan was diligently examining it. Indeed, I have observed a few things. Tang Chuan paused momentarily before gesturing towards the cactus. I recognize this species. It is known as the giant saguaro cactus. This particular cactus is endemic to the African desert, and it should not exist within the borders of Huaxia. Moreover, while this cactus can naturally reach heights exceeding 10 meters, such growth typically requires a span of several years. Therefore, I suspect that the extraordinary height and abundance of these cacti may be attributed to some form of supernatural influence. Chapter 58. Plant zombies. Jianga gazed at the towering cacti scattered throughout the city, pondering her next course of action. What should we do now? Should we leave directly? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the tear-streaked face of Luo Ying, filled with compassion. No, let's explore the city, Tang Chuan asserted, shaking his head. He understood that such a formidable presence, capable of manifesting extraordinary powers at this juncture, could only belong to a future super zombie king. It was imperative to seize the opportunity to claim its abilities before it fully matured. This had been Tang Chuan's primary objective all along, and he was determined not to forget it. Huh? He Jianga was taken aback, looking at Tang Chuan with surprise. I didn't expect you to choose to meddle in this. I thought you were the type devoid of emotion, she murmured softly, her thoughts momentarily distracted by the newfound allure of Tang Chuan. What am I thinking at a time like this? She shook her head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts. At that moment, Tang Chuan had already approached Yu Tian and Luo Ying, stating, the transformation of this city into its current state may be linked to a certain powerful zombie. I could assist in locating that creature, and with your strength, we could easily vanquish it. Will you join me? Luo Ying, overwhelmed by the inexplicable power of the zombie, felt compelled to act. If we eliminate it, will these cherry blossom trees return to their former glory? She asked, wiping her tears and gazing at Tang Chuan with a sorrowful expression. I cannot say for certain, Tang Chuan replied, shaking his head. His straightforward response caused Luo Ying's eyes to well up with tears once more. She cradled her sister Luo Xia's lifeless body, weeping, I'm so sorry. If only I'd driven here sooner, perhaps I could have seen the cherry blossoms. I'm so sorry. Witnessing Luo Ying's profound sorrow, Tang Chuan suddenly recalled her purpose for coming here, to allow her zombified sister one last glimpse of the cherry blossoms. The thought of her not witnessing them must have been heart-wrenching. With a sigh, Tang Chuan exhaled softly. Turning his head, he found He Jianga staring at him with reproachful eyes. What have you just said? In times like these, even if you need to deceive her, you should have told her that killing the zombie might restore everything. Why must I say that? Tang Chuan ziplit gan li. You. He Jianga was exasperated, her chest heaving as she gritted her teeth. She is already so pitiful, and you have extinguished her last glimmer of hope. That is simply cruel. The seriousness in He Jianga's eyes left Tang Chuan momentarily stunned. The last time he had seen such intensity in her gaze was in a past life when she had become the formidable Storm Empress, while he was merely a survivor clinging to existence. At that time, their survivor base had been besieged by mutated zombies, and disaster loomed over them all. It was He Jianga, summoned by command to provide assistance, who unleashed a brilliant bolt of lightning to annihilate all the zombies. Following this, she gathered the people and assured them the military district would not abandon anyone. They all would survive. In that moment, Tang Chuan, submerged within the crowd, indeed felt a surge of hope swelling within his heart. Do not shatter this hope, he murmured to himself before turning around. You Tian, you stay here to watch over her. He Jianga, come with me. We must find that zombie. Upon hearing the command, Yu Tian instinctively nodded, only to immediately shake her head and protest. No, I want to go with Brother Chuan. Let Sister He remain here. Tang Chuan shook his head, pointing at He Jianga. Do you know how to use those solid gasoline bombs? With so many plants around, they might come in handy. However, Yu Tian was still somewhat unconvinced and was about to voice her objections. He Jianga stepped forward, producing a signal gun and saying, You stay here and keep blowing company. Take this. If any danger arises, fire it into the sky, and we will see. After a pause, she added, I apologize. I do not possess the words of comfort. My presence here may not bring her any solace. Yu Tian accepted the signal gun, nodding silently. She sat beside Lo Ying, gently patting her back while softly speaking comforting words. Gradually, Lo Ying skria subsided. Tang Chuan nodded at He Jianga, and the two quietly departed, armed with weapons and solid gasoline bombs. As they ventured forth, they found the streets obstructed by towering cacti, rendering any vehicles nearly useless in such a city. Thus, they had no choice but to walk. Yet, during their journey, they did not encounter a single zombie. The landscape was devoid of any moving entities, as if they had stumbled into an exclusive paradise of cacti and lifelessness. Tang Chuan, these cacti are ordinary. There's nothing amiss, He Jianga remarked, slicing into one and collecting some of the pale green juice that oozed out into a cup. After a careful examination, she took a sip. Not very palatable. She grimaced after drinking. Tang Chuan nodded in response, picking up a knife to concoct a cup of fresh cactus juice for himself. However, he suddenly perceived a flicker of movement. Caution, something's there, Tang Chuan warned, his gaze sharpened ahead. Is it a zombie? He Jianga whispered, drawing her pistol. I cannot say, Tang Chuan replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, something in front of them swayed, capturing their attention. Let us go. Without hesitation, they dashed forward. As they maneuvered around several massive cacti, their field of vision expanded significantly. Before them appeared a peculiar zombie, its entire body covered in a slick green sheen, adorned with sharp wooden spikes. Their movements were sluggish, and they appeared to emit no growls. The creature before them resembled a cactus transformed into a ghastly zombie. Is this a zombie? He Jianga's voice trembled with uncertainty. Tang Chuan examined the attributes of the undead being. Type: zombie, plant-based. Evolution level: LV1. Ability: plant symbiosis, LV1. Threat level: weak. Upon realizing the zombie posed no significant danger, Tang Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let us fire a shot to test it, he suggested. He Jianga, upon hearing this, raised his silenced pistol, and a bullet accurately pierced the zombie's head. However, an unsettling turn of events ensued. Contrary to all expectations, the seemingly lifeless zombie swiftly turned around, its murky green eyes fixated on the two of them with an intense stare. Chapter 59. The plant zombie's tentacle game. The plant zombie did not roar. Yet its furious gaze conveyed everything. Whoosh! With a sudden shudder, spikes protruding from its body shot forth like bullets from a machine gun. Witnessing this, Jianga instinctively attempted to evade, only to be firmly grasped by Tang Chuan on the shoulder. Stop! He extended a hand, uttering a single word. The airborne spikes froze mid-air, utterly motionless. The plant zombie appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why its formidable spike attack had faltered this time. It took slow, cautious steps forward, seeking to investigate the anomaly. Thud! The zombie collapsed. Beneath its feet, two root-like tendrils were visibly anchoring it to the ground. Go! With a single push, Tang Chuan sent the suspended spikes hurtling back toward the zombie, instantly transforming it into a porcupine of wooden projectiles. Yet, astonishingly, the zombie remained alive. Staggering to its feet, it retreated a few paces, returning to its previous position, and continued to fix its furious stare on Tang Chuan. However, it refrained from launching another spike assault, instead standing still with its eyes closed, seemingly basking in the sunlight. Soon, Tang Chuan observed a brand new wooden spike sprouting from its body. These wooden spikes were indeed regenerative. Furthermore, they merely required sunlight to rejuvenate. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, sensing a faint recollection of these zombies from a past life. At that moment, Jianga swallowed hard and whispered, "What on earth is this? Even with its head exploded and its body riddled with wounds, it doesn't die. Is it immortal?" Tang Chuan shook his head, replying, "Burn it." This approach was drawn from memories of a method he had once heard regarding how to deal with such zombies. Burn it? Jianga blinked, then suddenly grasped the concept. Just as she reached for her military lighter, Tang Chuan snatched it away. Thanks to the system's presence, he could ascertain whether the zombie was truly killed through the system's notifications, prompting him to take the lighter for himself. The zombie's body was dry, and with its wooden spikes, igniting it would be a trivial task. Soon, the zombie was engulfed in flames. Within the fiery sphere, the zombie struggled, but its movements were feeble. In no time, it was reduced to a pile of blackened charcoal, utterly immobile. Subsequently, the system's notification echoed in Tang Chuan's mind. Slayed a Tier 1 zombie, earned evolution points 5. Thus, Tang Chuan confirmed that these zombies could indeed be killed. However, this revelation birthed new questions in his mind. Compared to the previously vanquished Titanic strength Tier 1 zombie, this plant zombie was significantly weaker, both in capability and in the evolution points it yielded. How were these zombies produced, and why were they so feeble? Tang Chuan felt a vague recollection stirring within him, yet it remained unclear. Perhaps further exploration would unveil more insights. Resolute, Tang Chuan pressed on with Jianga. The city was rife with towering cacti, rendering every direction indistinguishable. It was easy for an ordinary person to become hopelessly lost within moments. However, Jianga, being a soldier, carried a compass that ensured their path remained straight. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. Someone. Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened. Shall we investigate? Jianga inquired softly, pausing momentarily before urging, if we can save that person, we might uncover clues about the zombie. All right, let us go, Tang Chuan replied, nodding in agreement without hesitation. They quickened their pace and soon arrived at an open area resembling a plaza. The cacti here were sparse, allowing them to see the unfolding scene clearly. 4 individuals were present, 3 men and 1 woman, all ensnared by thick vines, desperately struggling against their restraints. Following the tendrils back to their source, a colossal plant zombie, towering like a tree, came into view. Its desiccated, tree-like body was adorned with dozens of robust vines, swaying ominously from its back. Type: zombie, plant-based. Evolution level: Tier 2. Ability: Plant Symbiosis LV2. Threat level: Moderate. After reviewing the attributes, Tang Chuan let out a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a formidable zombie. However, he pondered why this zombie also possessed the ability of plant symbiosis. Moreover, the evolution from Tier 1 to Tier 2 appeared to have drastically altered its form. Tang Chuan felt a nagging sense of familiarity, yet he struggled to grasp the complete picture, which left him feeling unsettled. Tang Chuan, should we save them? He Jianga gazed at the gigantic plant zombie, unable to suppress a gulp, turning to Tang Chuan for guidance. Yes, I'll rescue them. You incinerate it, Tang Chuan replied, his demeanor calm and collected. Observing Tang Chuan's nonchalance, He Jianga exhaled in relief. Then, I shall proceed. He Jianga retrieved a solid gasoline bomb, a weapon specifically designed for individual combat during the War of Fertile Soil. Rather than mere ammunition, it resembled a small oil barrel. The barrel contained a gel-like special gasoline that, once ignited, would burn fiercely until everything it clung to was reduced to ashes, extinguishing only after complete consumption. Not even a fire extinguisher could quell the flames during this time. The solid gasoline bombs that He Jianga had brought from the armory were essentially small black and red boxes, each about the size of a mineral water bottle. While they appeared unremarkable, their destructive potential when ignited was formidable. Cover me, He Jianga instructed, crouching low, her movements agile as she darted towards the plant zombie. Given that these were relics from decades past, the solid gasoline bomb would only unleash its full power at close range. At this moment, the plant zombie also noticed Tang Chuan and his companion. Upon seeing He Jianga charging towards it, it immediately extended the vines from its back. Each vine, as thick as a wrist, lashed out like steel whips, slicing through the air with a sound that made one question whether this creature could cleave a person in two. However, He Jianga showed no intention of evasion. She boldly surged forward to confront those vines head-on. "Get out of the way. You will die," cried the woman, ensnared by the vines. "Fool, don't come to your doom," shouted a man in panic. "That man over there, run. This zombie is beyond your capacity to combat. Surviving is the utmost priority, even if you are the last one left," another man implored anxiously. Meanwhile, the vines reached He Jianga, drawing closer. "Don't." The four survivors, entangled in the vines, could only close their eyes in despair. Chapter 60. The origin of the cactus, however, they did not hear the sound of He Jianga being sent flying, nor did they catch any of her anguished cries. Instead, they merely perceived Tang Chuan's calm voice. "Stop." Subsequently, they felt a sudden lightness enveloping their bodies. One after another, the four of them tumbled down from the entangled vines, landing on the ground. With no time to ponder why they had fallen, they rubbed their sore backsides while casting their gazes toward He Jianga. What lay before them left them wide-eyed and agape. The very vines, which possessed the power to shatter bones, seemed to be suspended in midair by an invisible hand. The plant zombie wore a bewildered expression, unable to fathom why its vine-like arms had suddenly become immobile. Yet, He Jianga did not hesitate. She leaped over the vines, darting through the forest like an agile sprite, and with a few nimble jumps, she reached the side of the plant zombie. Then, she deftly retrieved a solid gasoline bomb, expertly affixing it to the zombie's body, igniting it moments later before swiftly turning to flee. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Her graceful and fluid movements exuded a professional elegance. Boom! The solid gasoline bomb ignited rapidly, engulfing the massive form of the plant zombie in a colossal fireball. Dense black smoke billowed forth, its acrid scent invading the nostrils of every survivor present. At that moment, Tang Chuan ceased his manipulation of gravity, prompting the plant zombie to thrash wildly. Yet, all of this was in vain. Its vines lashed about, and its trunk-like body convulsed violently, resembling a silent scream. Gulp! Witnessing the once formidable plant zombie reduced to this state in the blink of an eye, the four survivors stood frozen in place. After what felt like an eternity, a man who appeared to be the leader finally spoke. "We are survivors living nearby. My name is Dai Gao, and this is Zhang Shan, along with Li Lu and Wang Yu. We owe you our lives. We are immensely grateful," Dai Gao expressed, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Tang Chuan, He Jianga." Tang Chuan gestured toward himself, and then to He Jianga. Dai Gao continued, "You two benefactors have saved us, and we have little to offer in return. How about this? Please come to our humble abode. Allow us to treat you to a meal. Can you cook?" Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze laced with skepticism. Dai Gao, dressed in a somewhat soiled yet luxurious suit, seemed an unlikely candidate for a chef. Perhaps sensing Tang Chuan's doubtful expression, Dai Gao promptly replied, I cannot, but she can. She was the head chef at a nearby restaurant. He pointed toward Zhang Shan, who nodded in affirmation. Just so, I have some inquiries for you. Tang Chuan mused for a moment before nodding in agreement. He harbored no fear of any malicious intent from these individuals, should they dare to challenge him. Tang Chuan would not hesitate to send them to the heavens. Moreover, the prospect of enjoying a warm meal amidst the apocalypse held an irresistible allure. At the very least, Tang Chuan had already heard the rumbling of He Jianga's stomach. Despite her attempting to cover her belly, her flushed face betrayed her embarrassment as she feigned misunderstanding. Following the four individuals, Tang Chuan soon arrived before a row of apartment buildings. Here, the cacti were few, evidently cleared by human hands. Surprisingly, numerous survivors populated the area. While the exact number eluded him, it was certain there were at least 200 to 300 souls present. It was clear that not everyone knew each other, as Tang Chuan and He Jianga garnered little attention upon their arrival. The group made their way to Dai Gao's room. Zhang Shan busied herself in the kitchen, and soon the enticing aroma of cooked food wafted through the air. Lila produced a bottle of wine, respectfully pouring a glass for Tang Chuan and He Jianga. No, I do not drink, He Jianga replied, shaking her head and pushing the glass back. However, Lilu appeared somewhat awkward. Tang Chuan interjected, she is a soldier. There are regulations in the military against alcohol consumption. Upon hearing this, the others regarded He Jianga with newfound respect. Soldiers, is the National Army still operational? Dai Gao inquired excitedly. He Jianga glanced at Tang Chuan and slightly shook her head, responding, I do not know. I intend to head towards the Eastern Military District. The mention of the Eastern Military District left Dai Gao and the others astonished, their disbelief palpable. That is over 200 kilometers away. Are you truly planning to go there? Indeed, He Jianga affirmed with a nod. Dai Gao rubbed his temples and cautiously asked, May I inquire where you both are from? Tang Chuan downed the contents of his glass, relishing the spicy sensation it evoked, YC City. Upon hearing this, Dai Gao's eyes widened. YC City? That is over 1,000 kilometers from Dongshan City. How did you traverse such a distance? Surely, you encountered zombies along the way? Is it possible that these zombies only exist in Dongshan City? Noticing Dai Gao's escalating agitation, Tang Chuan rapped the table, producing a sharp sound. I apologize for my exuberance. Dai Gao took a deep breath and composed himself. Zombies roam the world. However, we have not encountered such plant-like zombies in other regions, Tang Chuan explained, pausing before continuing. Therefore, I wish to inquire if you possess any knowledge regarding the origins of these zombies, as well as the proliferation of cacti throughout the city. At this question, Dai Gao shook his head, saying, We are also uncertain, but seeds drift from the city center each day. All the cacti and those plant zombies are brought forth by these seeds. Seeds? Tang Chuan's interest was piqued. Dai Gao let out a bitter laugh, rising to his feet and walking to the window. It would be best for you both to witness this firsthand. The time is nigh. Tang Chuan and He Jianga exchanged glances, both filled with a sense of bewilderment. It has begun, Dai Gao remarked, pointing outside. The two turned their gaze to the sky, where they observed numerous small green dots emerging. The dots floated swiftly, and before long, they cascaded down to the ground. Upon landing, these tiny specks quickly sprouted, and within mere seconds, transformed into cacti towering 3 to 4 meters high. At that moment, ordinary zombies, seemingly appearing from nowhere, emerged, their arms outstretched to welcome the small dots. As the dots settled upon the zombies, they took root at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, one zombie had entirely morphed into fertilizer. Where the zombie had once stood, a colossal cactus, reaching heights of about 10 meters, now stood proudly. This cactus, born from the remains of a zombie, bore an uncanny resemblance to the cacti that proliferated throughout the city. Chapter 61. The plan for the burning of the cacti. Could it be that all these cacti in the city came to be in this manner? He Jianga covered his mouth, unable to believe the scene before him. Dai Gao shook his head and sighed, saying it is not just the zombies. If a living person becomes contaminated by those seeds, they too will transform into this state. Initially, there were thousands of us here, and it was precisely because of those seeds. Alas, he sighed, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. When did these seeds begin to appear? Tang Chuan, disregarding his sorrow, directly inquired. Dai Gao paused, inhaling deeply to collect his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he replied uncertainly, perhaps about a week ago. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Li Lo. At that moment, Zhang Shan emerged from the kitchen, bearing a steaming platter of food. As she placed the dishes on the table, she asserted, to be precise, it was 6 days ago. I wouldn't misremember that. After speaking, she turned and returned to the kitchen. What has she been through? He Jianga whispered. Dai Gao sighed again, pointing to a cactus adorned with a red ribbon downstairs, and said, that cactus is his brother. On that day, had we not gone to spectate, perhaps? Alas! Hearing this, He Jianga's eyes filled with a hint of compassion. Let us eat. Tang Chuan remained unfazed. Upon returning to the dining table, the atmosphere lightened as several cups of wine were consumed. Dai Gao and the others expressed their gratitude to Tang Chuan and He Jianga, continuously toasting. Tang Chuan accepted each toast, drinking as much as was offered. His capacity for alcohol was immense. Becoming intoxicated was a challenging feat for him. After several rounds of drinks and a myriad of dishes, the only one still coherent at the table, aside from the sober He Jianga, were Tang Chuan and the swaying Dai Gao. You two intend to uncover the origins of those seeds, don't you? Dai Gao asked, setting down his wine glass, slightly tipsy. He Jianga nodded, stating, we suspect that the transformation of this city is due to the extraordinary powers of a particularly strong zombie. Thus, we aim to locate that zombie and eliminate it. In doing so, perhaps this city can revert to its former state. Really? Is that true? Dai Gao exclaimed, suddenly standing, his fingers trembling with excitement. Indeed, Tang Chuan confirmed, placing down his utensils and nodding. Then, follow me. Dai Gao's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, as if the alcohol had sobered him considerably. Tang Chuan looked at him, seeking clarification. Dai Gao, realizing his earlier impulsiveness, took a deep breath and explained. The truth is, we too have contemplated eliminating that creature. That creature? Tang Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, asking, have you already found that zombie? Dai Gao nodded vigorously. In the city center at the Moki building, there stands a colossal cactus exceeding 100 meters in height on the rooftop. We discover that the seeds are dispersed from there. Tang Chuan nodded in agreement. With this, it could be firmly established that the zombie was indeed situated there. What are your thoughts? Tang Chuan inquit. Dai Gao's expression twisted into one of fierce determination. In recent days, we have gathered every drop of gasoline in the vicinity. We have emptied 10 gas stations, transporting hundreds of tons of gasoline and a multitude of vehicles beneath the Moki building. Now, we merely await the opportune moment to ignite it. His gaze was laden not only with a plea, but also with profound anger. Mr. Tang Chuan, your extraordinary abilities are formidable. We require your protection to ensure the flames are not extinguished by those plant zombies during ignition. Will you lend us your aid? Tang Chuan refrained from giving a direct response, and instead probed, what have you endured? At these words, Dai Gao stiffened, a tear cascading down his left cheek. My wife, my parents, my 5-year-old daughter, they're all gone. His voice faltered, his eyes reddening further. Enough. Take me to meet the others, Tang Chuan declared as he rose to his feet. Thank you, thank you. Dai Gao wiped his tears and led the two men out of the room. Outside, the seeds had ceased their fall, though the cactus had sprouted even more. The trio arrived at another apartment building. Upon entering the first floor, they were met with a vast conference hall capable of accommodating over 100 people at once. At that moment, around 70 to 80 individuals were already seated, each face reflecting a shared fury. They were a cohort yearning for vengeance. Cough, cough, silence, announced a man in a suit and gold-framed glasses as he ascended the platform at the front of the hall. Does anyone have further suggestions regarding the Moki burning plan? Dai Gao, settling into a rear seat with Tang Chuan and He Jianga, whispered an explanation. We have resolved to utilize that gasoline to incinerate the entire Moki building. Hence the name, the Moki burning plan. No sooner had he finished than a man in short sleeves stood, proclaiming, the Moki building stands at 150 meters, and that colossal cactus nearly reaches 100 meters. Even if gasoline can ignite the building, it is unlikely to bring it down, is it? Therefore, no matter how much gasoline we use, we cannot ensure the demise of the potential murderer residing within. Upon hearing this inquiry, the man in the suit sighed, responding, "You must not have attended the meetings these past days, have you? Very well, allow me to reiterate. The elevators within the Moki building are still operational, as confirmed by our investigations. Thus, our task is straightforward. We simply need to transport the gasoline via the elevators to the rooftop and then set ablaze that enormous cactus. Undoubtedly, along this journey, we shall encounter obstacles posed by zombies. Thus, we must divide our team into two factions. One will be the transport group, and the other will be the combat group, with all present implicitly regarded as members of the former. Every individual in the combat group must undergo our assessment, and should their combat prowess prove adequate, we shall promptly initiate our plan. Now, is there anyone else present, like this gentleman, who has missed the earlier meeting and wishes to join the combat group?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately rose to his feet. "I will. I have trained in Sanda and awakened my extraordinary abilities. It is only fitting that I join the combat group." At this declaration, all eyes in the conference hall turned towards him. "Then, let us have this gentleman participate in the assessment." The man in the suit gestured invitingly. "Leader Chung, how shall we conduct the test?" The man inquired as he approached the podium, curiosity evident in his tone. Chung Jiahui adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile. "It is quite simple. You need only endure for 10 seconds in my grasp." Chapter 62. 10 seconds in my grasp. 10 seconds? Team Leader Chung, do you underestimate me so much? The man's expression darkened with indignation. Chung Jiahui merely smiled faintly and gestured for him to proceed. "You had better be cautious," the man bellowed, and in an instant his arms seemed to swell with formidable strength. Name: Hu Yong. Gender: male. Ability: physical enhancement LV1 with a powerful, windswept punch. Hu Yong launched a fierce attack aimed at Chung Jiahui's face. Chung merely shook his head, lifting a hand to shield himself. Hu Yong, incensed by the apparent contempt, increased his force even further. The velocity of his fist surged, accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved. Yet, Chung Jiahui retained a smile, which could almost be interpreted as a smirk. Suddenly, Hu Yong perceived a blur before his eyes. Chung had vanished from sight. "What is happening? Where did he go?" Hu Yong gasped, retracting his punch and spinning around. Not behind him, then above. Without raising his head, he leaped upward, executing an uppercut. "Ha! Team Leader Chung. It seems I shall exceed expectations." Hu Yong laughed triumphantly, a picture of assured victory. "What is this guy doing?" He Jianga inquired in confusion from his seat. To her, Hu Yong had merely been standing still, laughing like a fool. That is Team Leader Chung's ability. It is said to induce illusions, Dai Gao explained aptly. Tang Chuan grew intrigued and began to examine Chung's attributes. Name: Chung Jiahui. Gender: male. Ability: one leaf obscures the eye LV3, a level 3 ability. In an instant, Tang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. How could there be another level 3 ability user apart from himself at this stage? Moreover, neither the name nor the ability had ever crossed his mind in his previous life. Such a powerful individual could not possibly lack recognition, unless he had perished before achieving fame. This thought sent another tremor through Tang Chuan. He recalled that, in the future, a super zombie emperor known as the Green Envoy would attack the Eastern Military District as the first of its kind encountered by humanity. At that time, the military district would suffer severe devastation, with countless casualties before the Green Envoy was vanquished. Most unforgettable was the fact that wherever he tread, colossal cacti would spring forth, soaring to heights of several meters, whether across arid deserts, concrete pavements, or even steel bridges. The transformation of Dongshan City into its current state was orchestrated by this future super zombie emperor. The Green Envoy. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Meanwhile, on the stage, Hu Yong had inexplicably found himself felled to the ground. His lips foamed with white froth, and his body convulsed, as if he had been struck by an overwhelming force in an instant. I apologize for my excessive force. However, the combat team is an essential component of safeguarding everyone. I cannot afford any ambiguity. Ms. Mi, please escort him for treatment. Chung Jiahui took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and the gentlemanly elegance of his movements elicited gasps from several women present. Such a robust man, yet so effeminate. He Jianga furrowed her brow and remarked. Growing up in a military camp, she had little understanding of what constituted male grace. She merely perceived delicate men as weak. Well then, it's our turn to give it a try. Tang Chuan clapped his hands and said. At that moment, a woman clad in a brown dress appeared on the podium. She dragged Hu Yong out of the conference hall through the front door. She was the so-called Ms. Mi team leader Chung. We wish to join the combat team. Tang Chuan called out, raising his voice. Oh! Chung Jiahui scrutinized Tang Chuan for a moment. Then in less than a second, his gaze shifted to He Jianga, who had also stood up. His eyes lingered on her for quite some time. You are a soldier, are you not? I can sense a certain sharpness inherent to those of your kind. Chung Jiahui addressed He Jianga, speaking slowly. Yes, indeed, He Jianga nodded. You may join the combat team without further testing. Military lady, I would be most grateful for your assistance. Chung Jiahui bowed slightly. Is that acceptable? He Jianga, feeling the gaze of others upon her, inquired with a frown. Of course, I have faith in you, Chung Jiahui replied. And suddenly a gust of wind erupted from behind him. A violent wind swept through the conference hall, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. Does anyone have any objections? Chung Jiahui said with a smile, though his tone carried an unmistakable command. No objections. We trust the soldiers of Huaxia. Team leader Chung's instincts are never wrong. The crowd quickly nodded in agreement. It was evident that they held great trust in team leader Chung. Very well. Then I shall defer to your judgment. He Jianga nodded, showing no signs of embarrassment. As the granddaughter of a general, she was accustomed to grander scenes and was unfazed by such trivial matters. Thank you. Chung Jiahui acknowledged with a nod, then shifted his attention back to Tang Chuan. Sir, the tasks of the combat team are perilous. I would advise you to reconsider. He spoke gently. Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Should there be a test first? Chung Jiahui waved his hand and explained, my control over my strength is not particularly adept. As you can see, that gentleman was injured just now. As he spoke, his gaze returned to Tang Chuan. At this point, Tang Chuan finally understood. He had been underestimated. With a soft chuckle, He Jianga couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes as she clutched her stomach and softly remarked, Tang Chuan, it seems you've been seen through. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Although Chung Jiahui had his safety in mind, the sensation of being underestimated was undeniably discomforting. Tang Chuan was no saint, nor could he be deemed a good person. Thus, if you have caused me distress, I shall return the favor. With a snap of his fingers, Tang Chuan casually stated, 10 seconds. Chung Jiahui was taken aback, mistakenly believing Tang Chuan was insisting on undergoing a test, and sighed, very well. If you can endure for 10 seconds, I shall permit you to join the combat team. No, Tang Chuan shook his head. 10 seconds is already the bare minimum. It cannot be lowered further. Chung Jiahui furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly impatient. If one is weak, they ought not to interfere. Battling against plant zombies is indeed life-threatening. He had completely perceived Tang Chuan as a fool who lacked strength, yet sought to appear impressive. What I mean is if you can last 10 seconds in my grasp, I shall join this combat team, Tang Chuan stated coolly. Chapter 63. Severe injury what? Am I hearing incorrectly? This fellow actually dares to claim that team leader Chung cannot endure for 10 seconds under his command? He must be here to cause trouble. Team leader Chung, please expel him. Indeed, with such a person around, our plans will undoubtedly be compromised. The crowd in the conference hall erupted in indignation, their voices rising like a boiling cauldron. Clap, clap. Chung Jiahui clapped his hands, and the hall fell silent in an instant. His expression was grim as he suppressed his fury and spoke. Sir, everyone makes mistakes. I can overlook this incident. Please take your seat. I will not hold it against you. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew restless once more. Team leader Chung is far too lenient. If it were me, I would have already turned him into a punching bag. Indeed, how could we let such a troublemaker go so easily? Expel him. He should apologize to team leader Chung. The crowd buzzed with agitation again. I say, if you can endure 10 seconds under my command, I will join this combat group. Tang Chuan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly with everyone present. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, their gazes a mixture of anger and incredulity, as if they were looking at a fool. Hey, Tang Chuan, aren't you being too ostentatious? He Jianga remarked, sensing the impending trouble, and tugged at Tang Chuan's sleeve quietly. At that moment, Cheng Jiahui spoke up, his face contorted with rage, forcing out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Even a most patient individual could be provoked by repeated taunts. May I inquire why you would say such a thing? He asked, struggling to contain his wrath, yet managing to maintain a semblance of politeness. I wish to ascertain your strength, Tang Chuan replied nonchalantly. Ha ha! Cheng Jiahui let out a series of forced chuckles, his hands clenched into fists. Ascertain my strength? Indeed, Tang Chuan nodded. If your capabilities are lacking, this plan is bound to fail. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, Tang Chuan easily deduced that Cheng Jiahui must have perished during this very plan. This raised doubts about his strength. In comparison, anyone with a level 3 ability at this stage should at least be able to escape the Green Messenger, even if they cannot defeat him. If one cannot even manage to flee, Tang Chuan would suspect that they are merely a half-baked individual with advanced abilities but no practical skills. Thus, confirming strength is a crucial step. After all, Tang Chuan had his sights set on the Green Messenger's abilities. Very well, then I shall show you my strength. Cheng Jiahui was finally provoked. He roared in fury, his body transforming into a blur as he vanished from sight in an instant. Ye black dog! At the sound, Tang Chuan felt a powerful punch whistling towards his back. If this blow connected, it could likely bend steel. 20-fold gravity field, activate. Tang Chuan remained firmly rooted in place, his feet not shifting an inch. He merely controlled the gravitational field within a radius of 1 meter around him, thus sparing others from harm. What is this? Cheng Jiahui exclaimed in astonishment, feeling an unparalleled force suddenly bear down upon him. This force seemed as though it would crush him. Yilugu! Suddenly, numerous clumps of earth materialized around Cheng Jiahui, transforming in an instant into a suit of earthen armor that enveloped his entire being. With a shout, he widened his eyes and, against all odds, withstood the pressure of a gravitational field 20 times stronger than normal. Impressive. Tang Chuan not that uploving. To endure such a gravitational force at this stage was akin to possessing the might of a phoenix. It was a testament to his strength. Is that all? Cheng Jiahui gasped, fixating his gaze on Tang Chuan. Indeed, merely impressive, Tang Chuan affirmed with a nod. You are formidable. Thus, please attempt this. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Cheng Jiahui's eyes, an expression of exhilaration that arose when a strong individual encounters another of equal prowess. Yi Sanhua. Cheng Jiahui's form split into 3. Aside from his earthy-hued body clad in armor, there were 2 other avatars, one black and one white. To Tang Chuan's surprise, upon manifesting these 2 avatars, he seemed to gain immunity to the gravitational field. Be cautious, I am about to strike, Cheng Jiahui announced loudly. And then his form transformed into 3 streaks of light, rushing from 3 different directions. Yehei Huan. Despite being within Tang Chuan's 20-fold gravitational field, the speed of the 3 streaks of light was astonishing. Dynamite, Tang Chuan realized he could no longer hide his abilities and decided to unleash his second-level supernatural power. Upgrading to level 3 and actively releasing the diamond might not only significantly amplify his strength, but also enveloped his body in a layer of golden light, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. This state resembled the legendary diamond. Protecting his head with both hands, Tang Chuan lifted one foot and delivered a fierce kick toward Cheng Jiahui's main body. Bang! The collision of their tremendous forces ignited a dazzling burst of golden light within the conference room. The resulting sound was deafening. Immediately afterward, the shockwave generated by their clash overturned tables and chairs, along with the individuals seated upon them. A cry of despair echoed as a shadow was propelled from the center of the explosion. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the violent shockwave vanished. At that moment, those who had been thrown aside could finally regain their footing. They beheld the once invincible leader Cheng now charred and collapsed. A deep dent in his chest where he had been struck. He lay on the ground, unconscious and seemingly lifeless. In stark contrast, Tang Chuan stood unwavering, showing no signs of injury aside from heavy breathing. How could this be? How could Leader Cheng possibly lose? The individual before them was unexpectedly formidable, eliciting expressions of disbelief from all present. Tang Chuan, however, paid them no mind. Instead, he furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd. Name, Millie. Gender, female. Ability, healing hands LV2, hurry and tend to him, or he may perish. Upon hearing Tang Chuan's urgent words, Millie snapped to attention. As she beheld Cheng Jiahui, gravely injured and collapsed on the ground, she could not help but scream, Team Leader Cheng. Without hesitation, she rushed to his side, laying his body flat upon the earth and pressing her hands against his chest. Her palms emanated a soft, turquoise glow. Under the gentle illumination, the concave depression in Cheng Jiahui's chest visibly mended at an astonishing rate. Chapter 64. The night before battle in less than 10 minutes. No trace of injury remained on his chest. Simultaneously, he regained consciousness. Coughing softly, he murmured, "What is happening?" His gaze was clouded with confusion. Upon seeing Tang Chuan standing beside him, memories of the recent events came flooding back. A single kick, just one kick, Tang Chuan had effortlessly shattered his rock-solid armor. More resilient than steel. Not only that, but the radiant golden light surrounding him had flawlessly defended against the attacks from the two doppelgangers. His own full-force assault had not only failed to inflict any harm, but had instead been repelled with ease. This individual is astonishingly powerful. Cheng Jiahui regarded Tang Chuan with a mixture of apprehension and dread. However, he quickly scrambled to his feet, approached Tang Chuan, and bowed his head in supplication, pleading, "Sir, please, you must join the battle group. If you do, I will gladly relinquish the position of group leader to you. I implore you, assist us in realizing our plan." Witnessing this scene, others hurried over, clamoring, "Please join the battle group. We need your help." He Jianga returned, poking Tang Chuan's arm and whispering, "I never imagined you to be so petty, nearly beating someone to death over just a few words." Tang Chuan shrugged helplessly in response. "I did not anticipate it would escalate to such a degree." Lacking a suitable opponent, he was unaware of the true magnitude of the power he had unleashed. Earlier, he had deliberately held back a portion of his strength. Otherwise, Cheng Jiahui would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Though not as formidable as Tang Chuan, Cheng Jiahui's strength still astonished him. With Cheng Jiahui's power, combined with his own and He Jianga's, along with their strategy, eliminating the Green Envoy appeared to be an assured outcome. "What will you do? Will you aid them?" He Jianga inquired, pointing at the kneeling Cheng Jiahui. Tang Chuan, pulling his thoughts back, grasped Cheng Jiahui's shoulders to prevent him from bowing. "If you endure for 10 seconds, I shall certainly join the battle group." Upon hearing Tang Chuan's agreement, Cheng Jiahui's eyes sparkled with elation. Thank you. Success is assured, it is certain. With your assistance, this is truly wonderful." Tang Chuan patted his shoulder, releasing him as he turned to leave, saying, "The plan commences tomorrow. I need to bring back 2 individuals. Please prepare a room before my return. By the way, you should remain as the leader. I am more suited for combat." Having spoken, Tang Chuan departed the conference hall with He Jianga. "All right, understood," Cheng Jiahui responded eagerly, immediately commencing preparations. Tang Chuan and He Jianga hastened their steps, swiftly returning to the location where Yu Tian and Luo Ying were. At that moment, Luo Ying had already fallen asleep, while Yu Tian gently caressed her back. You two are back," Yu Tian exclaimed joyfully upon their arrival. "Hush, do not awaken her," He Jianga whispered softly. Yu Tian immediately covered her mouth and in a hushed, muffled voice inquired, "So, have you found that colossal zombie?" "Tang Chuan not dead, Hapfi may see. We shall confront the zombie tomorrow. For now, we should return and rest for the night." "Return? To where?" Yu Tian tilted her head in curiosity. "We have discovered an apartment where survivors have gathered, and there are vacant rooms available for us," He Jianga elucidated, commencing to retrieve her weapons from the vehicle. Soon, an assortment of arms and ammunition was strapped to her back. An apartment, vacant rooms, Yu Tian's eyes widened, and after a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, "Does this mean I can finally sleep in a bed? I've been sleeping in the car for several days. My back feels as though it might crumble." "Do not disturb her," Tang Chuan casually admonished, giving her a light smack on the head. "Ouch, that hurt," Yu Tian complained before pointing at Luo Ying and asking, "What about her? Should we wake her?" Tang Chuan shook his head. "Then must you carry her? Despite her petite stature, she is quite heavy," Yu Tian remarked in an exaggerated tone. "I shall not carry her." "Tang Chuan, Zaitet? Then what will you do?" Yu Tian's question trailed off as she fell silent. The weeping Luo Ying, under the influence of gravitational manipulation, floated into the air. Remarkably, this maneuver did not rouse her. She merely turned over mid-air and continued her slumber, appearing as if she rested upon an invisible grand bed. Once this was arranged, Tang Chuan snapped his fingers, causing the frozen zombie sister, Luo Xia, to ascend as well. After He Jianga had gathered her weapons, the group promptly set off towards the apartment. From a distance, they could see individuals coming forth to greet them, each face brimming with warmth, reminiscent of fervent fans from the world before the apocalypse. "Mr. Tang Chuan has returned," one person shouted. A throng of people swiftly surrounded them. "Mr. Tang Chuan, please follow me. I will take you to your room." "Mr. Tang Chuan, let me carry your belongings." "Wow, there's a beautiful lady floating in the air." "Wait, there's another one over there." "Oh, a zombie is zombie." The sight of Luo Ying and Luo Xia suspended in the air incited a wave of shrieks from the crowd. "Do not be afraid. This zombie poses no threat." He Jianga stepped forward to clarify. Perhaps due to her military background, the crowd readily accepted her explanation. Truly formidable is Mr. Tang Chuan. Even zombies are not spared from his grasp. How astonishing it is to confine zombies as playthings. Truly, Mr. Tang Chuan is remarkable. Upon hearing these remarks, Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of unease at the implications. "Mr. Tang Chuan, we learned your name from Dai Gao. We hope you do not take offense." Millie stepped out from the crowd. "Please follow me. We have prepared the rooms." Tang Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly pointed at Luo Ying and Luo Xia, saying, "By the way, please arrange a separate room for them and provide some food as well." On the way here, Tang Chuan had inquired about their needs. During this time, Yu Tian had managed to eat some bread to stave off hunger. But Luo Ying had merely been weeping and apologizing to Luo Xia, without consuming or drinking anything at all. "Rest assured, I will prepare that immediately," Millie replied, nodding. She then summoned someone and gave a few instructions before continuing to lead the group into the apartment. Before long, Tang Chuan and his companions entered their designated rooms within the apartment. At that moment, Luo Ying awakened. "Where's my sister?" The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was search for her sibling. Upon seeing her sister lying beside her, she let out a sigh of relief and then asked, "Where are we?" "In an apartment. Tomorrow, we will set out from here to hunt down the creature that has turned our city into this zombie-infested nightmare." In the darkness of the night, Tang Chuan's voice echoed clearly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing towards the towering cactus at the heart of the city. Chapter 65. The plan in progress. Luo Ying's voice was soft as she sat up in bed, burying her head between her knees. "Perhaps after tomorrow, I might be able to bring the cherry blossom trees back," Tang Chuan suddenly remarked. In the stillness of the night, she did not respond, and the room was enveloped in silence. After a long pause, she finally lifted her head and inquired, "Why? Why do you wish to help me? You do not seem like the type to meddle in others' affairs." Her gaze was defiant, unwilling to allow anyone to intrude upon her world. "It is what you deserve." Tang Chuan paused briefly before continuing. "Initially, we agreed that you would use your abilities to pave the way for me, and I would bring you here to see the cherry blossoms. Now, that promise remains unfulfilled. I do not like to owe anyone a favor." He walked over and placed the food that Millie had prepared on Luo Ying's bedside table. "Have something to eat," he suggested, and then turned to leave the room. As the door clicked shut, Luo Ying withdrew her gaze. "Not liking to owe others a favor? Is it merely pity for me?" Her expression suddenly twisted into something more sinister. Despite her growling stomach, she overturned the food onto the floor. The plates shattered upon impact, scattering bread and cans across the ground. Gasping for breath, she approached Lo Ying and gently stroked her sister's long hair, unable to suppress her tears once more. I am useless, unable to fulfill even your final wish, I'm sorry. The tears streamed down her cheeks, droplets splattering on Lo Ying's forehead, quickly dampening her hair. Their parents had perished, and she had been the one to take their lives. Recalling the day the apocalypse descended, her body trembled. After their demise, she had not given up. She awakened her abilities, left home, and searched for her sister. Ultimately, she found Lo Ying, only to witness her sister succumb to the infection and transform into a monster. She froze her sister's time, retrieving the blood-stained wish list from her embrace. I wish to see the cherry blossoms with my own eyes. She ceased her weeping. For the sake of this wish, she reignited her determination. Yet now, everything had come to an end. In the end, I was unable to do anything. Lo Ying forced a bitter smile, her tears long since dried up. Could he accomplish it? Tang Chuan's figure materialized in her mind. Surely he could. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. But what if he too failed? Shadows clouded her gaze once again. After a moment, she rose, moved to the window, and quietly gazed outside. Mr. Tang Chuan, there are a total of 90 participants in this Moji burning plan. Among them, 80 are in the transport team, while 10 are in the combat team. The reconnaissance team has confirmed that there are currently 3 operational elevators within the Moji building that can reach the top floor. So our team will be divided into 3 smaller groups. You, I, and Ms. Hejianga shall become the leaders of the 3 respective groups. Here lies the forthcoming roadmap along with the internal structure of the Moki building. Please keep it safe. On our way to the Moki building, Cheng Jiahui incessantly reiterated the battle plan that had been discussed countless times the previous night to Tang Chuan and Hejianga. Nevertheless, neither Tang Chuan nor Hejianga exhibited any signs of impatience. A thorough understanding of the operational procedure is indeed the key to success. I shall lead 3 combat team members. Team leader Cheng will take 2, and Tang Chuan, you shall also lead 2. Is that acceptable? Hejianga was heavily armed, carrying 2 rocket launchers with an array of magazines draped over her, 2 rifles slung across her chest, a handgun at her waist, and a multitude of grenades. Furthermore, a designated individual pushed a box brimming with the Molotov cocktails she had previously gathered. Such an intimidating display of armament could likely cause even the most elite special forces to tremble. In contrast, Tang Chuan and Cheng Jiahui appeared far more unadorned, bearing none of the paraphernalia. Distribute my personnel among your 2 teams. I am sufficient on my own. Tang Chuan shook his head, continuing to elucidate. My abilities encompass a vast range. Additional ordinary combat personnel would be of no assistance to me. Upon hearing this, Hejianga hesitated. Trust in Brother Chuan. Yu Tian suddenly interjected. With her turtle shell-like shield, she successfully became a member of the combat team. You are well aware of Brother Chuan's capabilities, aren't you? A mere horde of zombies is hardly a challenge for him, Yu Tian declared proudly, as if she were speaking of her own prowess. Very well, Hejianga conceded, nodding as she reallocated the combat personnel. The temporary personnel adjustment for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams, led by Tang Chuan, Hejianga, and Cheng Jiahui, were completed. Since Hejianga and Yu Tian were in the same team, Tang Chuan felt assured that no mishaps would occur. Cheng Jiahui's strength far surpassed that of Hejianga and Yu Tian. Escorting the transport team to the rooftop should pose no issues. Tang Chuan felt a surge of confidence regarding this battle. Then, let us commence. With that, Tang Chuan pushed open the grand doors of the Moki building. The 3 teams momentarily split again, proceeding towards areas A, B, and C, utilizing the elevators that were still operational. Stay close. I shall not provide aid to those who fall behind, Tang Chuan stated coldly, leading the 23 transport team members up the stairwell. On the 4th floor, countless cactus seeds lay scattered across the ground. Any living person who collected these seeds would become the sustenance for the cacti. Therefore, all members must first ascend the stairs to the 5th floor before they could continue using the elevator. This segment of the journey necessitated the combat team members to forge a path. Otherwise, the considerable number of individuals would inevitably attract the attention of the zombies within the building. Roar! A bloodied zombie tumbled down the stairs. It was a long-forgotten, ordinary zombie, clad in tattered formal attire, presumably once an employee of this edifice. Go! Tang Chuan waved his finger, and a shard of glass, roughly the size of half a palm, pierced the air and embedded itself into the zombie's skull. The guttural sound of the zombie abruptly ceased. You have slain an unevolved zombie, earning 1 evolution point. The system notification chimed in his ears. Tang Chuan gestured for the others to follow, urging, keep up, don't slow down. It was only after the zombie had been swiftly dispatched that those at the back of the crowd caught sight of it. Wow! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Everyone present had faced zombies before, and they were not particularly fearful of ordinary ones. However, witnessing Tang Chuan effortlessly eliminate a zombie still struck them with profound astonishment. As expected of Mr. Tang Chuan, it seems that, even alone, he could escort us all to safety. A man laden with gasoline barrels and holding a large container remarked. Suddenly, a familiar cry pierced the air, causing Tang Chuan to shudder. Chapter 66, The Ghost Infant. A sudden, piercing wail echoed through the air. Before long, a creature, no larger than a household dog, emerged before the crowd. Its body was a pale blue, its limbs armed with sharp claws, and its eyes devoid of whites, presenting a menacing visage. Type, Ghost Infant. Evolution level, Tier 3, Special Ability, Brain Eater LV3, Threat level, High. It was indeed that Ghost Infant. How had it survived the last encounter with He Jianga's lightning? Remarkably, it had grown even stronger since then. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, a glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. How dare you escape from my grasp once more and audaciously follow me? Do you truly believe I am an easy target? This time, you shall perish. Everyone retreated. This creature was perilous. Tang Chuan issued a warning, and the others quickly withdrew. They had already sensed the Ghost Infant's formidable power. After all, the temperature around them had plummeted by several degrees upon its arrival, sending shivers down their spines. 30-fold gravity field activate. With each step Tang Chuan took, the tiles beneath him fractured, splintering under the immense pressure. The Ghost Infant, undeterred, shrieked and charged at him. Oh, you can withstand 30-fold gravity? Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow. The rapid escalation of the Ghost Infant's strength filled him with unease. What 50-fold? A faint smile graced his lips as his mental energy surged. The surrounding gravity intensified, escalating to an astounding 50-fold, warping the very light around them. Upon upgrading universal gravitation to LV3, Tang Chuan discovered his maximum gravitational capability had reached 50-fold. However, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. Submit to me, he bellowed, and the tiles beneath his feet shattered violently, sending shards hurtling into the walls. The Ghost Infant howled in agony, its face contorting in distress. It struggled, but the oppressive gravity proved insurmountable. Thud! The Ghost Infant collapsed to the ground, the sheer force nearly shattering the floor beneath it. Wail! Wail! The Ghost Infant cried out, expelling a stream of icy black blood from its mouth. Under the influence of the gravity field, the blood quickly splattered against the ground. Upon contact, the icy shards within the blood expanded instantly, forming a basin-sized ice mass. A new ability? Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, growing increasingly cautious. Wail! Wail! The Ghost Infant suddenly emitted a peculiar cry, a sound that, while incomprehensible, seemed to beckon its allies. From above, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as dozens of ordinary zombies, drawn by its call, charged recklessly toward Tang Chuan. Yet, numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Tang Chuan remained unmoved, a mocking smile curling upon his lips. Roar! The zombies roared as they surged forward. Upon entering the gravitational field, their cries abruptly ceased. Instead, the air was filled with a chilling sound of fractures. Under 50 times the normal gravity, the skeletal structure of the ordinary zombies could not withstand such immense force. In mere moments, their bones shattered, scattering across the ground. As their shattered remains pierced their brains, all the ordinary zombies succumbed to death. 50 to 60 lifeless bodies knelt quietly on the ground, and all of this transpired in less than a minute. Gasp! The members of the transport team watched this scene in awe, a shiver running down their spines. They felt immense pride in Tang Chuan's prowess, yet were simultaneously enveloped by fear. What made him so powerful? Was he truly still human? Profound questions surged within their minds, such as humanity. When one is strong, they feel invigorated. Yet when faced with overwhelming strength, fear takes hold. Regardless of their thoughts, Tang Chuan's actions remained unceasing. Gravity manipulation. A corpse of a zombie crushed by the gravitational field soared skyward, hurtling towards the ghostly infant with astonishing speed. Wail! The ghostly infant cried out. The 50-fold gravity forced him to kneel, struggling to prop himself against the ground to avoid being completely overwhelmed. However, this also rendered him defenseless. As he beheld the oncoming zombie corpse, akin to a cannonball, a hint of urgency flickered in his eyes. Wail! He abruptly raised his head, opening his mouth wide to exhale forcefully. A pale blue mist emanated from his mouth, enveloping the zombie projectile in an instant. The corpse of the zombie swiftly frosted over, ice crystals forming throughout its body. Crack! A sharp sound resonated in the ears of the onlookers. Subsequently, the scene that unfolded before Tang Chuan caused him to narrow his eyes in disbelief. The zombie, which had been launched as a projectile, significantly slowed before colliding with the ghostly infant. Upon impact, the zombie's body shattered into countless fragments. It was as if a massive ice brick had been struck by a crowbar, instantly splintering into myriad large and small ice shards. Freezing ability. Tang Chuan hesitated. He could not comprehend how the ghostly infant wielded such powers. Based on their previous encounters, the ghostly infant's abilities should have been limited to his formidable physical prowess and the capacity to consume brains for recovery. Why then was he now exhibiting the ability to freeze objects? Could there be more to his true capabilities? As Tang Chuan's mind raced with thoughts, his hands remained active. Up, one after another, zombie corpses were launched like projectiles towards the ghostly infant, unable to escape the gravitational field's constraints. The ghostly infant could only serve as a living target. He opened his mouth, exhaling pale blue mist with each breath. The bodies of the zombie projectiles were consecutively frozen, becoming brittle before shattering upon impact. In no time, the ground was strewn with shards of ice, and the temperature in the stairwell plummeted several degrees. The voice of the ghostly infant grew increasingly feeble. Clearly, the exertion of such extraordinary powers imposed a significant burden upon him. If this continued, it would not be long before the ghostly infant succumbed. Tang Chuan observed the creature coldly, tirelessly transforming zombies into projectiles. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the rear of the transport team. Zombies! Zombies were closing in. Tang Chuan turned to see several grotesque, greenish zombies slowly approaching, their feet dragging long, gnarled roots behind them. Plant zombies. Where did they emerge from? A jolt of alarm surged through Tang Chuan. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the ghostly infant's senses lapsed and let out a horrific wail. Subsequently, a torrent of black, laden with a multitude of deep blue ice shards, shot forth from his mouth, aimed directly at Tang Chuan and the members of the transport team. Should this viscous substance strike them, their bodies would likely be instantaneously encased in ice. Chapter 67. Blood Tree. The journey to the rooftop was fraught with peril. It was not merely Tang Chuan who encountered obstacles, such as ghostly infants blocking the path. The other two teams faced their own tribulations as well. 10 minutes prior, within Team 2, led by Cheng Jiahui, a sense of foreboding hung in the air. Captain Cheng, we are approaching the 5th floor, Millie voiced, her tone tinged with concern. Yes, I am aware, Cheng Jiahui acknowledged with a nod. He inhaled deeply, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. The tension was evident, as his hands trembled slightly from the strain. Internally, he was far from the calm facade he projected. Captain Cheng, Millie's gaze reflected her anxiety. This was not their first visit to this ominous place. As the most formidable ability user, coupled with her healing powers, they had ventured into the depths of Moki Tower on multiple occasions. This marked their 3rd expedition together. Everyone, stay alert. Danger may lie ahead, boomed a burly man in a white training uniform. He was Wang Chao, one of the 4 combatants in Team 2, possessing the ability to compress air and unleash powerful explosions. Before Tang Chuan's emergence, his combat prowess was second only to Cheng Jiahui. Indeed, understood, I shall not falter. The transport team members, burdened with gasoline, nodded in agreement. Let us proceed, Cheng Jiahui said, casting a glance towards the 5th-floor lobby. His eyes flickered with determination. The functioning elevator was approximately 5 meters away in a straight line from the staircase. Yet to reach it, they had to traverse the expansive lobby. A detour of nearly 30 meters. Steady yourselves. The zombies will surely appear. We encountered them last time here, Millie began, but her words faltered as she noticed Cheng Jiahui's pained expression. Her voice softened, the urgency waning slightly. In any case, everyone remained vigilant. The combat team entered the lobby first. The vast emptiness of the hall revealed no signs of life, save for the parched bloodstains on the ground, remnants of past chaos. The echo of their footsteps resonated ominously. Cheng Jiahui's ears pricked up, and his demeanor shifted to one of heightened alertness. Halt! Something approaches. The group immediately ceased their movements. Indeed, the sound of heavy footsteps grew increasingly distinct. It's a venomous zombie. Wang Chao identified the creature and swiftly warned his comrades. Before them, a plant zombie, draped in deep violet hues and emanating a peculiar fragrance, emerged slowly. It bore a striking resemblance to the plant zombie encountered outside. Yet its color had shifted from a vibrant green to a dark purple, and its thorns had elongated noticeably. The creature dragged behind it a root-like appendage, severely hampering its mobility. Leaf, black dog, Cheng Jiahui declared without hesitation. Upon witnessing the venomous spike zombie, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow as he lunged forward with remarkable speed. A dull thud resonated through the air. When the onlookers turned their gaze once more, they discovered that the venomous spike zombie had been knocked to the ground, its upper body marred by a gaping hole. Indeed, it was a testament to Captain Cheng's prowess. Wang Chao inhaled sharply, but before he could continue his praise for Cheng Jiahui, his expression suddenly shifted to one of intensity. The venomous spike zombie, much like the plant zombies outside, had undergone significant plant-like transformation. Even a shot to the head would not suffice to slay them. Thus, despite having suffered grievous injury, the creature remained alive. Not only did it survive, but its spikes seemed to thicken ominously, a foreboding sign of its impending venomous assault. Captain Cheng, be cautious. Qu'on précède air explosion. Wang Chao called out as a transparent sphere of gas materialized in his hand. He hurled the gas sphere violently between Cheng Jiahui and the venomous spike zombie. Simultaneously, the zombie unleashed a barrage of venomous spikes. Boom! The gas sphere erupted violently, its power rivaling that of a grenade. All the spikes were violently swept away by the tumultuous air currents. Captain Cheng, sever its roots. Wang Chao shouted. Ye black dog! Cheng Jiahui's form suddenly manifested before the venomous spike zombie. Employing his hands as blades, he struck at the roots beneath the creature with precision. Swish! With swift and decisive movements, the roots were cleaved in two. As the roots were severed, the zombie's body began to wither rapidly, transforming into a withered yellow in the blink of an eye. A mournful howl escaped the zombie's lips, and its desiccated form crumbled into a fine powder upon the ground. Only then could this venomous spike zombie be deemed utterly vanquished. For plant zombies, the destruction of their roots is essential for their complete demise, a fact that Cheng Jiahui and his companions had mastered through many days of combat. Are you injured? Millie stepped forward, her gaze flitting over Cheng Jiahui. No, let us proceed, Cheng Jiahui replied, shaking his head as he continued onward. Millie followed closely behind, though a sense of unease gnawed at her. Her keen intuition warned her that something formidable lay ahead. Crossing over the remains of the venomous spike zombie, Cheng Jiahui and his companions entered a more spacious hall. On one side of the hall, an elevator leading to the upper floors came into view. However, the group felt no joy at this discovery. A blood-red, stout tree obstructed their path between the elevator and themselves. The blood tree. Wang Chao's complexion paled slightly. How could this be? It wasn't here the last time we came. He swallowed hard, instinctively retreating a step. The blood tree. a unique and mutated form of zombie, had entirely lost its mobility, remaining rooted in place. Yet, this did not signify weakness. Conversely, as the blood tree is entirely composed of blood, it possesses the ability to manipulate this essence into any form to assault the living. Once ensnared by the blood, one is drawn back into the blood tree, where they are gradually devoured. In the end, apart from a solitary skull left upon the trunk, all other parts are transformed into sustenance for the blood tree. Drip, drip. The blood from the tree fell drop by drop onto the floor. A circle of skulls, numbering 10 or more, suddenly opened their eyes. Blood, they have discovered us. Damn it, retreat, quickly retreat. Wang Chao shouted, urging the members of the transport team to fall back. Team Leader Chung, upon spotting a familiar skull on the blood tree's trunk, Millie quickly turned to Cheng Jiahui. Yeah. Cheng Jiahui murmured, his expression filled with sorrow. Team Leader Chung quickly dodged. Wang Chao turned his head and saw a blood whip manifesting from the blood tree, hurtling towards Cheng Jiahui, and he cried out in alarm. However, Cheng Jiahui appeared as if his soul had departed, standing frozen in place. Team Leader Chung. Chapter 68, The Elevator and the Rescue. Meanwhile, the group led by He Jianga had already entered the elevator. Although they encountered numerous plant zombies and ordinary zombies along the way, none posed a significant threat. Under the protective shield provided by Yutian, the members of the combat team could attack recklessly without fear of injury, allowing for remarkably swift progress. Leader He, I believe we are the first group to reach the top floor, aren't we? A slender girl with a delicate appearance smiled as she spoke. Her name was Lan Xier, endowed with the ability to unleash flames from her hands. While her power was not particularly formidable, comparable only to that of a rifle bullet, her combat effectiveness was limited as she needed to remain stationary, rendering her vulnerable. The primary reason Cheng Jiahui included her in the combat team was to assist in igniting large quantities of gasoline. However, everything changed when she met Yutian. With the shield surrounding her, she could focus entirely on launching fireballs. Her rate of fire surpassed that of a machine gun, incinerating the plant zombies that obstructed their path into mere ashes. Perhaps, He Jianga nodded. Despite the smooth progress thus far, her instincts as a soldier sensed an ominous foreboding. We are definitely the first team, Yutian interjected, peering between the two with a triumphant grin. Indeed, we are the best partners. Lan Xieker squinted her eyes in delight as she high-fived Yutian. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed, and the elevator began to shake violently. What is happening? The elevator is shaking. Something is attacking it. The members of the transport team shouted in alarm. This elevator was a large one, capable of carrying 40 people, allowing all to reach the top floor at once. However, with over 20 transport team members laden with numerous fuel containers, the interior space became exceedingly cramped. Stay calm. Remain still. He Jianga shouted to regain control of the situation. Bang! Bang! The thunderous banging grew louder, and the elevator shook even more violently. The safety warning lights inside the elevator turned red, and the piercing alarm, accompanied by the flashing red light, instilled a sense of unease. No, this isn't good. The elevator can't hold out much longer. Yutian cried out. He Jianga glanced at the floor indicator. They had reached the 49th floor, leaving only 5 floors to the top. Get out now, He Jianga commanded, rushing to the elevator doors. She quickly illuminated all the buttons in succession and pressed them again. This was the elevator's built-in safety mechanism. By lighting all the buttons and then extinguishing them quickly, the elevator would engage emergency brakes and open the doors. Of course, different elevators had varying safety settings, and this method was only effective for those within the Moki building. Creak! A series of excruciatingly grating sounds echoed, causing the crowd to feel the elevator abruptly decelerate. Suddenly, a thunderous crash followed, and the elevator finally came to a halt. The occupants were nearly catapulted by inertia. Get out! Everyone out! He Jianga forcefully wedged his rifle into the crevice of the elevator doors and pried them open with all his might. At that moment, the elevator was suspended between the 50th and 49th floors, with approximately 3/4 of it having reached the 50th floor. A loud clang resonated again, and the elevator shook once more. Leave the elevator! Jianga pulled Yution and leaped out in one swift motion. The two then quickly turned back to drag the remaining individuals from the elevator. Let me out! Let me out! A long-haired man shouted, violently shoving aside a woman blocking his path and hastily climbing towards the elevator door. The knocking intensified. The security alarm within the elevator flickered more rapidly, casting a crimson hue across the faces of all inside. The elevator, it's going to fall. Suddenly, a voice bellowed. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos. Get out of my way, I don't want to die. Another man roared as he forcefully yanked a woman aside and charged towards the exit. As he neared escape, panic ensued among those still inside, who surged towards the doors. In their desperate bid for survival, decorum was cast aside. Moments ago, teammates had laughed and chatted, but now they were ready to turn on one another. Back off! Jianga shouted, firing a shot into the air, his voice resonating like thunder in the ears of all present. The frenzied crowd within the elevator hesitated momentarily, but it was only for an instant. The long-haired man was the first to scramble back up. Fixing his gaze on Jianga, he nonchalantly remarked, "You wouldn't dare shoot. Everyone here is carrying gasoline. If you pull that trigger, we all perish." At this declaration, doubt rippled through the crowd. Muscular men quickly formed a cluster, while several petite women, trapped among them, gasped for breath, ignored by all. In the face of such primal instincts for survival, all notions of ethics and morality were rendered meaningless. Everyone, exit the elevator in an orderly fashion. Jianga barked angrily, then drew a tactical dagger from his waist. He lunged forward, wrapping an arm around the long-haired man's neck. What? You intend to? The man gasped, astonished, but before he could finish his thought, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat, followed by a warm spray. Hiss, hiss. The long-haired man clutched his neck, but the blood gushing forth could not be contained. It poured out like a dam burst, drenching most of the occupants in a deluge of crimson. Although the blood was warm, those doused felt an overwhelming chill. Murder! She truly dared to kill. Ignoring her would surely lead to death. A madwoman. She was a madwoman. The frenzied crowd fell silent, swiftly forming an orderly line as they exited the elevator with brisk efficiency. Jianga casually discarded the lifeless body, her bloody dagger in hand, as she coldly surveyed the onlookers. A soldier by profession, her duty lies in the protection of others. She harbors a personal philosophy regarding this responsibility. In her eyes, if the act of taking one life could save 10, she would do so without hesitation. To her, only absolute justice exists. 3 individuals remained. Hasten the pace. Before Yution could complete her thought, a sharp cracking sound resonated. The elevator plummeted. The final 3 within the elevator cried out in despair. Boom! Perhaps it was the impact with the ground that ignited the gasoline enveloping them, resulting in a massive fireball that illuminated the entire elevator shaft. The flames cast a glow upon Jianga's face, revealing no trace of compassion in her eyes, only an icy detachment. Enough lives had already been saved. Chapter 69. The Living Dead in Area A. Tang Chuan's team encounters an even more formidable ghostly infant after a harrowing escape. In Area B, Cheng Zhehui's team faces the Blood Tree, leaving their leader mentally shattered. In Area C, Jianga's team finds the elevator completely inoperative, necessitating a 5-floor trek to the rooftop. At this moment, all 3 teams find themselves perilously ensnared in dire circumstances. Within the apartment building, in Luo Ying's room, she sits by the window, beside her sister, Luo Xia, who is resting on a nearby bench. Outside, the view is dominated by an array of green cacti, monotonous and dreary. The only aspect that lends a modicum of intrigue to the scene is the colorful fabric strips tied to some of the cacti. From the accounts of those who had not participated in the plan, she learned that these adorned cacti were once inhabitants of this place. A week prior, a sudden influx of seeds transformed numerous food scavengers into towering cacti, each reaching heights of 10 meters. Following a tumultuous wave of fear, confusion, and anger, the people began to tie colorful strips around these cacti, allowing them to distinguish their former wives, daughters, husbands, and parents from the sea of uniform green. All participants of the Moki burning plan had loved ones or companions who had become the cacti outside. Becoming a cactus doesn't seem so bad. Luoying mused softly as she gazed at her sister. Rooting here together, basking in the sun, feeling the breeze. Her eyes were filled with affection as she looked at Luo Xia. If I fail, perhaps this wouldn't be so terrible. A smile broke across her face, though it resonated with a profound melancholy. What do you think I should do? Luoying grasped Luo Xia's hand, her anticipation palpable. Of course. The frozen in time, Luo Xia remained silent, her gaze fixed on her sister, lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, in Area C of the Moki building, Hejianga was reorganizing the remaining dozen or so members into a line. Most bore stains of blood, and their faces were marred by expressions of lingering terror. Let us move forward, Hejianga commanded. Older sister, they have. Yu Tian observed the weary group and felt a pang of sympathy, unable to restrain herself from suggesting, perhaps we should let them rest for a moment. No, Hejianga replied, shaking her head decisively. We do not know what dangers lie on these floors, and the recent explosion may have drawn the attention of the zombies. If we linger here, we risk being surrounded. The transport team shivered at her words. We don't need a break. We can continue walking. Yes, let us hurry. I feel as if something is watching us. We should leave this place at once. The crowd murmured anxiously. Silence. Hejianga shouted commandingly. As she noticed that everyone had fallen silent, she commanded, let's move. With that, she took the lead at the forefront of the group. Wait for me. Yu Tian hurriedly followed, flustered as she began to encase the combat team members in protective shields. Due to the limitations of her abilities, she could only shield 5 members of the combat team, leaving her powerless to assist those in the transport group. A soft sound echoed as they reached the 51st floor. Attention! Hejianga halted the group, speaking cautiously. Everyone froze, holding their breath, their focus trained on the stairwell door. What was that sound? A vague noise emanated from within, resembling the slurred speech of an inebriated person. Is it a living being? Hejianga hesitated, momentarily taken aback. This was the Moji building, the lair of the Green Envoy. Tang Chuan had specifically warned them that a formidable zombie resided here, and if it appeared, they were to flee at once in his absence. Though uncertain of Tang Chuan's sources for such intelligence, Hejianga instinctively chose to trust him. Be cautious, he whispered, carefully raising his rocket launcher to peer ahead. Yu Tian immediately followed, gripping her dagger tightly. A footstep sounded, and a ragged figure emerged before them, covered in dried black blood. Even his face was smeared with it. Upon seeing Hejianga and the others, the figure froze. Are you human or a zombie? Yu Tian couldn't help but inquire. The sight of this person repulsed her, yet she could discern that he did not resemble a zombie. Are you zombies? The ragged figure suddenly spoke. His voice was high-pitched, akin to a deranged individual shrieking. A living being? Hejianga murmured, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Since you are alive, please stay here. We can take you with us when we evacuate. With that, he returned the rocket launcher to his back. Hiss! If you're a zombie, then let me devour you. The ragged man suddenly erupted into a bizarre laugh. His eyes bulged, crimson and seemingly filled with blood. His mouth stretched grotesquely, nearly reaching his ears, saliva dripping incessantly from the corners. What are you saying? Hejianga frowned, sensing something was amiss. Eat, eat, eat. The man bellowed, rushing towards Hejianga with primal fervor, using all 4 limbs like a gorilla. Be careful. Yu Tian dashed forward, swinging her dagger forcefully at the man. Get away. He roared, saliva spraying dangerously close to Yu Tian's face. His arms morphed into a dark hue, and the collision between his arm and the dagger was thunderous. With a jolt, Yu Tian felt immense force coursing through her blade, propelling her body uncontrollably into the air. The man astonishingly sent Yu Tian flying with a single punch. Witnessing this scene, Hejianga's eyelids twitched violently, prompting him to hastily retreat and increase the distance. Who on earth are you, and why have you attacked us? Hejianga demanded in a stern voice. Yet, the man appeared utterly oblivious to his inquiry. He fixed his gaze upon Hejianga, his expression reminiscent of a famished individual who, after 3 days of hunger, suddenly spots a plump rabbit. He harbored an insatiable desire to devour Hejianga, quite literally. Eat! The man bellowed, saliva dripping as he charged forward once more. Jianga cast a glance behind the man and beheld a grim sight. The ground was strewn with the corpses of numerous zombies, some ordinary and others resembling plant-like creatures. Each body bore distinct characteristics, yet all had suffered varying degrees of gnawing. The bite marks indicated they had been feasted upon by the living. The living dead. Jianga recalled the words of Tang Chuan, who once said, "If the living consume too much zombie flesh, their brains will decay, transforming them into the ravenous living dead." Chapter 70. Together eliminated Area A. Fourth floor. Gravity manipulation. Tang Chuan unleashed his extraordinary abilities, channeling immense power not to attack the ghostly infant, but rather to exert precise gravitational forces on each member of the transport team. In an instant, the abrupt shift in gravity propelled everyone skyward, their bodies adhering to the ceiling. What? What is happening? We're flying. Oh my heavens. I'm actually flying. The members of the transport team exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, the ghostly infant's chilling black blood splattered against the ground beneath their feet. Boom! The moment the black blood contacted the floor, it erupted violently, coating this level and even the stairwell below in a crimson deluge. Instantly, the liquid transformed into solid ice, emanating a frigid aura that caused the transport team members to shiver uncontrollably. What is this? Ice. It's frozen. The stairs are frozen. If it weren't for Captain Tang, we would surely have been encased in ice by now. Such formidable ice could freeze a person in an instant. The transport team members murmured among themselves in disbelief. Seeing that they were unharmed, Tang Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, a sudden whoosh pierced the air behind him. Swish! A glob of black blood hurtled straight towards Tang Chuan's face. Recalling the horrific aftermath of the black blood striking the stairs, Tang Chuan dared not be complacent. He swiftly distorted the trajectory of the black blood with his gravity manipulation. Despite its small size, the sensation of the black blood upon contact was anything but trivial. The force felt akin to manipulating a 1 or 2 ton vehicle, accompanied by an icy chill that penetrated his mind, inducing a sharp, cold pain. Get away! At last, under Tang Chuan's control, the black blood was redirected to crash against the opposite side. Before he could exhale in relief, the ghostly infant unexpectedly rose to its feet. Only then did he realize that in his efforts to counter the black blood, he had unconsciously weakened the gravitational field. The current gravitational force was at most 30 times its normal strength, insufficient to restrain the ghostly infant. The ghostly infant let out a piercing scream, and astonishingly, it turned and fled on all fours, vanishing in the blink of an eye. It ran away. Tang Chuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He glanced again in the direction the ghostly infant had departed and discovered a trail of black blood staining the ground. It turned out that the attack method employed by the ghostly infant imposed a significant burden upon itself. The ghostly infant was now severely injured. Realizing this, Tang Chuan felt a twinge of regret. Once again, he had failed to eliminate it and allowed the ghostly infant to escape. Nevertheless, he decided it would be prudent to focus on the matters concerning the Green Envoy. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell further on the issue. With a snap of his fingers, the members of the transport team, who had been suspended in midair, slowly descended. Once they regained their footing, Tang Chuan promptly instructed, "Proceed forward. Too much time has already been wasted. It is time to quicken our pace." With that, he took determined strides forward. "Keep up. Hurry. We can't keep Captain Tang waiting." The members of the transport team urged one another, hastening their steps in unison. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they encountered only a few scattered, ordinary zombies. In the presence of Tang Chuan, these zombies would meet their demise the moment they were discovered, pierced through the brain by flying shards of glass and debris. Soon, everyone entered the elevator. Just before the doors closed, a distant explosion echoed from the direction of Area C. What has transpired? That sound could only be produced by a gasoline explosion, could it not? Could it be that the people in Area C encountered an overwhelming horde of zombies and were forced to detonate gasoline in a desperate act? The occupants of the elevator began to speculate, all leaning towards the worst possible outcome. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, confident that with Jianga's skills and Yu Tian's protective shield, the two of them would remain unscathed. However, he feared that others might indeed suffer significant casualties. As the elevator doors sealed shut, it ascended rapidly, leaving the outside commotion behind. The explosion they had just heard was, in fact, the sound of 3 individuals within He Jianga's elevator igniting gasoline in their last stand. In Area C, He Jianga was gasping for breath. Before her stood a ragged man, or rather, a living dead. He had nearly consumed all the zombies on this floor, greatly amplifying his powers. He could envelop any part of his body in a layer of dark light. As long as he was shrouded in this darkness, no attack could inflict harm upon him. Eat! The living dead bellowed, saliva spraying everywhere. A flicker of dark light enveloped his legs, propelling him towards He Jianga at an alarming speed. This is bad. Seeing the living dead appear before her in an instant, He Jianga's heart raced with dread. She had no time to create distance, and could only brace herself with her hands in front, preparing to take the blow head-on. Not a chance. In the nick of time, Yu Tian suddenly surged forward, diving between them. A thunderous crash resonated as the living dead was sent flying, while Yu Tian stood protectively in front of He Jianga, showing no signs of injury. Moreover, her shield appeared altered. It now boasted thorn-like patterns that radiated a soft, red glow. What is this? He Jianga's eyes brimmed with confusion. She had never witnessed such a technique before. Rubbing the back of her head, Yu Tian explained, "Didn't he just send me flying? Though it didn't hurt. It certainly was embarrassing. I found myself pondering the possibility of transforming my shield into an alternative form. Perhaps then I would not be flung away." At that moment, a sudden warmth surged within my mind, akin to the sensation of washing one's hair with boiling water. Subsequently, I realized I could indeed morph my shield in such a manner. I named it the Thorn Shield, which possesses the remarkable ability to reflect damage back to the assailant. As I listened to her rapid-fire explanation, He Jianga felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Had she truly unlocked a new application of her powers with just a single punch? Was this truly a commonplace occurrence? Should she not express a modicum of sarcasm? And what of the sensation of washing hair with hot water? Was she perhaps alluding to an epiphany? He Jianga felt a sense of incredulity. Regaining her composure, she raised the rocket launcher slung across her back. Together, let us vanquish it. Chapter 71. Encounter on the rooftop. The living dead, though momentarily propelled by his own strength, soon rose from the ground. His forehead, split open by the floor, allowed crimson blood to cascade down, staining half of his face. The metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air. Gulp! Is this creature truly human? Blue Chieter's complexion turned pale. The notion of the undead was entirely foreign to her. Witnessing a being akin to a zombie, so ravenous for flesh and blood, left her in disbelief. And a chilling dread coursed through her, creeping up to her very scalp. Will I, too, become such a wretched being? The mere thought sent shivers through her limbs. Stop dawdling. We must eliminate him to proceed. He Jianga's voice cut through her thoughts. She raised her gaze to see the sharp intensity in He Jianga's eyes. You all suppress him with your abilities while you Tian, and I engage him up close. Upon hearing her decisive command, Blue Chierer instinctively harnessed her power. Whoosh! A barrage of fireballs erupted, striking the living dead. Although each fireball was thwarted by his dark aura, he remained unable to lift his head under the relentless pressure. Well done, He Jianga commended, then retrieved a rocket from her pack, fitting it into the launcher. Yu Tian, can you withstand the explosion of the rocket? The question sent a chill down Yu Tian's spine. Sister you wouldn't mean to, she cautiously inquired, but was abruptly interrupted by He Jianga's forceful retort. Can you or not? Yes, Yu Tian replied emphatically, then murmured, but I'm a bit scared. He Jianga offered a reassuring smile. It's all right. You won't fear it next time. Huh? Before Yu Tian could process her thoughts, He Jianga gave her a vigorous push toward the living dead. Hold on to him. Yu Tian instinctively clutched the undead tightly from behind. Blue Chierer, cease fire. Blue Chierer immediately halted her onslaught of fireballs. She wiped the sweat from her brow, panting as she looked at He Jianga. Yu Tian, secure him. He Jianga's voice now brimmed with excitement. Without waiting for Yu Tian's response, she dashed forward with the rocket launcher aimed at the living dead. Eat! The living dead's words were abruptly silenced as He Jianga forcefully stuffed the large cylindrical object into his mouth, rendering him speechless. The rocket. He Jianga had directly thrust the rocket into the undead's mouth. "Let us see if you survive this," she exclaimed with a grin, pulling the trigger. Boom! The rocket exploded instantaneously, engulfing the three in a colossal fireball. Amidst the flames, they perceived what seemed to be fragments scattering across the sky. Wow, that is terrifying. Yu Tian suddenly emerged from the inferno, cradling He Jianga in her arms. Protected by her shield, neither sustained a scratch from the explosion at such close proximity. However, the living dead, devoid of any protection, met a far more dire fate. His dark aura was insufficient to shield him from internal harm. Consequently, the rocket propelled him into a gruesome explosion, scattering his remains across the sky. The floor was drenched in blood and flesh, a stench far more pungent than that of a slaughterhouse. Ugh! Witnessing this horrific scene, Lan Xier was overwhelmed and wretched. Most members of the transport team were similarly affected. Just moments ago, they had been ordinary individuals. How could they have been prepared for such a shocking spectacle? Their unwavering resilience was commendable, considering they had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Let us proceed. We have already squandered too much time. He Jianga produced a tissue and offered it to Lan Xier, then promptly turned to rally the transport team to advance. Accepting the tissue, Lan Xier gazed at He Jianga, who remained as commanding as ever, as if nothing had transpired. A wave of admiration washed over her. Truly, he embodied the indomitable spirit of a soldier from Huaxia. The subsequent floors harbored only feeble plant zombies, which were swiftly rendered helpless under the formidable firepower of He Jianga's team. Before long, they reached the top floor. It was a vast platform, at the center of which stood a colossal cactus, towering over 100 meters high, its spines as thick and long as a man's leg. This is what we are meant to incinerate, isn't it? Yu Tian gazed in awe at the magnificent cactus, her expression a blend of astonishment and reverence. It is indeed far more spectacular than when viewed from below or afar. Lan Xier nodded in agreement, her gaze at Yu Tian tinged with surprise. She had presumed that such a sight would hardly captivate her. At that moment, Yu Tian continued, "What colossal camel would be able to consume such a gigantic cactus? My uncle has over 800 camels. I reckon this cactus could sustain one for half a year. Wouldn't he be ashamed to burn it?" Upon hearing this, Lan Xier raised an eyebrow and quietly distanced herself. Indeed, she should not have expected anything else from her. "Captain He, should we wait for the others?" Lan Xier inquired as she approached He Jianga. "No need. Let everyone pour gasoline over the cactus," He Jianga replied. Just then, another elevator opened, and Tang Chuan emerged with the entire transport team intact. "Ah, Brother Chuan," Yu Tian exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him, her voice brimming with pride, as if arriving first was a monumental achievement. "Don't cause trouble," Tang Chuan chided lightly, giving her a playful tap on the head. Noticing that several members of He Jianga's team were missing and that almost all bore signs of blood, he furrowed his brow. "Did you encounter any issues?" he asked as he approached He Jianga. He Jianga nodded. "Yes, we faced some difficulties, but they have been resolved." "Very well." Tang Chuan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He held a firm belief in He Jianga, the future empress of storms. Everyone commenced the arrangement of gasoline. Tang Chuan issued orders to his team, and all members busied themselves with fervor. According to the intelligence gathered by Chang Jiahui and his associates, the Green Envoy predominantly carried the apex of a super cactus, and each evening scattered cactus seeds throughout the city at random. Moreover, this super cactus possessed a certain vitality, enabling it to unleash terrifying combat prowess under the Green Envoy's control. Its strength was unparalleled and insurmountable. Therefore, Chang Jiahui surmised that the Green Envoy's own combat abilities were likely not formidable. If they could incinerate this super cactus, they would easily eliminate him. Chapter 72. I killed everyone. The members of the transport team were remarkably diligent. Through their concerted efforts, gasoline was swiftly and evenly coated around the super cactus. However, given the enormous size of the super cactus, the gasoline proved insufficient. Where was team leader Chang? As the remaining gasoline dwindled, some members of the transport team could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Could it be? Silence. Stop your unfounded speculation. Team leader Chung will be fine. Yet, so much time had already elapsed, and previously. I said to be quiet. A commotion erupted within the crowd as two individuals began to brawl over a heated argument. Enough. Jianga intervened with a swift kick, separating the two. Oof. The fighters glared at one another before falling silent, returning to their tasks. Observing this scene, Jianga felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed something had transpired with team leader Chung. Indeed, Tang Chuan nodded. He was uninterested in such trivial matters. His sole desire was to eliminate the Green Wanderer swiftly. Should we send someone to assist them? Jianga inquired, turning his head. Tang Chuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the super cactus, as if peering beyond its physical form. He was contemplating the apartment, the location where Luo Ying resided, since he wished to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. The Green Wanderer had to be vanquished. However, Tang Chuan was uncertain of the adversary's true strength or combat style. He had only heard whispers of the Green Wanderer in his past life. Thus, to err on the side of caution, he had acquiesced to Chung Jiahui's plan. Yet now, failure to bring his team would jeopardize their strategy. If they could not incinerate the super cactus, their endeavor to hunt the Green Wanderer and seize their powers would likely falter, and the prospect of repaying Luo Ying's favor would be rendered moot. Sigh. Tang Chuan let out a faint exhale. He felt his apocalyptic journey becoming increasingly wearisome. I will go to assist them. You all continue your work, he stated calmly before turning to leave. Wait, Jianga called out suddenly. Is there something else? Tang Chuan inquit. Jianga shook his head and said solemnly. Team leader Chung is formidable. If he is managing to hold them back, it could be due to an exceptionally powerful zombie. In any case, exercise caution. Understood. Tang Chuan nodded and departed. Entering the elevator to Zone B, Tang Chuan pressed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator began its descent swiftly. Soon, he arrived at the 5th floor. As the doors opened, a torrent of blood surged into the elevator. Startled, Tang Chuan peered outside. Before him lay a veritable sea of blood. It was a hellish sight. Dismembered bodies littered the ground. The dismembered remains lay submerged in a pool of blood, and with the slightest disturbance, they could drift away across great distances. All had perished. Every member of Group B's transportation team was dead. Before Tang Chuan loomed a blood tree, towering over 2 meters in height, yet stretching 7 to 8 meters in width, seemingly on the verge of bursting from the sheer volume of blood surrounding it. A blood tree? How could such a thing exist here? A surge of alarm coursed through Tang Chuan as he squinted to observe it closely. The surface of the blood tree was pockmarked, indicative of severe damage. Yet, at this very moment, enveloped in such an abundance of blood, its injuries were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. A sudden cough shattered the silence. Tang Chuan turned towards the sound and spotted Chung Jiahui, his figure drenched in crimson. He lay amidst the blood, his body marred, with scarcely an unscathed patch of flesh. Stay awake, don't succumb just yet. I will tend to your wounds. Another blood-soaked figure emerged, mealy. She knelt beside Chung Jiahui, her hands emanating a soft, emerald glow as she hastily began to heal his injuries. It's futile, this is all my fault, I'm so sorry. Chung Jiahui's voice was low, seemingly suppressing an agonizing emotional turmoil. Suddenly, a blood-red whip shot towards Mealy. Her vision was engulfed by the whip, and the shadow of death loomed over her entirely. She was on the brink of demise. If struck, her fate would mirror that of the dismembered corpses strewn about. I refuse to die. I do not wish to perish. Chung, the leader, still needs my healing. Her eyes were awash with crimson. At that moment, she yearned for salvation, yet she was acutely aware that, at this juncture, only she and Chung Jiahui remain alive. Freeze! A magnetic voice resonated suddenly. In the next instant, the menacing blood whip appeared to be seized, suspended in midair, trembling slightly. Oh, it can still move. Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. In his recollections, the blood tree was not a formidable adversary. Its method of attack was simplistic, relying solely on transforming blood into whips for striking. Moreover, the creature moved at a lethargic pace, Thus, even the former Tang Chuan had never feared such a being. The blood tree's only noteworthy trait was its grotesque habit of merging the severed heads of living beings into its trunk, using them to vocalize. Suddenly, over 30 heads on the blood tree's trunk began to scream in unison, emitting a cacophony of indistinguishable, piercing shrieks. The sound was profoundly jarring, evoking visceral discomfort. Silence. Tang Chuan scowled and dashed towards the blood tree. 50-fold gravitational field activate. As the formidable gravitational field unfurled, the blood tree, bloated from absorbing too much blood, could not withstand the force and exploded in an instant. Blood flowed from the blood tree like a river, and Tang Chuan swiftly utilized gravitational manipulation to summon a table, shielding himself from the impending deluge. In contrast, Millie and Cheng Jiahui found themselves thoroughly drenched in the crimson liquid. "Mr. Tang Chuan," Millie exclaimed, wiping the blood from her face, her voice brimming with delight. "This is wonderful, simply wonderful." Cheng Jiahui struggled to sit up, his countenance changing dramatically upon witnessing the explosive eruption of the blood tree. "No, no, Jie." He sprang to his feet, rushing towards Tang Chuan in a frenzy. Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the man's intentions. Thud. The moment Cheng Jiahui entered the gravitational field, he was brought to his knees by the overwhelming force. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the earthy yellow rock armor enveloping him, he would have perished on the spot. "Team Leader Cheng, could you elucidate what has transpired?" Tang Chuan inquired, narrowing his eyes as he continued to press for answers. "Why has everyone perished?" At this question, Cheng Jiahui trembled. He slowly lifted his head, his expression a convoluted tapestry of regret, joy, sorrow, and madness. I killed them all. I killed everyone," he stammered, his voice quaking with the weight of his confession. Chapter 73. A Deception to Kill Them All. Tang Chuan felt an overwhelming incredulity. He was the architect of this plan. How could he possibly resort to such measures at this juncture? "I require a thorough explanation," he commanded, standing imposingly over the kneeling Cheng Jiahui. The latter's face was obscured by a rugged helmet, revealing only bloodshot eyes that conveyed profound anguish. His voice, laden with despair, barely escaped his lips. "Mai, they wish to harm her. I cannot allow that. Thus I eliminated them." His words resembled the incoherent mutterings of a troubled dream, leaving listeners bewildered. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, redirecting his gaze to the last remaining survivor. Millie rose from the ground, incessantly wiping the blood from her face. Upon sensing Tang Chuan's scrutiny, her movements froze. With a heavy sigh, she cast a sorrowful glance at Cheng Jiahui before continuing her narrative. "We had previously ventured here to investigate the circumstances." A hint of nostalgia tinged her eyes, mingled with a shadow of pain. "At that time, I, Team Leader Cheng, and Ms. Chiu Yi entered this place together." "Kiye?" The unfamiliar name compelled Tang Chuan to inquire. Millie nodded, autumn as in the season, leaf as in foliage. She was a breathtaking girl, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Moreover, she was Team Leader Cheng's beloved. A glance at the motionless Cheng Jiahui prompted Millie to pause momentarily before she continued. Had the apocalypse not descended upon us, they would have celebrated their wedding by now. Suddenly, Cheng Jiahui convulsed, his body trembling violently. He clenched his teeth, his lips having been bitten raw. "Enough! Cease your words." At the sound of his furious voice, Millie shuddered, becoming timid. Tang Chuan snapped his fingers, sending a shard of rock hurtling into Cheng Jiahui's chest, causing him to break into a sweat. Unable to utter a word. "Continue," he instructed Millie, his expression one of unsettling intrigue, a look that felt incongruous upon his countenance. Tang Chuan himself could not fathom why he was so captivated by these seemingly trivial matters, yet he found himself yearning to hear more. Such a strange sensation. Nevertheless, he decided to indulge it. "Team Leader," Millie gasped at the sight and reached out, wishing to rush to his aid. However, Tang Chuan waved his hand, effortlessly restraining her in place with gravitational manipulation. "Proceed," he commanded, his tone now laced with coldness. Millie swallowed hard, glancing once more at Cheng Jiahui before continuing. The last time we arrived here, we encountered a creature the size of a small dog, with limbs as sharp as hooks. It emitted a piercing cry and moved with incredible speed. We were no match for that beast. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan's brows knitted tightly. Undoubtedly, the creature that Millie referred to must be the ghostly infant. Wait a moment, when did you last arrive here? Tang Chuan sudenli inquit. 2 days ago. Upon receiving the response, Tang Chuan fell into deep contemplation once more. If they encountered the ghostly infant 2 days prior, it indicated that the creature had arrived in Dongshan City at least a day ahead of Tang Chuan and his companions, subsequently infiltrating the Moki building. But how could that be possible? Although Tang Chuan and the others had been delayed for a day due to matters concerning the Great Tang base, they had been traveling by car the entire time. How could a ghostly infant, relying solely on its hands and feet, possibly board a vehicle? Furthermore, how did the ghostly infant even know their destination? Could it be that there's another ghostly infant? While this explanation seemed plausible, Tang Chuan felt an unsettling dissonance. This ghostly infant bore a striking resemblance to the one they had encountered previously, and it was evident that this one was aware of Tang Chuan's ability to manipulate gravity. So, how did this ghostly infant manage to catch up with him and even arrive at the Moki building ahead of time? A sharp pain pierced through Tang Chuan's mind, compelling him to cease his thoughts. Tang Chuan, sir. Millie glanced at him with concern. It's all right, please continue. Tang Chuan nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Millie gently agreed, her gaze fixated on Cheng Jiahui's silhouette as she softly spoke, to allow us to escape. Qiuyue used her powers to freeze herself and that creature in place. She told us that she couldn't hold out much longer and urged us to leave quickly. Team leader Cheng was unwilling, but at that moment, he was already gravely injured. Therefore, I struck him unconscious from behind with a stone and took him away. After that, Qiuyue did not return. At this point, Tang Chuan noticed Cheng Jiahui's body slumped to the ground, his back trembling as if he were concealing the fact that he was silently weeping. So, Qiuyue is here? Tang Chuan pointed to the blood tree, now reduced to its normal size, yet barely clinging to life under the gravitational field. Millie nodded and then pointed to a severed head atop the tree, saying, "That is Qiuyue." Tang Chuan followed her gaze. It was the head of a girl exuding an aura of classical Eastern beauty, with willow-shaped brows, peach blossom eyes, and a delicate cherry blossom mouth. She resembled a reclusive female master emerging from an ancient martial arts film. However, now, with only her head remaining, her complexion was ghostly pale, and her once lustrous black hair was stained a vivid crimson with blood, giving her the appearance of a merciless demoness. So, he killed everyone to protect this head? Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes, that's correct. Millie nodded, her expression filled with anguish. Tang Chuan gazed thoughtfully at the prostrate Cheng Jiahui. After a moment, he addressed Cheng Jiahui. You never truly contemplated killing the Green Wanderers, did you? Before Qiuyue's demise, you were compelled to become the leader of those individuals for some reason, thus accepting this plan. After Qiuyue's death, your spirit suffered a severe blow, and you began to resent those who proposed the plan. Thus, you intend to deceive everyone into accompanying Qiuyi in death. The notion that burning the super cactus can eliminate the Green Walker is also a fabrication, is it not? Upon hearing Tang Chuan's words, Millie's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, No, Team Leader Cheng would never do such a thing. What on earth are you babbling about? Tang Chuan paid her no mind, merely reducing the gravity field's intensity to allow Cheng Jiahui a moment to breathe. He unsteadily rose to his feet, yet his gaze remained fixated on Qiuyue's head atop the blood tree. His eyes were filled with adoration, tender. It was an exceptionally morbid gaze that would send shivers down anyone else's spine. Indeed, this is precisely what I am thinking, he spoke calmly. Chapter 74. The infatuated corpse. Upon hearing Cheng Jiahui's response, Tang Chuan exhibited an even greater calmness than the man himself. In fact, a faint smile graced his lips. Why are you so composed? Cheng Jiahui could not help but inquire. Surely, no one could maintain such tranquility after committing such a gruesome act. In his mind, he had envisioned Tang Chuan in a state of fury, disbelief, or utter denial, yet never in a state of unperturbed serenity. "Ah, I just recalled something," Tang Chuan replied nonchalantly, pausing briefly before adding, "a matter from long ago." He reminisced about his past life as a fragile survivor fleeing amidst the apocalypse. He had traversed countless places and witnessed an array of horrific events, most of which were exceedingly grotesque and depraved. Therefore, the act of luring someone to accompany his girlfriend in death was far too trivial to shock him. However, Cheng Jiahui managed to surprise Tang Chuan. He recognized him, his former self. Back then, he was referred to as the infatuated corpse. This figure emerged into public awareness more than a year after the onset of the apocalypse, embodying an immensely powerful undead entity. Indeed, an undead being. Research had shown that Cheng Jiahui had survived solely on consuming zombie flesh for at least 6 consecutive months. This prolonged ingestion not only led to the complete decay of his brain, but also rendered his abilities terrifyingly potent. During that time, he was utilized by certain individuals to simultaneously restrain 2 super zombie kings. As long as he laid eyes on a zombie, he would attack without hesitation, making him perfectly suited to confront the super zombie kings. It was due to his existence that the future Dongshan city transformed into an exceedingly safe haven. Consequently, in the future, Zhangcheng could establish a massive survivor base housing 1 million inhabitants. Thus, Cheng Jiahui became a household name in that era. Yet, the legendary figure of that time bore no resemblance to his current self. The infatuated corpse of his past was ragged and perpetually drenched in blood, rendering his appearance unrecognizable. Furthermore, he was always seen clutching the severed head of a woman, a strikingly beautiful woman's head. Indeed, that head belonged to Qiu Yi. The moment Tang Chuan laid eyes on Qiu Yi's head, he was reminded of the future infatuated corpse. What a remarkable turn of events. As significant figures from the future emerged one after another, Tang Chuan muttered softly, filled with a sense of wonder. In the future, whether it was the Storm Queen He Jianga, the leader of the million-strong base, Zhang Chong, or the infatuated corpse, Cheng Jiahui, these are all individuals he could only observe from afar. Yet now, He Jianga had become his ally, Zhang Chong his subordinate, and Cheng Jiahui was kneeling before him. After a brief moment of reflection, Tang Chuan gently shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. Now, he has far more pressing matters to attend to. How to deal with Cheng Jiahui? Should he simply eliminate him? If that were the case, the future of the infatuated corpse would not materialize. Dongshan City would remain perilous, and Zhangcheng's extensive survivor base would never be established. For Tang Chuan, a mere flick of his finger could alter the fates of millions. Although he harbors little interest in the lives of others, he does not wish to become an inadvertent executioner of countless souls. Thus, he must choose to release him. However, if he were to do nothing, that would indeed be a tragic waste. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Chuan gazed at the exquisite head of Qiu Yue inscribed upon the blood tree. Accelerate Cheng Jiahui's transformation into an infatuated corpse. Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Chuan. If he could hasten the emergence of the infatuated corpse, then Dongshan City would be secured sooner, thereby expediting Zhang Chong's construction of the survivor base. Consequently, the scale of this base might grow even more monumental. Realizing this, Tang Chuan discovered his hands trembling slightly, a tremor of excitement. So, he was indeed intrigued by such matters? Tang Chuan stared at the back of his hands, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Very well, let's engage earnestly. With a flick of his finger, Qiu Yue's head soared towards him, drawn by the influence of gravitational manipulation. What are you doing? Cheng Jiahui's agitation escalated. Do not touch Qiu Yue. Release her. She belongs to me. His voice grew increasingly frantic, saliva splattering across the ground. Observing this, Tang Chuan smiled gently, pointing at Qiu Yue's head and softly inquiring, You care for her deeply, do you not? I love her. I love her. Cheng Jiahui's expression shifted to one of tranquility, as if lost in memories of their past together. We once cared for many pets. Our first was a small black dog we found on the roadside. We adored taking it to the park for walks. Now, I have tied a black ribbon to its cactus. His voice mingled nostalgia with the anguish of the present. Later, we adopted a turtle. We had hoped to raise it for our future grandchild, but it was a land tortoise with a lifespan of only 20 years. Now, I have tied a brown ribbon to its cactus. His teeth clenched, his expression turning sinister. The last pet we cared for was a calico cat. She was delightful, always seeking affection in my arms, my second favorite after Chihuahua. Now, I have tied 3 ribbons of different colors to her cactus. His countenance morphed entirely into fury as he roared, Tang Chuan. I was wrong. My true hatred lies with the green wanderer. I implore you, grant me a chance to eliminate it. I only wish for you to finally lay me beside Chihuahua. I implore you. He beseeched, his kneeling posture becoming increasingly abject. Team Leader Chung. Millie's gaze was fraught with complexity. On one hand, she was astonished that the man she loved so dearly, Team Leader Chung, would concoct such a nefarious plan. Yet, on the other hand, she was deeply moved by Chung Jiahui's fervent emotions, yearning to assist him in fulfilling his final wish. Mr. Tang Chuan, I beg you, allow Team Leader Chung to confront the Green Walker. With a thud, she too knelt amidst the pool of blood. The two of them knelt before Tang Chuan, their eyes brimming with supplication. However, Tang Chuan merely closed his eyes and shook his head. Chapter 75. The Birth of the Obsessive Corpse. Is it truly impossible? Chung Jiahui's voice was laden with bitterness. He gazed at the severed head of Chiu Yi and whispered, I understand. You must think I have lost my mind. Thus you are reluctant to believe me. It is an inevitable consequence, given the foolishness of my actions. Very well, in my life. Ye await me. I shall join you shortly. With that, he closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, embodying a figure ready to embrace death. No. Millie sprang to her feet, her voice trembling with urgency. Mr. Tang Chuan, I implore you, please do not take Cheng's life. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words, unable to conjure a single reason that might persuade Tang Chuan to spare Chung Jiahui. Surely, her own pitiful unrequited love could not possibly sway him. Such thoughts felt ludicrous even to entertain. I will not kill you, Tang Chuan replied with an air of indifference. At these words, Millie's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom why Tang Chuan would utter such a statement, but her heart soared with joy. Wonderful, remarkable. Chung can live. Chung Jiahui reopened his eyes. Disbelief etched across his features. You won't kill me? Even after all I have done, you choose not to end my life? I cannot comprehend. Could you enlighten me as to your reasoning? He inquired earnestly, as though the absence of an explanation rendered his survival inconceivable. Tang Chuan smiled faintly, gesturing toward Chiu Ye's head. I have witnessed the depth of your love for her. Thus, I wish to extend my assistance. Assist me? Chung Jiahui's gaze grew more perplexed. Tang Chuan paid no heed to his confusion. Instead, he drew a pistol from his waist, an item forcibly thrust upon him by Hejianga, who insisted it was for precautionary measures. Though its utility seemed dubious, Tang Chuan had opted to carry it, and now it proved fortuitous. Raising the firearm, he pressed the barrel against Chiu Ye's skull. What are you doing? No, do not harm her. Chung Jiahui cried out, suddenly feeling the weight upon him lift considerably, prompting him to rise hastily. Remove the gun, he shouted. Tang Chuan shook his head, his tone icy. I require your assistance with a task. Anything. I shall do whatever is within my power. Just please do not harm ye. Chung Jiahui responded, his voice resolute, leaving no room for doubt regarding his sincerity. Good. Tang Chuan remarked, his expression remaining impassive, the gun still trained unwaveringly. His gaze fell to the ground, where a fierce battle had recently transpired, an account of violence that could be described as drenched in blood. Indeed, among the members of the second team, only Chung Jiahui and Millie remained alive. A significant portion of the blood staining the earth belonged to them, yet nearly half was that of the zombies. The zombies, drawn by the commotion, ultimately succumbed amidst the chaos, transforming into a myriad of dismembered remains. Go consume the special meat of the zombies, echoed Tang Chuan's voice. Not loud, yet crystal clear in Chung Jiahui's ears. What? Doubt clouded his mind. He feared he might have misheard. Go consume the special meat of the zombies. Tang Chuan zaitet ba TNT. Yet, Chung Jiahui's bewilderment only deepened. Zombie-esque special meat? What is that? Clearly, He was unaware that the zombies, through the transformation of evolutionary energy, harbored within them a type of consumable meat that could slightly enhance one's abilities. Tang Chuan swiftly elucidated the matter, albeit with some difficulty, yet he provided a thorough explanation. Not only did Cheng Jiahui comprehend, but Millie, standing nearby, grasped it as well. I understand, but why must I do this? Cheng Jiahui inquired. With an impassive expression, Tang Chuan nudged Chia's head with the muzzle of his gun, coldly stating, "You need not know, you merely need to act." Witnessing this, Cheng Jiahui promptly sealed his lips, fearing further inquiries might provoke Tang Chuan to fire, an outcome he would deeply regret. "I shall proceed," Cheng Jiahui declared, rising to search for the special meat within the zombie carcasses. The meat was not difficult to find. In no time, he had amassed a substantial collection, while Millie, too, had taken the liberty of gathering some. "Eat," Tang Chuan said nonchalantly. Cheng Jiahui glanced at Chia, then at the grotesque special meat, ultimately closing his eyes and steeling himself to take a hearty bite. The taste was repugnant, akin to gnawing on wax rather than raw flesh, accompanied by an overwhelming stench that threatened to induce nausea. Cheng Jiahui fought through his revulsion, consuming piece after piece. As long as Tang Chuan did not command him to stop, he would persist. Gradually, he felt a warmth welling within him. His subconscious hinted that his abilities seemed to be strengthening. He began to consume the special meat with renewed vigor. Soon, he had devoured 50 or 60 pieces, his belly swollen round. His consciousness began to blur. "Eat, eat," he sat dazed on the ground, mumbling nonsensically, his gaze clouded and drool spilling from his lips. Observing this, Tang Chuan realized his objective had been achieved. "Catch," he said, tossing Chia's head. In a moment, a flicker of clarity ignited in the eyes of Cheng Jiahui, whose brain was already beginning to decay. He sprang up, his body a blur as he caught the head. Ye, my dearest, ye," he cradled the head in his arms, murmuring incantations. At this juncture, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a lovesick corpse of the future. Witnessing this, Tang Chuan resolved to depart. He needed to return to the top floor to confront the Green Walker, and for that he required some gasoline to bring back. Although the members of the transport team had perished, the gasoline they carried remained on the staircase, scarcely diminished. Tang Chuan was unable to take it all. Even with his abilities fully unleashed, he could only carry away half of the fuel. However, that was sufficient. "Mr. Tang Chuan, Team Leader Cheng." Millie gazed at the deranged Cheng Jiahui and clutched Tang Chuan, inquiring about him. "This is a side effect of consuming zombies," Tang Chuan casually explained, then chose to disregard her further. His objectives had been met, and he held no concern for her fate. As Tang Chuan boarded the elevator to depart, Millie cast a determined glance at Cheng Jiahui, who was giggling foolishly while cradling his own head. "Team Leader Cheng, regardless of how you change, my love for you will remain unchanged. I will continue to be by your side." Picking up the peculiar morsel from the ground, Millie suppressed her revulsion and began to devour it voraciously. Chapter 76. The Green Walker. When Tang Chuan returned to the top floor with an elevator full of gasoline, the colossal cactus had already caught fire. A horde of plant zombies had emerged from unknown origins, forcing the occupants of the rooftop to ignite the flames preemptively. "Ah, mister. Tang Chuan is back. Where is Team Leader Cheng? Why has he returned alone? He brought gasoline back." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. A few individuals immediately began to transport the gasoline. Jianga approached promptly, her brow furrowed as she quietly inquired, "What about Team Leader Cheng?" Tang Chuan shook his head, replying with a detached tone, "The entire squad has perished." "What?" Jianga realized her voice had risen too high. She quickly covered her mouth and, after taking a deep breath, continued, "What shall we do next? Do we proceed?" She refrained from asking for specifics about what had occurred, for knowing would not alter the reality of the situation. Instead, she began to strategize for the next steps. In her estimation, with so many lost, particularly a powerful ability user, the likelihood of success for their original plan had diminished significantly. Thus, she preferred to retreat. However, Tang Chuan shook his head, insisting, "We shall continue with the plan. Begin preparing your abilities." Jianga was momentarily taken aback by Tang Chuan's declaration, but she quickly regained her composure. "But if I prepare my abilities, it will rain. Is that acceptable?" she asked, gesturing towards the blazing cactus. "It matters not. Before that occurs, the cactus will collapse first," Tang Chuan explained, striding purposefully towards the towering plant. Observing his retreating figure, He Jianga refrained from further questioning. She turned to Yu Tian and called out, "Ensure the combat personnel are protected. I will prepare to guide my abilities." "Understood." Yu Tian responded with a cheerful smile, her demeanor seemingly untouched by the gravity of their situation. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan reached the edge of the building, his gaze fixed intently on the immense cactus. The flames had charred its outer layer completely, rendering its interior brittle. This indicated that the cactus's strength had waned significantly, and a powerful attack could easily cause it to fracture. As for delivering such an attack, Tang Chuan had his methods. Diamond Giant Strength combined with Gravitation. Activating Diamond Giant Strength, a radiant golden light emanated from Tang Chuan's arms. With the ability at level 3, he could muster nearly 10 tons of force when actively released. Of course, such strength was still somewhat lacking against a cactus towering over 100 meters, even after enduring the flames for some time. Thus, Tang Chuan employed gravitation, altering the direction of gravity's effect on himself from vertical to horizontal. This adjustment allowed him to accelerate towards the cactus while merely standing on the ground. The increase in speed would correspondingly augment his power. As long as the run-up distance is sufficiently ample, Tang Chuan can unleash his utmost power at an extraordinarily high velocity. Such strength is an untested realm for him. Typically, such a cumbersome assault would be impractical in the throes of battle. The protracted charge time would allow an opponent ample opportunity to counterattack or flee. However, this method is perfectly suited for striking an immobile, colossal target. With a resounding shout, Tang Chuan accelerated towards the gargantuan cactus. As time progressed, his speed intensified, soon rendering his form a mere blur. In an instant, his fist, aglow with golden radiance, surged forth with full force. A cataclysmic sound erupted. Almost immediately, a ferocious tempest radiated from Tang Chuan, enveloping the entire rooftop in an instant. The crowd struggled to maintain their footing amidst the tumultuous winds, and many of his zombies were unceremoniously toppled to the ground. When the storm subsided, all eyes converged upon Tang Chuan, who stood silently before the colossal cactus with his fist retracted. The immense power of his previous strike had extinguished the flames that once danced upon the cactus's surface. Though the fire had been quelled, the cactus remained unscathed. Had he failed? What were they to do? If the cactus was not destroyed, how could they possibly vanquish the Green Wanderer? What on earth was Team Leader Tang thinking? The crowd buzzed with agitation, their voices rising in cacophony. Tang Chuan remained steadfast in his position. Suddenly, his eyes flared open, and with the swiftness of lightning, he unleashed another punch. Crack! It was as if he had delivered the final straw to a laden camel. Upon impact, the surface of the cactus fractured, fissures sprawling across its exterior. These cracks deepened and widened with alarming rapidity, and soon a gaping chasm measuring 5 to 6 meters appeared beneath the cactus. Not even the towering 100-meter cactus could withstand such grievous injury. The cactus began to topple. Look, the cactus is falling. The crowd erupted with excitement. Team Leader Tang has felled a cactus over 100 meters tall with a single punch. He is truly formidable. How could I doubted him? I was a fool. With Team Leader Tang here, the so-called Green Wanderer is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Cheers erupted in a jubilant chorus. Yu Tian sprinted towards Tang Chuan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brother Chuan, what was that move? I've never seen you use it before. It's incredible. A single punch, and you brought down a 100-meter cactus. Truly, you are remarkable." To quell her incessant chatter, Tang Chuan playfully tapped her on the head. With the golden glow dissipated from his arms, he needn't worry about causing her any serious harm. "Ouch, that hurts." Yu Tian pouted, rubbing her head and glaring at Tang Chuan. "Stay alert, everyone. It's time for us to make our entrance." Tang Chuan pointed at the collapsing cactus and exclaimed, "Ah, where is it?" Yu Tian immediately looked up. Indeed, on the enormous cactus, a vague figure was sprinting down its surface. As the figure drew nearer, its appearance became increasingly distinct. with green skin, a deep purple blossom adorning its head, and several root-like appendages swaying behind it. It was none other than the future Super Zombie King, the Green Walker. Type: Zombie, Super Zombie King. Evolution level: Tier 3. Ability: Universal Manipulation level 3. Threat level: High. In the blink of an eye, the Green Walker had reached the top floor. Gazing at the humans who had destroyed its home, it was engulfed by a surge of fury. A terrifying roar instantly reverberated throughout the entire top floor. Chapter 77. Frozen Lightning. Upon witnessing the true form of the Green Walker, Tang Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. After all, this being was destined to become the formidable Emperor of Corpses in the future, a notion that had instilled fear in him. However, that was merely a glimpse of its potential. In the present, the Green Walker had yet to fully mature, existing merely as a slightly more powerful mutated zombie. In fact, it was even inferior to the ghostly infant they had encountered earlier. There it was, the Green Walker. "Stand back, all of you. Everyone retreat from it. Captain Tang, take it down." After a brief moment of panic, the crowd rallied once more. They were oblivious to the true strength of the Green Walker. They only knew it was the creature that had stolen their loved ones, partners, friends, or even pets from them. Thus, their hatred for the Green Walker was palpable. Hatred could bestow immense courage. A man suddenly charged towards the Green Walker, clutching a canister of gasoline. "The hell with you." The man's expression contorted with rage as he ignited a lighter in one hand and drenched the Green Walker in gasoline with the other. The Green Walker, seemingly caught off guard, appeared unable to evade the assault. At least, that was how the man perceived the situation. In Tang Chuan's eyes, the Green Walker simply chose not to flee. "Ha ha ha." The man erupted in a laughter upon seeing the Green Walker drenched in gasoline. "For the lives of my family, pay your dues." The lighter was hurled through the air in an elegant arc, igniting the gasoline in an instant, resulting in a massive fireball. Flames roared, and the sound of wood snapping in the blaze echoed in the air. "Is it over?" The crowd stood in disbelief. This was the very entity that had transformed an entire city into a kingdom of cacti, turning hundreds of thousands, even millions of humans and zombies into cacti. Yet, had it truly been vanquished by mere gasoline? The crowd struggled to accept such an outcome, leading to a profound silence. They even found themselves anticipating the Green Walker's emergence from the flames, and scathed. "How strange is the human heart. Tang Chuan, is it dead?" He Jianggu inquired. Although framed as a question, her tone betrayed her skepticism. The Green Walker most certainly had not perished. "No, it isn't dead. Tang Chuan not dead." Stretching his neck as he approached the inferno. "But why hasn't Tia emerged?" Yu Tian appeared at his side, her clothes stained with dark blood, leaves, and with shavings adorning her hair. "Because I do not wish for it to come out," Tang Chuan replied calmly. Since the moment the Green Walker had unleashed its roar, it had been firmly suppressed by Tang Chuan's gravity field, amplified 50-fold. The current Green Walker was weaker than the ghostly infant, utterly incapable of breaking free from Tang Chuan's gravitational hold. Thus, it remained kneeling in place, consumed by the flames. "It is time to bring this to an end." Tang Chuan glanced at the sky. The sun had begun its descent in the west, and he was unwilling to squander any more time. "What is that?" Suddenly, a voice erupted in panic. "A monster! A monster has appeared!" A scream pierced the air. "Old Zhang, you monster, let me go!" He asked, devouring brains. "Help!" The crowd scattered in all directions. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar presence. No, it was more appropriate to describe it as a familiar sensation. He turned his head and, indeed, beheld the ghostly infant feasting on humanity in a chaotic frenzy. How bothersome! Tang Chuan felt a surge of irritation. He Jianggu, continue guiding the abilities. Yu Tian, protect her with all your might. Everyone else, safeguard yourselves. Tang Chuan promptly commanded the assembly of his team. "Mr. Tang, I may not last much longer." Lan Xier clutched her head, her expression contorted in pain. Excessive use of abilities had left her with a splitting headache. "It will soon come to an end," Tang Chuan replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, he extended one hand towards the ghostly infant, gripping the air as if it were a tangible force. Gravitational control, manifested like an invisible hand, seizing the ghostly infant's form and drawing it before Tang Chuan. "Kneel before me." His voice thundered, the eruption of his mental power causing his hair to stand on end. "Wail!" The ghostly infant shrieked, begrudgingly collapsing to the ground once more. "Oh, Leader Tang is magnificent. Ha, eliminated." The crowd erupted in fervor once again. However, Tang Chuan refrained from taking further action. A solitary ghostly infant or a lone green wanderer were insufficient adversaries in his presence. Yet, should both appear simultaneously, all he could do was suppress them with gravitational force. As for launching a counterattack, he possessed no surplus energy for such endeavors. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. After all, the skies had turned ominously overcast. Boom! A rumble of thunder heralded the impending downpour. Now, in the instant He Jianggu opened her eyes, a bolt of lightning shot forth from her gaze. Second-level abilities. Her power had ascended. That creature. It's the same one we encountered at the bank, isn't it? She fixed her gaze on the ghostly infant. Deep in thought, Tang Chuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, eliminated. Understood, He Jianggu replied softly. The next moment, torrential rain cascaded down. The ferocious downpour instantly drenched everyone, shrouding the surroundings in a gray haze, save for the blazing super cactus that continued to emit a crimson glow. "Perish!" Lightning danced in her eyes, accompanying her words. A brilliant bolt of thunder slowly emerged from the darkened clouds. Like an arrow drawn taut, the lightning lay poised within the clouds, glaring at the kneeling ghostly infant. "Wail!" Sensing imminent danger, the ghostly infant cried out in distress. Suddenly, it began to spew blood in great gulps. The pale blue blood, frigid to the touch, swiftly transformed the raindrops around it into shards of ice. "Wail, wail!" The ghostly infant let out a piercing scream, a sound reminiscent of a fork scraping across glass. Suddenly, a pale blue blood erupted into a towering column of azure light. "What is this? It feels so cold. Why has it become so frigid all of a sudden? The rain has ceased. It seems to have stopped. What is happening? Look up at the sky." The crowd gasped once more. Tang Chuan squinted and raised his gaze. In the sky, the clouds were tinged with a delicate blue hue. The raindrops appeared to have frozen, suspended motionless beneath the clouds. Even the brilliant lightning seemed to be encased in ice at that moment. "Heh, I truly underestimated you." A faint smile graced Tang Chuan's lips. Although he had not anticipated the ghostly infant's formidable strength, it mattered little now. Transition. The light warped for an instant. In the next moment, Yu Tian, bearing a rocket launcher, stood before the ghostly infant, the projectile already pressed against its face. Chapter 78. The Birth of All Things with a Resounding Boom. Tang Chuan once again drew Yu Tian's body back. He could not cancel the gravitational field. Otherwise, the ghost infant would escape. A rocket launcher could not be fired from a distance either, for it would detonate the instant it entered the gravitational field. Thus, Tang Chuan utilized his teleportation ability to position Yu Tian in front of the ghost infant, protected by a shield and only lingering for a brief moment. She would not suffer severe damage from the gravitational field. As it stood, she merely coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, without any broken bones. "Buele numero." "Brother Chuan, I shall never undertake such a task again." Yu Tian gasped, her face pale as she collapsed to the ground. "Well, I shall seek your assistance again next time," Tang Chuan replied nonchalantly. "No, please don't." Yu Tian's eyes welled with tears, her gaze becoming pitiful. "Tang Chuan Duke Lai Di." Choosing not to look at her. "Well done," He Jiangga suddenly complimented. At that moment, the group heard a crisp crack. "Look at the sky," someone exclaimed. To their astonishment, the dark clouds began to fracture. The ice layer on the surface of the clouds split into countless fissures, making it appear as though the clouds themselves were shattering. Crack! The ice layer shattered completely. Before the frozen raindrops could descend, a deafening explosion echoed. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning struck the ghost infant, the powerful current rendering its body translucent, revealing the stark white of its bones. A peculiar aroma of meat wafted through the air. The ghost infant lay limp upon the ground, devoid of any strength to resist. "Die," Tang Chuan declared, his fist clenched. In the next moment, The ghost infant's body was crushed into a mound of flesh by his gravitational manipulation, its original form utterly unrecognizable. Congratulations on defeating a special type of ghost infant. Earning 10,000 evolution points, the system's notification echoed in his mind, leaving Tang Chuan taken aback. This creature was worth a staggering 10,000 evolution points. The points gained from a single ghost infant nearly equaled the total he had amassed over the past few days. Was this what they called a windfall? Tang Chuan felt a surge of excitement. In addition to this unexpected fortune, another surprise awaited him, the Green Walker. Yet another power belonging to the Super Corpse King. Though Tang Chuan yearned to maximize his benefits by seizing the ghost infant's abilities, the system informed him that the ghost infant did not belong to the category of zombies, and thus, he could not plunder its powers. Accepting this, he felt no overwhelming regret, for he still had another ability awaiting him. He walked slowly to the Green Walker, whose flames had been extinguished by the heavy rain, revealing his charred, blackened skin. Tang Chuan grasped the creature's neck with one hand and lifted it. Detectable, plunderable ability found. Do you wish to plunder? Plunder. A beam of green light extracted itself from the Green Walker's body, then dove into Tang Chuan. Plunder successful. In a moment of successful plunder, Tang Chuan raised his hand and shattered the skull of the Green Wanderer. Regrettably, the Green Wanderer, stripped of its powers, transformed into an ordinary zombie, offering him only a modest amount of evolution points. Nonetheless, it mattered little. System, check attributes. A momentary flicker revealed the attribute panel before Tang Chuan's eyes. Name, Tang Chuan, System Evolution Level, LV1 0 10,000. Strength, 160 19. Speed, 80 20. Vitality, 99 19. Energy, 483. Powers, Gravitational Manipulation LV3 0 10,000. Titan Strength LV3 Max. Teleportation LV2 Max. Genesis LV1 0 100. Number of powers plundered for 5 evolution points. 14,555. Gazing at his attributes, Tang Chuan nodded slightly. He decided to upgrade Genesis to level 3. With ample evolution points, he promptly enhanced Genesis, resulting in a significant transformation of his attributes. Name, Tang Chuan, System Evolution Level, LV1 0 10,000. Strength, 240. Speed, 123 43. Vitality, 99 0. Energy, 700 300. Powers, Gravitational Manipulation LV3 0 10,000. Genesis LV3 0 10,000. Titan Strength LV3 Max. Teleportation LV2 Max. Number of powers plundered for 5 evolution points. 11555. Powerful, immensely powerful. Observing his attributes, Tang Chuan felt an unparalleled strength coursing through him. He was certain that, in the present world, no individual or zombie could rival his might. However, he soon furrowed his brow once more. As there was no immediate need for further strength, Tang Chuan found himself deep in thought. The surplus of over 10,000 evolution points posed a dilemma. Should he enhance the system level, or should he elevate either gravitational manipulation or Genesis to level 4? If either of these powers reached level 4, he believed his combat prowess would soar dramatically. Yet, he recalled the system had mentioned that an upgrade could unlock new functionalities. His curiosity regarding these so-called new features piqued. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. Perhaps it is best to return first. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, dismissing the issue from his mind, and then commanded the surviving individuals to clear the battlefield, retrieve their fallen comrades, and together, they departed from the site. Throughout their journey, nothing of note transpired. Tang Chuan deliberately steered clear of the location where Chang Jiahui had been. When a leader inquired about Chang Jiahui, he simply stated that he had tragically fallen in battle. The survivors mourned, yet that was the extent of their grief. No one questioned Tang Chuan's words. Before long, the group returned to the apartment building. To Tang Chuan's surprise, Luo Ying awaited him downstairs. Had he slain the Green Wanderer? She anticipated, cautiously inquiring. Well, it has been killed, Tang Chuan replied. Her expression shifted, her eyes filled with sorrow and anger. Wasn't it said that killing it would restore everything to its original state? Why are these cacti still here? Tang Chuan remained silent, merely observing her without uttering a word. Answer me, please, Luo Ying cried, striking Tang Chuan's chest repeatedly with her fists. He felt neither pain nor discomfort. I'm sorry, Tang Chuan mumut sopti. For reasons unknown, he found himself feeling oddly unsettled. He appeared reluctant to witness Luo Ying in tears. How peculiar, he pondered. Suden Li, Tang Chuan Filde. The scene before him intertwined with memories from his childhood. He was certain that he had seen her before, in this very state of weeping. Chapter 79. The blooming of cherry blossoms. Tang Chuan felt an undeniable urge to take action, as though some unseen force had dictated his course. After a moment of contemplation, he utilized his 10,000 evolution points to elevate all things born to level 4 tier 2. Name: Tang Chuan. System evolution level LV1 0 10,000. Strength 220 20. Speed 150 27. Constitution 100 1. Energy 100 300. Vitality 100 100. Abilities: Gravitational manipulation LV3 0 10,000. All things born LV4 0 100 000. Diamond Giant Strength LV3 Max. Quantum Leap LV2 Max. Number of abilities plundered 4 5. Evolution points 1555. The newly manifested vitality attribute immediately captured Tang Chuan's attention. The system promptly elucidated. Upon an ability's ascension to level 4, the wielder is granted a unique attribute. Typically, each ability that reaches level 4 acquires a distinctive special attribute, with no repetitions. For all things born, the vitality attribute signifies the quantity of seeds that can be activated. The specific purpose would become apparent to the host at the moment of ability enhancement, requiring no further explanation. The system's voice fell silent. Tang Chuan nodded slightly, an intuitive understanding dawning upon him regarding the vitality and activated seeds. Do you have cherry blossom tree seeds? He inquired abruptly. Luo Ying paused in her sobs, casting a puzzled glance at Tang Chuan. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Answer me, do you? Lo Xia sniffed and pointed outside, saying, There's a cherry blossom tree over there, but it's already dead. Perhaps we might find seeds somewhere, though I'm not certain. Following her gaze, Tang Chuan indeed spotted a cherry blossom tree encircled by cacti. Its leaves had all fallen, and the ground was strewn with crushed petals. Without hesitation, he leapt through the window, employing gravitational manipulation to ensure a steady landing. Hey, what are you doing? Luo Ying called out, peering through the window. Tang Chuan did not look back, replying coolly, I'm going to check on the cherry blossoms. Huh? Luo Ying was momentarily taken aback. By the time she regained her senses, Tang Chuan had vanished from sight. Realizing this, she swiftly took Lo Xia in her arms and exited the room. Wait, what exactly are you all doing? Yu Tian exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Who knows? Let us follow them, He Jianggu remarked, furrowing his brow as he quickly caught up with Luo Ying, lifting Lo Xia from her grasp. Let me handle this. You're too frail. Upon hearing this, Luo Ying ceased her resistance, lowering her head and quickening her pace. Where are you all going? Yu Tian felt a sense of bewilderment and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to follow along. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan had arrived beneath the lifeless cherry blossom tree. Although the tree had succumbed to death and its blossoms had fallen, the seeds remained vibrant and numerous. Utilizing gravitational manipulation, Tang Chuan swiftly gathered a substantial handful of cherry blossom seeds, which he then spaced apart adequately. Next, it was time for the display of all things reborn. With his eyes closed, his mental energy surged forth, creating an overwhelming pressure that caused a nearby cacti to emit a faint rustling sound. Almost immediately, a gentle green light radiated from his being. This was a force imbued with the vitality of life, akin to the roaring torrents of the Yangtze River, bursting forth from within Tang Chuan. Subsequently, this life force divided into 100 portions, each energy segment landing precisely upon a cherry blossom seed. The desiccated seeds instantaneously became moist, quivering with newfound vigor as if animated. In the next moment, the seeds germinated, their white roots swiftly penetrating the earth. In the blink of an eye, the seeds vanished, replaced by a multitude of saplings. Remarkably, 100 seeds transformed into 100 saplings in mere seconds. What a fantastical scene it was. Yet, this was only the beginning. The trees, reminiscent of the divine trees from fables, grew rapidly at the slightest breeze. Within a few minutes, the saplings soared to heights of over 10 meters. A single cherry blossom unfurled atop the canopy. Then, as if igniting a chain reaction, blossoms of soft pink sprung forth in a delightful frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the trees were adorned with countless cherry blossoms, transforming the surroundings into a veritable ocean of cherry blossom trees. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Chuan nodded in satisfaction. It was precisely the outcome he had envisioned. As his formidable mental energy receded, the surging life force returned to his being. A profound fatigue enveloped him, akin to having fought relentlessly for 3 days and nights without rest. What would be the reason for this? Tang Chuan was engulfed in confusion. He had merely summoned 100 cherry blossom trees. How could it leave him so exhausted? It was worth noting that the Green Walker had produced the vast array of towering cacti in the city. Fortunately, the system promptly provided an explanation. The Green Walker had not directly birthed any plants. Instead, he had merely crafted cactus seeds capable of absorbing the life force of other organisms. The cacti grew instantaneously, drawing their required vitality from the beings or zombies upon which the seeds parasitized, rather than from the Green Walker himself. Furthermore, cherry blossom trees were significantly more complex and demanded an even greater reservoir of life force. Thus, it was only natural that the host would feel immensely fatigued after briefly using his own strength to bring forth hundreds of cherry blossom trees. Upon hearing this explanation, Tang Chuan experienced a moment of clarity. Could it be that I too can create seeds that absorb life force? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed the approach of another presence. Luo Ying, Yu Tian, and He Jianga, who was holding Luo Xia, hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the cherry blossom grove, Luo Ying was overcome with emotion, her tears flowing freely. Embracing her younger sister, her voice trembled as she said, "Cherry blossoms, blooming cherry blossoms, do you see them? I brought you to see the cherry blossoms." Her words grew increasingly indistinct, finally dissolving into a cascade of sobs. She wept for an extended period, holding her sister tightly. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan and the others stood silently beneath the cherry trees, patiently waiting. After a long while, she finally composed herself. Approaching Tang Chuan, her eyes brimming with gratitude, she said, thank you so much." Tang Chuan nodded slightly, sensing an indescribable beauty radiating from Luo Ying in that moment. "Could you bend down?" she suddenly inquired. Tang Chuan instinctively averted his gaze and complied. In the next instant, he felt his lips brush against something soft. Chapter 80. The time prison the unexpected kiss left Tang Chuan momentarily stunned. He closed his eyes to savor the moment. He Jianggu, witnessing this scene, felt her cheeks flush, not from embarrassment but from urgency. She had long regarded Tang Chuan as her ideal counterpart, and now, witnessing her destined partner being kissed by another woman, she was naturally both furious and anxious. Despite her anger, she did nothing. First, out of pity for Luo Ying's plight, and second, because she had no justification. How could she possibly say, "I like Tang Chuan, so please let go"? If she uttered such words, there wouldn't be a crevice deep enough for her to hide in. Yu Tian fixed her gaze on the entwined couple, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had just discovered a new continent like Columbus. Brother Chuan has been wronged. How could such a remarkable person be subjected to this indignity? It feels so exhilarating. The moment those words escaped her lips, He Jianggu nearly stumbled. Was this truly about being wronged? After a moment of contemplation, she forcibly pulled Yu Tian away, concerned that Yu Tian might disrupt the pair, and also to find a way to leave. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as she pretended to be oblivious, she wouldn't feel distressed. While reassuring herself, He Jianggu led Yu Tian away. "Hey, Sister He, what are you doing? Let go of me. I want to see Brother Chuan being wronged." Before she could finish her sentence, He Jianggu covered her mouth, leaving her to emit muffled sounds. The two soon departed, and the cherry blossom grove fell silent, save for the gentle sound of petals drifting to the ground. After a long while, their lips parted. Tang Chuan gazed at Luo Ying, hesitating briefly before asking, "Why did you do this?" Luo Ying smiled sweetly. "This is my way of thanking you for showing me the cherry blossoms." Tang Chuan couldn't help but frown. "Is this how you typically express your gratitude?" Luo Ying rolled her eyes and playfully punched Tang Chuan's arm. "What do you take me for?" Pausing, she glanced at Tang Chuan, then quickly lowered her head, whispering, "This is my first kiss." Tang Chuan nodded, and suddenly an idea struck him. "Come with me. Your abilities are remarkable, and I need you." She lifted her head, the shyness fading from her face, replaced by a sorrowful gaze. She turned and walked toward Luo Xia. "I promised her that we would watch the cherry blossoms together, endlessly." "Endlessly?" Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous premonition. "How long is endlessly?" Luo Ying caressed her sister's hair, squinting her eyes as she murmured like a dreamer. "Endlessly means forever. I will always be with her." "What do you intend to do?" "With my powers, I will freeze time here. Me, my sister, the cherry blossoms, we will remain like this forever." Tang Chuan furrowed his brow. He did not wish for such a fate. He desired for Luo Ying to accompany him. How can it be otherwise? She turned her head, beaming brightly. "Unless Luo Xia can return to her original self." Tang Chuan gazed at Luo Xia, lost in contemplation. Could the undead truly be restored to humanity? He began to ponder deeply, striving to recall whether anything akin to this had transpired in his past life. Then, a thought crystallized in his mind. 1 year hence, in the holy city of Jerusalem, a formidable healer would emerge, possessing the extraordinary ability to mend grievous wounds and even revive the deceased. She referred to herself as the Archangel and willingly offered her healing services to others, free of charge. In Tang Chuan's recollections, he had heard tales of the Archangel returning those who had recently transformed into zombies back to their human forms. It is crucial to note that Luo Xia had been frozen in time since her transformation into a zombie. Thus, if he could locate this Archangel, there was a possibility of restoring Luo Xia to her former self. With this realization, Tang Chuan immediately declared, "I have a way to bring her back to humanity. However, I require 1 year." Luo Xia shuddered, her pupils trembling violently. "Are you truly sincere?" Tang Chuan nodded earnestly, locking his gaze with hers, and said, "I would never deceive you." She scrutinized him for what felt like an eternity before finally nodding. "I trust you." A wave of joy surged through Tang Chuan, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Then come with me." Yet, Luo Ying shook her head once more. "You mentioned needing a year, correct? During this time, allow me to accompany her and enjoy the cherry blossoms. After a year, I shall wait for you here with her." Tang Chuan instinctively wanted to persuade her otherwise, but the resolve in her eyes rendered him speechless. After a prolonged silence, he nodded. "Very well, I shall return for you in a year." With those words, he turned and departed. As Luo Ying watched his retreating figure, a tear cascaded down her left cheek, yet a smile graced her face. "Thank you," she whispered softly before lifting Luo Xia into her arms. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her, sending a peculiar wave through the cherry blossom grove. Subsequently, everything seemed to freeze in time, from Luo Ying's expression to the pink petals dancing in the air, all suspended in stillness. At that moment, Tang Chuan had exited the cherry blossom grove and reunited with He Jianga and Yu Tian. "Brother Chuan, where is Luo Xia?" Yu Tian bounced over, eager to inquire about Luo Xia's whereabouts. However, just as the words left her lips, an eerie wave enveloped the three, sending a chill through their bodies. "What was that just now?" He Jianga asked, crossing her arms, the earlier sensation evoking an indescribable fear. "It felt sorrowful," Yu Tian murmured, bewildered. Tang Chuan cast one last lingering glance at the cherry blossom grove and spoke softly. "A time prison." "A time prison? What is that?" He Jianga immediately inquired. Instead of providing a direct explanation, Tang Chuan picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully toward the grove. The stone collided effortlessly with a cherry blossom tree, passing straight through it before landing on the ground, where it flickered and vanished entirely. "What was that?" He Jianga's pupils constricted rapidly, his face filled with astonishment. This is the time prison. Tang Chuan continued to elucidate. Luoxia separated this world from the greater universe. In simpler terms, her actions erased the existence of this realm, yet its material substance undeniably remains. Consequently, this paradoxical situation transforms it into a singularity. It represents a phenomenon even more extraordinary than a black hole. No external object can exert influence over the entities within the time prison, and any object that enters is swept into a temporal maelstrom, vanishing in an instant. This is the tomb that Luo Ying forged for herself and her sister. However, I shall not allow this grave to serve its intended purpose. Chapter 81. Half a month has elapsed since the farewell at the Sakura Grove within the confines of the prison. During this time, Tang Chuan and his companions, having taken a circuitous route, have finally arrived at the Eastern Military District. Even from a distance of several miles, drones have already detected their presence. Subsequently, after undergoing multiple layers of scrutiny and a day and night of quarantine, they have at last entered this colossal military base. According to Tang Chuan's memories from his previous life, this stronghold is garrisoned by 800,000 troops year-round. The initial outbreak of zombies during the apocalypse resulted in the loss of 300,000 soldiers. Despite this heavy toll, the remaining 500,000 troops are more than sufficient to fortify the military base against any threat. Indeed, prior to the emergence of the formidable Super Zombie King, this base had never suffered significant casualties from zombie assaults. Not even hordes of hundreds of thousands or even millions of zombies could breach its deadly perimeter. Tang Chuan and Yu Tian have been assigned to a room and instructed to remain within the vicinity. He Jianggu, however, has mysteriously disappeared. It was said that the marshal's granddaughter had likely been taken away to meet the marshal, so Tang Chuan was not surprised. For now, all they need to do is wait quietly. He had no doubt that He Jianggu would keep her word. "Brother Chuan, there are so many people here," exclaimed Yu Tian, her excitement palpable. "Brother Chuan, these soldiers are so handsome," she continued, her curiosity unabated. "Brother Chuan, is that thing canon?" Tang Chuan felt a slight headache coming on. Since their reunion, she had transformed into a bundle of curiosity, bombarding him with questions. Initially, he had patiently answered her inquiries, but as the questions multiplied, it felt as if he were facing an incessant barrage of why questions, driving him to the brink of madness. Just as he was about to succumb to her relentless questioning, two soldiers approached them. One of the soldiers saluted and said, "Ladies, someone is looking for you. Please accompany us." Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Could it be He Jianggu? Perhaps she was ready to present them with their reward. He was surprised at how swiftly she had acted. With this thought, he nodded, "Very well, please lead the way." He held a deep respect for the soldiers who protect their homeland. "No need for formality," the soldier replied, leading Tang Chuan and Yu Tian through a labyrinthine path. After passing through 5 checkpoints and undergoing 3 inspections, they entered a nondescript building. Then, under the guidance of the soldiers, they underwent 3 more checks before entering an iris-scanned elevator that descended to the 7th underground level. The thoroughness of the procedure left Tang Chuan astonished. Thankfully, it was over at last. Tang Chuan and Yu Tian were led into a spacious room, where the soldiers instructed them to wait briefly. They settled on a sofa, sipping tea that had been prepared in advance. Before long, the door swung open, and an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, yet possessing remarkable vitality, entered the room. Though advanced in years, he retained a physique reminiscent of a fierce tiger and a powerful bear, exuding an imposing presence that instilled a sense of dread. Hejan, the supreme commander of the Eastern Military District, the last 5-star marshal of Huaxia, Hejan. While Tang Chuan anticipated that Hejan would learn of his escorting He Jianggu back, he was taken aback by the immediacy of their meeting. This unexpected attention left him feeling both honored and astonished. As Hejan entered the room, a smile graced his face, transforming his formidable demeanor into that of an amiable and kindly grandfather. "I am Hejan, and He Jianggu is my granddaughter. You are the ones who brought her back, correct?" Tang Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, responding with measured respect. "Indeed, we have escorted her from YC City to this place." Upon hearing this, Hejan laughed heartily. YC City is over 1,000 kilometers from here, and with zombies rampant outside and various monsters lurking about. It is remarkable that you managed to deliver her within a month. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Although this was a commendation, Tang Chuan sensed an unusual tone in his words. Puzzled, he merely shook his head and replied, I merely had assistance along the way. Suddenly, He-Zhan straightened, his gaze scrutinizing Tang Chuan as if he were selecting ingredients, sending a chill down his spine. If one lacks strength, no amount of help can lead to success. Can it? Tang Chuan, bewildered by the statement, nodded indeed. Before he could finish, he noticed 2 gun barrels protruding from the ceiling. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Yution shield, he shouted, and Yution promptly enveloped the 3 of them in a protective barrier. In the next instant, the gun barrels erupted with blinding fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Tang Chuan sensed these were custom-made special rounds, each possessing astonishing power. Moreover, the 2 guns could fire dozens of rounds per second, and if this continued, Yution's shield would soon shatter under the relentless assault. Without hesitation, Tang Chuan summoned his supernatural abilities, intending to wrench the machine guns apart. However, as his mental force latched onto the guns, the immense counterforce nearly overwhelmed him. These machine guns were more solid than reinforced steel. Resolutely, Tang Chuan intensified his mental energy. Under the terrifying magnitude of his psychic power, the 2 guns could no longer withstand the pressure and were swiftly crushed into discs. The gunfire ceased. Tang Chuan fixed a cold stare on He-Zhan, who remained untouched, not a single bullet having grazed him. He was now examining the shield encasing him, murmuring praises to himself. Quite impressive. Why did you attack us? Tang Chuan interrupted him. He-Zhan revealed an apologetic smile, saying, I have heard of your impressive skills, and I couldn't help but want to test them. Please do not take offense. Do not take offense? In terms of the concealment and firing rate of that machine gun, just now, if it weren't for my keen eyesight, I would have been riddled with bullets by now. You expect me to not take offense? Tang Chuan felt an overwhelming fury. Anyone who threatens his life, even if they were a 5-star marshal, would not be spared. Noticing Tang Chuan's anger, He-Zhan quickly waved his hand and said, Young man, please do not be hasty. I have something important to discuss with you. If you do not mind this old man's company, come with me to the next room. I have some things to show you. With that, he opened the door and left, leaving Tang Chuan and Yution standing in place. Chapter 82. Astonishing aura. Yution gazed at Tang Chuan, her eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Chuan, why did that old man want to kill us? Is he a bad person? Tang Chuan, observing her bewildered expression, shook his head. He is not a bad person. In fact, he is an immensely good person destined to save the entirety of Huaxia in the future, in several critical moments when humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. He stepped forward to command and lead the majority of humanity through calamities. Most survivors firmly believe that as long as he remains alive, humanity will not face annihilation. This belief later evolved into a near-universal creed. One could say that in the future, he becomes a national idol, akin to a guardian deity. Therefore, under no circumstances could Tang Chuan allow himself to perceive him as a villain. Moreover, he understood that the old man had merely been testing the strength of the 2. Coupled with his mention of further discussions, Tang Chuan surmised that the old man intended to confer with them about matters requiring formidable power. Yet, what could possibly necessitate the assistance of a grand marshal who commanded all of humanity's advanced weaponry? Was it some formidable zombie? Clearly not, as the super zombie king had yet to make an appearance. What about half-zombies or living corpses? That was even less plausible, as those beings were significantly inferior in combat prowess compared to regular zombies. So what could it be? Tang Chuan found himself at a loss for an answer, ultimately deciding to cease his ponderings. After all, he would discover the truth when he sought the old man in the past. There was no need to squander his mental faculties on speculation. Let us go and hear what the old gentleman has to say, he remarked calmly. Exiting the room, the 2 walked down the corridor to the adjacent chamber. This room was somewhat smaller, yet the interior DCOR was more exquisite, exuding a warm and homely ambience. He-Zhan sat on a wooden chair, a table before him. Pouring himself a cup of hot tea, he gestured for the 2 to take a seat. Brother Chuan, this wouldn't be a Hongmin banquet, would it? Is he going to poison us in the tea? Yution, still feeling the residual tremors from the earlier gunfire, harbored a hint of suspicion. If he wanted us dead, we would have long since met an untimely end, Tang Chuan replied with a faint smile, playfully ruffling her hair. He did not exaggerate this statement, even though he was undoubtedly the strongest ability wielder in the world at that moment. His powers were still no match for firearms that had been developed over centuries, not to mention the ultimate weapons like nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs. Even a mere high-yield missile could obliterate Tang Chuan in an instant. It is crucial to understand that missiles capable of flattening mountains, aided by modern tracking technology, can locate a target within a mere 1 or 2 meter margin over distances of several dozen miles. Such discrepancies are meaningless in the face of the immense destructive radius of the missiles. Furthermore, with satellites in orbit remaining intact, the military could accurately pinpoint locations using these satellites, leaving no room for escape. Tang Chuan was acutely aware of this reality, which is why he had previously made his move against He Zhan. He was confident in his ability to eliminate He Zhan in an instant. But then what? Countless armed soldiers, innumerable aircraft and artillery, and a myriad of missiles. Unless one were utterly deranged, it would be inconceivable for Tang Chuan to harbor any thoughts of harming He Zhan. Tang Chuan sat across from the pitiful Yu Tian, who was clutching her head. Gulme, sample this exquisite Longjing tea. I rarely indulge in sharing it with just anyone, He Zhan said, gesturing towards the teapot with a cheerful smile. His benevolent demeanor seemed at odds with the fact that he had just unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon 2 individuals. What is it you wish to discuss? Tang Chuan inquired, his focus unwavering on He Zhan, lacking the leisure to sip tea. Ah, young man, do not be in such a hurry, He Zhan replied, lifting his jade-green teacup and taking a delicate sip, savoring the moment in silence. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, but refrained from pressing him further. After all, he was at the mercy of He Zhan's whims. Thus, Tang Chuan poured himself a cup of tea, but instead of savoring it, he tilted his head back and gulped down the meager contents in one go. He Zhan was momentarily taken aback by such a reckless display of tea consumption. After a brief pause, He Zhan gently set down his cup, chuckling, splendid, how refreshing. Encouraged by the compliment, Yu Tian mimicked Tang Chuan and downed her own cup, only to exclaim, it's so hot, as she stuck out her tongue and blew out puffs of air, her flustered appearance eliciting another laugh from He Zhan. Indeed, youth is a blessing, full of vigor, he remarked suddenly, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Tang Chuan frowned slightly, but remained silent. He Zhan, caressing his teacup, cast a sidelong glance at Tang Chuan before sitting up straight, his demeanor abruptly serious. Do you believe humanity can survive this zombie crisis? The weighty question cast a shadow over the room, and Tang Chuan felt the intensity of his own breath. Of course, I believe we can, and that is the hope of everyone, is it not? He instinctively replied. He Zhan fixed his gaze upon Tang Chuan's eyes, lost in thought. After a moment, he posed another question. If you were to lead the survivors, how would you ensure their survival? At this inquiry, Tang Chuan stiffened, his expression sharpening. I am merely an ordinary person. Why would you pose such a question to me? Ordinary? He Zhan chuckled, swirling his teacup as he continued. Can an ordinary person escort others across thousands of kilometers in a world overrun by zombies? Can an ordinary person remain unscathed under the hail of heavy machine gun fire and utterly disable the weapon? Can an ordinary person maintain composure before a commanding general, showing no signs of fear or agitation? He set down his teacup, and an aura of authority enveloped him, transforming the atmosphere. In that moment, the chilling presence of a soldier was palpable, evoking an instinctive sense of dread akin to the onset of a tempest. Tang Chuan sat quietly, feeling no discomfort. His formidable mental strength and the myriad experiences that awaited him rendered him immune to this imposing presence. However, beside him, Yu Tian suddenly turned pale, her body slumping against the back of the chair as if her bones had been extracted, her eyes gradually clouding over. Enough! What is it that you truly desire? Tang Chuan exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet and delivering a powerful blow to the solid wooden table before him. The table was smashed with such force that a large hole was created, the resounding impact echoing like a thunderclap. In that instant, He overwhelming aura vanished without a trace. Yu Tian finally regained her composure, her gaze now tinged with fear as she looked at He and tremblingly asked, "What was that just now?" Chapter 83. The unparalleled achievement, however, no one answered Yu Tian's query. He squinted his eyes, suddenly bursting into laughter and applauding. "Excellent, excellent." After a moment of mirth, he continued to inquire, "If you were to lead the survivors, how would you guide them to ultimately endure?" Tang Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. He understood that if he did not respond to this question, the conversation would stagnate, and He would undoubtedly persist with his inquiries. Contemplating this, Tang Chuan replied, "I would dispatch individuals to gather a substantial amount of resources and eliminate any visible zombies in the vicinity. Subsequently, I would construct a fortified stronghold, allowing everyone to take refuge within until 3 years have elapsed." "Oh, why 3 years?" He asked with keen interest. Tang Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Because after 3 years, the majority of zombies will succumb to starvation, at which point the outside world will become relatively safe." He eyes brightened as he leisurely remarked, "Recently, our scientists have been tirelessly studying these zombies. According to their findings, these creatures are not the animated corpses portrayed in films. In reality, they are still biological beings, requiring sustenance, hydration, and rest. They can perish from severe injuries, though their vitality is remarkably resilient. Moreover, zombies will inevitably die if they go without water for over 3 months or without food for over 3 years. This conclusion was reached by the nation's foremost scientists after extensive research. Yet it seems you were already aware of it on the day the apocalypse began." With a smile, He regarded Tang Chuan, but his gaze felt akin to that of a serpent fixating on its prey. Tang Chuan recalled that he had mentioned this to He Jianga and Yu Tian at Rongqi Bank. Thus it was not surprising that He was informed. In his previous life, the 3-year guideline was well known, serving as the driving force for most in their struggle for survival. Hence, Tang Chuan had articulated this matter quite simply. However, he overlooked that this information was only released by the military 2 months after the apocalypse commenced. This implied that prior to that, ordinary people could not possibly know about the 3-year guideline concerning zombies. Realizing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Tang Chuan's forehead. If He along with his granddaughter, concluded that this information indicated a direct connection between him and the zombie virus, it could result in his immediate demise. And currently, they were situated within a super military base housing 500,000 troops. Even his abilities could not facilitate his escape. If He truly intended to eliminate Tang Chuan, his only recourse for survival would be to take He hostage. With this thought in mind, Tang Chuan's gaze sharply fixed upon He. Yet, He seemed to instantly perceive his intentions, gesturing with his hand. "Do not be alarmed. I shall not harm you. In such a global catastrophe, I refuse to believe that it could have been orchestrated by humanity alone, let alone by a single individual. I will not cause you any harm. You need not worry." Hearing this, Tang Chuan nodded and sat back down. "So, what exactly do you want from me?" he continued to inquire. He smiled faintly and replied, "Of course. I wish for you to become the savior of humanity." Tang Chuan found it hard to believe his ears. Such melodramatic words were coming from He. It was akin to a renowned scientist suddenly proclaiming in public that he believed in light, utterly unfathomable. He chuckled heartily. "Don't look at me with that expression. Young man, answer me this. Who holds the most authority in this base?" "You," Tang Chuan answered without a moment's hesitation. Although the Eastern Military District had 7 other generals of similar rank to He in his previous life, Tang Chuan had never heard of these generals making any significant decisions or actions. Thus, he naturally assumed that He wielded absolute power. However, He shook his head. If only it were so. He suddenly turned to gaze out the window, where an indoor ornamental tree stood. "Those old fellows have lost their will in this prolonged peace. They have become pitiful creatures, driven by fear of death. Tragically, I find myself hindered by these wretched souls, unable to issue even a proper command. As long as these pitiful beings remain, this base is anything but secure." A hint of menace crept into He voice, causing Tang Chuan to shudder involuntarily. No wonder he had never heard of those 7 generals accomplishing anything in his past life. They were likely flayed by He Zhan. With this thought, Tang Chuan felt a surge of exhilaration. It was no surprise that it took half a year after the apocalypse for He Zhan's name to spread throughout Huaxia. He must have been devising ways to dismantle those 7 generals during that time, within a mere 6 months. Single-handedly toppling 7 generals of comparable rank justified He Zhan's reputation as a divine figure. With newfound respect, Tang Chuan looked at him and continued, "I have a method to remove those pitiful souls, but the time required is extensive. The scientists have informed me that the zombies will continue to evolve, and no one knows what they may become in the future. This frightens me. I fear that one day, the zombies will no longer fear my firearms. Therefore, I must act swiftly and commence a nationwide slaughter of the zombies. Yet, my plans face both external and internal challenges. Internally, those pitiful souls will not consent to my extensive use of munitions for a protracted campaign. Externally, the president of the American nation is already stirring, showing no regard for his own people, having ordered the military to invade other countries. I am anxious, hence I require assistance." With that, he raised his head to fix his gaze on Tang Chuan, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. "For all the survivors of Huaxia, I hope you can aid me in overcoming these obstacles." Leveling all obstacles? Tang Chuan felt his hands trembling slightly, trembling with excitement. The obstacles mentioned by He Zhan, weren't they the 7 generals and the president of Amaikan? In other words, he was to take the lives of these individuals himself. Generals and president. How resplendent these titles are, how elevated these figures stand. Now, the future survivors, the very gods implore me to slay them. Tang Chuan felt his hands shaking violently. At this moment, he suddenly recalled a question he had pondered before. What was the purpose of his rebirth? Now he understood. A true man must stand tall and achieve unparalleled greatness. Chapter 84. The dinner plan. Tang Chuan took a deep breath, allowing his trembling hands to steady. He fixed his gaze on He Zhan and asked solemnly, "What do you want me to do?" He Zhan smiled slightly, as if this outcome had long been anticipated. "Tonight, I shall host a banquet to celebrate the return of my granddaughter, and I will invite those 7 generals. With my granddaughter as a fade, they will not suspect a thing. You, as the hero who escorted her back, will take center stage. Then you will suddenly turn the tables, unleashing your fury and eliminating all the generals." As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in He Zhan's eyes. Tang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. The plan was simple, perhaps even rudimentary, yet undeniably clever. "How will I retreat?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. He was unwilling to risk his life without a corresponding escape plan. He Zhan chuckled lightly and continued, "After you eliminate those 7 generals, you will take my granddaughter hostage, instilling fear in everyone. Subsequently, a spy arranged by Amaikan within the base will hijack a fighter jet, heralding you as a hero of Amaikan and transporting you directly to the presidential palace. There, you may seize the opportunity to execute your plan to assassinate the president. Do you understand?" After He Zhan finished speaking, he squinted, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded Tang Chuan. A shiver ran down Tang Chuan's spine. He had already considered so many factors. On one hand, he would eliminate those incompetent generals to seize power. On the other hand, this would provide him a legitimate chance to approach the president of Amaikan. It was a remarkably ingenious plan, achieving 2 objectives with one stroke. However, there remain some flaws. How can you guarantee that the spy will successfully hijack the aircraft and facilitate my escape? Tang Chuan questioned, his concern for his own safety preventing him from taking any chances. In response, He Zhan clapped his hands. Shortly thereafter, a slender man with a delicate appearance entered the room. He saluted He Zhan and stood rigidly at attention, resembling a javelin. He Zhan smiled faintly and pointed to the newcomer, introducing him. "This is our double agent, codename Mo Ing. He will hijack the fighter jet tonight to take you to Amaikan." As the words left his lips, the man known as Mo Ing extended his hand toward Tang Chuan, exclaiming cheerfully, "I am Mo Ing, and I am delighted to join you in this mission." His demeanor suggested that it was already a foregone conclusion that Tang Chuan would agree to participate in this audacious plan. A chuckle escaped Tang Chuan's lips. He then lifted his head and grasped Mo Ying's hand firmly, his gaze intense. "All right, the evacuation plan for tonight is in your hands. Mo Ing nodded emphatically before excusing himself, presumably to make the necessary preparations. Seated back at the table, Tang Chuan pointed at Yu Tian, who appeared somewhat flustered. What about her? Won't her presence raise suspicions? He glanced at Yu Tian, nodded meaningfully, and said, well, she need not attend the banquet. Let her wait outside for you. With her as your shield, your safety will be greatly enhanced once you leave the venue. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan nodded slightly. Yu Tian blinked and pointed at herself, exclaiming, huh? So I don't have to do anything? Hejan chuckled and shook his head, replying, you are the final safeguard for his safety. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Your role as the last guide is in fact the most crucial in this mission. You will play a pivotal role in this endeavor. Flattered by Hejan's praise, Yu Tian instantly felt buoyed, giggling foolishly, nearly on the verge of tears. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore her. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, does Hejiang know about this plan? At this, Hejan's hand, which was holding the teacup, froze momentarily. He sighed and said, my granddaughter is wonderful in many ways, but her mind isn't very agile. If I were to disclose this plan to her, she would undoubtedly vehemently oppose it, perhaps even take an opposing stance against me. Thus, this plan will remain confidential from her. However, I trust that you will explain everything to her afterward and persuade her, correct? Meeting the earnest gaze of the elderly gentleman. Tang Chuan instinquito, not that. But soon, he regained his composure and replied coolly, if possible. Upon hearing this, Hejan said nothing further, instead bursting into hearty laughter. Shortly thereafter, Tang Chuan heard his walkie-talkie sound, and he gestured toward it before exiting the room. Yet, within just a few minutes, he returned. Kid, I have arranged everything that can be arranged for you. At 8:30 tonight, once you hear a loud explosion, act immediately. Eliminate as many as you can. The explosion will last no more than 5 minutes, and once it ceases, you must take my granddaughter and flee to the east. Meng Ying and that girl will assist you. This plan must not fail, understand? Tang Chuan nodded firmly in response. Hejan approached, patting Tang Chuan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, don't be anxious. I have a feeling you will succeed. Believe in yourself. Momo, Tang Chuan not that? Just about to inquire what he should do next, when he heard Hejan continue, of course, even if the plan fails. I will ensure that this girl gets out safely. If you fear extinction, you could leave a seed now. No one will come here until evening, so rest assured. Hejan pointed at Yu Tian, winking at Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words. How could this old man's demeanor shift so rapidly? Just a moment ago, they were discussing matters of life and death for countless individuals, and now he was alluding to such frivolities. One might say he is quite the cunning old fox after decades of life. Hejan spoke without any pretense, leaving Yu Tian to overhear everything clearly. Leave a seed? Didn't you say that Brother Chuan would definitely not die? Yu Tian questioned loudly. However, before Hejan could offer any explanation, she abruptly stepped in front of Tang Chuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe before donning a resolute expression. If he truly cannot return, then I cannot allow Brother Chuan to be left without an heir. Brother Chuan, I have an ample posterior, and the villagers have always claimed that women with larger backsides bear sons. Therefore, I will ensure that your lineage continues. With that, she boldly began to tug at Tang Chuan's clothing. Tang Chuan, exasperated, thought to himself, is this girl truly lacking in common sense? He pushed Yu Tian aside, but she shamelessly shouted about leaving an heir and rushed back toward him. In his moment of helplessness, he glanced back at Hejan, only to find him observing the scene with an expression of amusement. Tang Chuan instantly realized one crucial thing. He had been played. Chapter 85. Attire makes the man. Hejan squinted his eyes, a smile adorning his face, resembling an elderly man enjoying gossip. Tang Chuan could no longer feign ignorance. He understood that Hejan was merely teasing the two of them. Grasping Yu Tian's head firmly, he finally managed to quell her restless movements. Wow, Brother Chuan, what are you doing? If you don't hold on tight, you might end up childless. Despite being restrained, Yu Tian's chatter was unrelenting. Tang Chuan's expression darkened further. This old man is playing tricks on us, And you believe him? Upon hearing this, Yu Tian gasped in astonishment and then stubbornly retorted. He is a grand marshal. How could he possibly deceive someone as ordinary as me? Tang Chuan found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to explain or remain silent. At that moment, Hejan clapped his hands, stepping forward with a jovial demeanor. Indeed, I was merely jesting. What? Yu Tian exclaimed, breaking free from Tang Chuan's grasp and leaping up, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at him. Hejan, squinting and stroking his snowy goat-like beard, remarked, Such a fine lad should ensure that my granddaughter carries on his excellent lineage. We cannot let such fine genes be squandered. Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow at this. Leave offspring, like Hejianga? Well, that does seem appealing, no. What am I thinking? He abruptly shook his head, casting aside these errant thoughts, and fixed his gaze on Hejan, speaking deliberately. What do you wish for me to do next? You have already made arrangements, I presume? Hejan nodded generously. First, he pointed at Yu Tian, instructing her, you'll accompany Meng Ying to familiarize yourself with the final route of the reception. Ensure you are thoroughly prepared. Yes. Yu Tian straightened up and offered a somewhat clumsy salute. Hejan then turned to Tang Chuan, smacking his lips before saying, Come with me. I'll find you a well-fitting suit. As the benefactor who returned my granddaughter, you cannot appear on stage looking disheveled. Tang Chuan glanced at his own attire, which had become tattered from the relentless battles. Moreover, due to the nature of the fights, not a single drop of blood stained his clothing. This made him resemble not a survivor emerging from a sea of corpses, but rather a laborer toiling on a construction site. Very well, Tang Chuan acquiesced with a nod. Free clothes are not to be turned down. Shortly thereafter, Meng Ying entered to escort Yu Tian away, while Hejan led Tang Chuan out of the basement. Before long, dozens of suits were presented before Tang Chuan. Although devoid of labels, the craftsmanship and materials were undeniably exquisite. It was likely that, prior to the apocalypse, the average person would not even have the opportunity to see such garments, let alone wear them. Now, however, these elegant suits lay piled in the room like cheap wares at a flea market, making Tang Chuan perceive them as rather ordinary. He eventually selected an outfit best suited for movement and exited the room. Outside the door, Hejan had been waiting for quite some time, where he saw Tang Chuan, who had changed into a suit and looked completely revitalized. His eyes lit up with delight. Indeed, he appeared quite distinguished, reminiscent of my own youthful charm. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Was it really necessary to be so impressed merely by a change of attire? In truth, it was indeed significant. Tang Chuan, already possessing a robust physique, had his muscular definition further accentuated by the enhancement of his extraordinary abilities. In terms of appearance, he embodied the quintessential image of a hardened warrior. Previously, his casual and tattered clothing had not drawn much attention, but now, clad in an opulent suit, he exuded the aura of a dapper rogue. Anyone who beheld him could not help but cast a lingering glance. Young man, consider marrying my granddaughter, Hejan chuckled, giving Tang Chuan a hearty pat on the shoulder. Tang Chuan rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat exasperated, and asked, What's next? Hejan pointed to a nearby computer and replied, That contains the structural blueprints of President Amaiken's residence, the schedule for security shifts, as well as some insights into the president's daily habits. This information is highly classified, so your task is to memorize it all. Tang Chuan nodded and settled down at the computer, gazing at the densely packed text and images on the screen. As he realized the documents spanned dozens of pages, a wave of dread washed over him. How much time do I have? He inquired. Approximately 5 hours, Hejan replied with a slight smile. As he turned to leave, he added, Someone will escort you to the banquet when the time comes. If you feel hungry, there is food on the table nearby. I must take my leave. His voice gradually faded into the distance until it was no more. Tang Chuan stared at the extensive files and various images, scratching his head in disbelief. Memorizing all of this in 5 hours seemed rather daunting. Alas, who could blame him for having bested Hejan earlier? He returned to the computer, delving into the documents. The first thing that caught his eye was a photograph of a man in his 50s or 60s, a Caucasian with sparse, corn-like yellow hair, small eyes, and an unusually large, flat nose, as if it had been flattened by a board. This was the president of Amiken. Continuing to read, he found additional information about the man. Name, Denkizi Robike. Age, 57. Height, 189 centimeters. Weight, 79 kilograms. Position, president of Amiken. Note, he resides permanently in the presidential residence and is extremely vigilant about his security, having never been successfully assassinated by any organization or individual. Investigations reveal that any assassination attempts are preemptively thwarted by an organization known as the White Eagle, which eliminates the would-be assassins before they can act. Currently, no pertinent information regarding the White Eagle has been uncovered. This man was to be his target for assassination. Tang Chuan gazed intently at the photograph for an extended period, imprinting the man's visage firmly in his mind. Immediately, the defense map of the presidential palace, the changeover times, and even the surveillance blind spots could be found within these documents. Tang Chuan diligently committed all this information to memory. Soon, time flew by in his recollections, and the sky continued to darken. A burly soldier suddenly knocked on the door. "Mr. Tang Chuan, it is time to attend the banquet." Tang Chuan rubbed his eyes, allowed a long breath, and stood up. "All right, I'm coming." In the span of 5 hours, he had nearly memorized over 95% of the contents. Even he was astonished by his own capacity. "Mr. Tang Chuan, please follow me." The robust soldier led the way, and shortly thereafter, he escorted Tang Chuan onto a truck. The vehicle roared down the road for more than 10 minutes before finally stopping in front of a grand auditorium. To his surprise, there was indeed a large auditorium within the military base. Observing the impressive scale of the hall, Tang Chuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Chapter 86. The amplifying glasses. Upon entering the grand auditorium, Tang Chuan noticed a man approaching him. The individual was a middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, devoid of any military attire. "You must be Tang Chuan. Thank you for escorting Xiao Jianga back," the man spoke, his voice resonating as though his vocal cords were enveloped in metal. Tang Chuan nodded slightly, then inquired, "And you are?" The man paused, then, scratching the back of his head, erupted into hearty laughter. "In my excitement, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lei Jun, instructor, who has been training her since she was 5. To me, she is akin to a daughter." As he spoke, Lei Jun's expression softened with nostalgia, a smile of happiness gracing his lips. Without a doubt, he was reminiscing about Xiao Jiangji's childhood. "Ah, I see." Tang Chuan pondered briefly before asking, "What about her parents?" Xiao Jiangge had never mentioned her parents in Tang Chuan's presence, and he had never heard any news of them in his past life either. Given their family's lineage, it was unlikely they were of obscure origin. Logically, he should have heard of their exploits unless Xia Yang Yi's parents. Upon broaching the subject, the earlier excitement in Lei Jun's demeanor evaporated. He sighed deeply and spoke in a tone laden with sorrow. Xiao Jiangji's parents sacrificed their lives during a mission when she was merely 3 years old. "Oh," Tang Chuan responded nonchalantly, preparing to move forward. Seeing this, Lei Jun immediately blocked his path, staring at him incredulously. "Is that all the reaction you have?" Tang Chuan rolled his eyes and replied, "What else should I say? Don't block the way. I have matters to attend to." Lei Jun shook his head with a wry smile, lamenting, "No wonder you're the one chosen by old Master He. You are indeed extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan's interest was piqued. "What do you know?" With a grin, Lei Jun gestured towards a room behind him. "I know everything. Let us move. This place is not suitable for further discussion." Nodding in agreement, Tang Chuan followed him into a modest room, which served as a simple lounge. A large table occupied the center, surrounded by scattered chairs. On the table sat a sizable box, neatly positioned. Tang Chuan took a seat, remaining silent, waiting for Lei Jun to elaborate. Approaching the table, Lei Jun patted the large box and exclaimed, "You're in luck, my friend. This is a remarkable invention we just developed." "Oh, is that so?" Tang Chuan replied, his tone still quite unenthusiastic. "Remarkable?" To Tang Chuan, the so-called remarkable invention held little allure. At this juncture, his sole interest lay in missiles and nuclear weapons. Tang Chuan's lackluster response left Lei Jun feeling somewhat deflated, extinguishing the enthusiasm with which he had initially intended to introduce the item. "You, my friend, do not particularly appeal to me. Suit yourself, Tang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. He inhaled deeply, ran his hand through his hair, and then opened the box, pushing it forward to Tang Chuan. This is equipment crafted by the research department using a newly discovered special metal. It is said to significantly enhance the mental powers of those with abilities. Oh, such a thing exists? Tang Chuan couldn't help but express his astonishment. Although he had heard of this equipment many times in his past life, he had never personally experienced it. After all, it was prohibitively expensive. He couldn't afford even a single piece if he were to sell himself. Moreover, it had been barely over a month since the apocalypse began, and yet the military scientists had already managed to create such equipment. This truly left Tang Chuan in disbelief. In his previous life, he had only heard of such devices over a year later. It seems the military is far more formidable than I had imagined. Tang Chuan mused silently, then reached into the large box to retrieve a small silver metal case. Upon opening it once more, a pair of glasses emanating an eerie green luminescence appeared before him. At the sight of this, Tang Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How hideous! And it glows green, setting aside the potential for mockery upon wearing them. This glow would surely affect combat. Taking a deep breath, Tang Chuan turned to inquire, "Why do they make it look like this? Are you certain you are not jesting with me?" Lei Jun immediately shook his head, explaining. The researchers stated that the closer this device is to the user's brain, the better the effect, which is why it was designed in this manner. You see, the eyes are right in front of the brain, aren't they? Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan felt utterly speechless. Then why not create a helmet? The defensive capabilities would be much better. Most amplification devices he had heard of in his past life were helmet-shaped, though there were also earring or necklace designs. This grotesque eye design was something he had never encountered before. How did I not think of that? Truly, the old man has an eye for talent. You are quite clever, young man, Lei Jun exclaimed with delight, laughing heartily as he patted Tang Chuan on the shoulder with his bear-like hand. Of course, Tang Chuan felt no pain. Rather, it was his solid physique that left Lei Jun's palm tingling, as if he had struck a solid block of marble. Step aside. Let me try this thing, Tang Chuan said, casually pushing Lei Jun aside. The burly Lei Jun, astonished to be pushed away as easily as a chick, stared wide-eyed for a moment before regaining his composure and giving a thumbs up. No wonder the old man has taken a liking to you. Impressive. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan had already donned the amplification glasses. In an instant, it felt as though a refreshing stream flowed through his mind, invigorating his spirit. Soon after, an inexplicable sensation informed him that his mental power had approximately increased by 10%. This sensation is akin to the awakening of extraordinary abilities. It is undeniably authentic. It is truly remarkable that the military scientists can now fabricate equipment with a tenfold enhancement. Tang Chuan couldn't help but express his admiration. In his previous life, although he had never possessed such an item, he was well aware that the prices varied immensely depending on the level of enhancement. The most commonly circulated items in his past were precisely these tenfold enhancement devices. The resources required to acquire one could sustain a man for half a year. In his previous existence, he had heard of the most formidable enhancement equipment located in Amaikan, which, based on circumstances, could provide enhancements ranging from 100% to 1,000%. In other words, it was a superlative piece of equipment with a level ranging from 100 to 1,000. Chapter 87. Embracing the mountains and rivers after testing his glasses for a moment without issue, Tang Chuan carefully put them away. I have accepted the items. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Tang Chuan stated casually. Lei Jun furrowed his brow and replied, You rascal, having reaped the benefits. Not even a word of gratitude to utter. Tang Chuan cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, Or perhaps you would prefer to eliminate those 7 generals. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun's expression froze. Haha, you do have a point. However, do wait a moment. Your turn to shine will be soon. With that, he stepped aside and ceased speaking. Tang Chuan did not press further, instead choosing to sit quietly and await the proceedings. Approximately 10 minutes later, the voice of the venerable Hejan echoed from the speakers. Esteemed guests, I am grateful that amidst this perilous time, you could spare the occasion to attend this banquet. As you may already know, my granddaughter has been safely escorted back, hence this banquet serves as a welcome feast on her behalf. The old man continued, I do not fear ridicule. She is my only granddaughter, and upon her safe return, I was moved to tears. Haha, to think that at my age, I still weep like a child. Reflecting on it now, I feel a flush of embarrassment. At this juncture, he paused before another voice chimed in. Old master, your affection for your granddaughter is understandable. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Following this, a chorus of flattery erupted. Hearing such remarks, Tang Chuan could not suppress a frown. This scene bore little resemblance to a gathering of soldiers. Rather, it felt akin to a corporate assembly replete with insincere compliments and hollow platitudes. Could they truly be relied upon to defend the homeland? One might suspect they would instead contemplate how to profit from an impending invasion. Layli discerned Tang Chuan's thoughts and quietly approached him, whispering, They have long been gnawed at by the worms of so-called peace, no longer deserving of the title true soldiers. Thus, we require you. Only by exterminating these pests can the military reclaim its ferocity. Kid, I implore you, he urged. Tang Chuan, note that. His voice suddenly imbued with a hint of menace. Not a single one shall survive. A smile of delight spread across Lei Jun's face. At that moment, Hejan's voice resonated again. Everyone has shown this old man such respect. All right, I shall not overshadow today's main event. Now, let my granddaughter personally bestow the medal upon her savior, Tang Chuan. The hall was suddenly enveloped in darkness, only to be illuminated by a beam of light creating a path. Layli gave Tang Chuan a gentle push, saying, Go, the plan is about to commence. Remain vigilant. In response, Tang Chuan offered no reply, instead stepping onto the illuminated path. Here stands the one who escorted old Master He's granddaughter home. Indeed, a commendable figure, a fine son of our great land. He appears quite robust, suggesting he possesses some true abilities. One might wonder if old He's granddaughter has indeed taken a liking to this young man, especially since they have reportedly been together for over a month. That would indeed be a delightful affair. If old were to witness his granddaughter's wedding, it would surely bring him immense joy. As Tang Chuan emerged, the crowd instantly began to murmur. The hall erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Meanwhile, from the opposite direction, Hejianga approached, cradling a red box. Today, she donned her military uniform, her very own. Compared to her usual casual attire, the uniform accentuated her demeanor, rendering her both more capable and trustworthy, as if the uniform was crafted specifically for her. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Chuan momentarily lost his composure, his steps faltering. This lad appears quite taken aback. Indeed, the granddaughter of old, he is renowned as the belle of the barracks. Any young man enamored with her would surely circle the base. A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. Regaining his senses, Tang Chuan continued forward. Soon, the two found themselves on a circular platform. Hejianga gazed at Tang Chuan, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. It has been a while since I wore this uniform. Does it look nice? Yes, it looks splendid, Tang Chuan replied candidly. Really? A glimmer of surprise lit up Hejianga's eyes, and her radiant smile left Tang Chuan momentarily entranced. Noticing his unwavering gaze, her face deepened in hue, resembling a delicate peach. Stop daydreaming. I am to place a medal upon you. Her voice carried a hint of mock annoyance, akin to a playful girlfriend feigning irritation to command her boyfriend's attention. All right, Tang Chuan nodded, standing at attention. Hejianga retrieved the medal, cradling it in her palm. It was a triangular insignia, uniquely crafted, depicting a muddy river and a towering mountain. The engravings illustrated the Yellow River and Mount Tai, symbolizing a heart that embraces the land. As she adorned Tang Chuan with the medal, she elucidated its significance. Soon, the medal was affixed and a photographer, beaming, beckoned them to pose for the camera. After a flurry of flashes, the photographer departed, satisfied, just as Tang Chuan was about to inquire about their next course of action. The lights in the grand hall dimmed abruptly. A soothing melody began to play, illuminating the dance floor in the distance. Shall not our two protagonists grace us with a dance? Hejan's voice resonated from afar. Tang Chuan clearly observed the broad smile on his face, his brows playfully raised. I do not dance, Tang Chuan murmured. Upon hearing this, Hejianga's expression fell momentarily, before she quickly donned a look of feigned regret, saying, "No worries. I'm not particularly skilled at dancing either." Yet again, the crowd began to cheer, urging dance. Dance! Meanwhile, a group of men and women suddenly emerged onto the dance floor, entwined in each other's embrace as they began to dance. Given the atmosphere, Tang Chuan, in order to avoid disrupting the forthcoming plan, steeled himself and said, "Let us dance." Hejianga, taken aback, rubbed his ears in disbelief and replied, "Didn't you say you couldn't dance? How? You can call me, can't you?" Tang Chuan zet Plunder. As they spoke, their gazes inadvertently locked for a brief moment. Under the dim lights, both quickly averted their eyes, their cheeks flushing slightly. "All right, fine." With that, Hejianga suddenly grasped Tang Chuan's hand and strode confidently toward the dance floor. Before long, they found themselves immersed in the rhythm of the music. The attentive lighting technician, demonstrating exceptional professionalism, illuminated the pair with a bright spotlight, instantly making them the center of attention in the room. Chapter 88. The battle begins. As the music played, Hejianga began to sway rhythmically. In tandem with her movements, Tang Chuan slowly followed suit. Though his movements were somewhat stiff, to the casual observer, nothing seemed amiss. As the dance progressed, Tang Chuan glanced towards the distant seating area. Beside a grand circular table, 7 elderly men with white hair were engaged in a jovial exchange, toasting and drinking. Indeed, they were the 7 generals. Despite the world being nearly ravaged by zombies, none were willing to step forward to take charge. Even Hejian, at such a critical moment, hosted a banquet of this scale without voicing any objections, instead participating with a cheerful demeanor. A significant portion of the arrangements had even been orchestrated by them, as if they were anxious about the banquet not proceeding flawlessly. How profoundly they had fallen into decadence without awareness. Surely, they regarded Hejian as one of their own pitiful kind. Tang Chuan's gaze gradually turned icy. At that moment, Hejianga, who had been too shy to meet his eyes, finally lifted her head and asked softly, "Tang Chuan, am I the first woman to dance with you?" Tang Chuan was taken aback, his mind racing. If considering his past life, she was not. If not, then indeed she was. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Perceiving his silence, Hejianga felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, although it was not a matter of great significance. She lowered her gaze, composed her disappointed expression, and then looked up again, saying, "This is my first dance with a man. How is it? Not bad, right?" As she spoke, she stepped back and twirled, showcasing her exquisite figure and beautiful gown. "Indeed, you dance remarkably well," Tang Chuan replied nonchalantly. At his words, Hejianga smiled and continued, "What about you, Tian? Isn't she joining us?" Tang Chuan felt a pang of anxiety and hastily replied, "She is probably indulging in a feast. No need to worry about her." Hejianga chuckled softly. That does sound like something she would do. After saying this, her gaze lingered on Tang Chuan's face, filled with affection. For some unknown reason, Tang Chuan instinctively turned his head, only to find Lei Jun standing by the edge of the dance floor, his expression grave as he pointed towards the eastern wall of the hall. Tang Chuan undo stole. That was the direction where the explosion would soon occur. In other words, the moment of their plan was fast approaching. Suddenly, he felt warmth enveloping him. Looking down, he saw Hejianga had leaped into his embrace, burying her face into him. "You," Tang Chuan began to inquire. "I have something I wish to tell you." Hejianga interrupted suddenly. It seemed she had made a firm decision, as her tone was resolute when she spoke those words. She lifted her head, gazing at Tang Chuan with eyes as radiant as jewels. After a brief silence, she finally uttered, "Tang Chuan, I..." Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, and a gaping hole large enough for a truck to pass through was instantly blown into the eastern wall of the auditorium. Debris and steel fragments whirled chaotically, resulting in numerous casualties in an instant. Hejianga was momentarily stunned, but the next moment, she felt as if something was gripping her, constricting her chest to the point of near suffocation. Subsequently, she found herself soaring into the air, floating beside Tang Chuan. She instinctively recognized the effect of gravitational manipulation. Yet, why was this happening? Just as the question surfaced in her mind, she witnessed Tang Chuan spring into action. Like a missile, he surged towards the 7 generals at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, several officers who had not yet completely degenerated into uselessness shouted loudly, "Attack! Attack! Protect the generals! Stop him! He is an assassin!" The officers hurriedly drew their handguns, aiming frantically at Tang Chuan. However, the bullets posed no threat to him whatsoever. Under the influence of gravitational manipulation, all bullets were deflected from their trajectories, merely grazing past him without inflicting any harm. The bullets were ineffective. He was an extraordinary being. Obviously, how could one transport another from miles away without being extraordinary? Where were the extraordinary troops? Shouts of exasperation arose from the armed officers. Tang Chuan had no intention to kill these individuals, nor could he afford to. Although the majority of those present were inept and complacent, there still existed a number of idealistic and ambitious upright officers. To ensure that this base could swiftly return to normalcy post-operation, these officers were indispensable. Thus, Tang Chuan chose to disregard all the officers and charge directly toward the location of the ineffectual generals. Protect the generals. Suddenly, the glass surrounding the auditorium shattered, and a group clad in pure black uniforms, their faces concealed by masks, surged in. Without a moment's hesitation, one of the extraordinary soldiers shouted, "Blink!" The next second, Tang Chuan saw a flash of lightning, and the soldier materialized before him. A specially designed bullet shot forth from the gun's muzzle, hurtling toward Tang Chuan's eyes with lightning speed. Freeze! Tang Chuan unleashed his mental power, instantly intercepting the bullet midair. This extraordinary unit was not part of the plan. With this thought, Tang Chuan glared furiously at Lei Jun. The latter, equally astonished, quickly regained his composure and silently gestured a throat-slitting motion. Tang Chuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, with a flick of his finger, the bullet redirected and pierced through the extraordinary soldier's brain. Old Liu! Damn it, he killed Old Liu! Everyone, don't let him escape!" The remaining extraordinary soldiers seized the moment to surround Tang Chuan completely. "Assassin, I will make you pay with your life." One extraordinary soldier's arms suddenly elongated, wrapping around Tang Chuan's body. "Quick, he is already under my control," the soldier exclaimed with excitement. Tang Chuan responded with a cold smile. "Have you truly gained control?" he questioned. "Activate Fist of Titan." In an instant, Tang Chuan's arms radiated with a brilliant golden light, and in the next moment, he stretched out his arms, shattering the soldier's limb into a gruesome display of flesh. The soldier screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. His arms erupted in a violent explosion at the shoulders, broken bones protruding at grotesque angles, a sight that evoked a chilling sense of horror. Was this fellow truly unable to restrain even his own arm? "Damn it, where the hell are the medics?" "Remain calm. Do not lose your composure," shouted a soldier wearing a silver mask, swiftly rallying the troops. He tore off the mask and clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. "Hold him off for 1 minute. I need to execute that move." Chapter 89, The Magma Dragon Man Captain. "If you use that move, you will destroy this place," exclaimed a soldier, visibly agitated. "Do you really think we can stop him?" The captain retorted angrily, his hand gesturing emphatically as he commanded. "Hold him for 1 minute." "Understood." The remaining 8 enhanced soldiers responded in unison, swiftly unleashing their abilities. Explosive flame, gale arrows, visual deprivation, dungeon. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colorful attacks surged toward Tang Chuan. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. He could see nothing. An ability that deprives sensory perception? A jolt of alarm coursed through Tang Chuan's mind, prompting him to eliminate the source first. Such powers posed no threat to zombies, but against humans, they were nearly insurmountable. After all, even the most formidable of ability users must rely on their sight to confirm their targets. Teleport. Tang Chuan, recalling the earlier position from memory, summoned the soldier wielding the visual deprivation ability directly before him. Upon upgrading all living things to level 4, Tang Chuan discovered he could harness his formidable mental strength to grasp targets with significantly lower mental capabilities through teleport. 50-fold gravity field activate. The gravitational field expanded. its overwhelming force instantaneously obliterating the soldier's innards. In a fleeting moment, he became a lifeless corpse, blood oozing from every orifice. All this transpired in less than 3 seconds. With the death of the ability user, the effects of their powers dissipated. Upon regaining his sight, Tang Chuan observed the vibrant attacks had now converged upon him. Rise! The floor was torn asunder as Tang Chuan, utilizing his powers, uprooted a 3 to 4 ton slab of flooring, positioning it as a shield before him. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The heavy slab, over half a meter thick, was shattered into countless fragments. However, as the dust settled, Tang Chuan remained unscathed. Even the ethereal He Jianga beside him emerged unharmed, albeit briefly dazed from the colossal blast. Curse it, that guy's a monster. A soldier spat in disbelief. Tang Chuan pivoted, pointing a finger as the shattered remnants of the slab soared through the air like shotgun pellets, targeting the soldier. Before the soldier could utter another curse, his body was perforated mercilessly. At this moment, Tang Chuan stood as the most powerful ability user in the world. No ordinary ability user could hope to rival him. Damn it, 2 more have fallen. Captain, where are you? Another soldier shouted in desperation. 40 seconds remaining. Came the immediate response from another. A palpable sense of despair began to permeate among the soldiers. At this moment, the 7 incompetent generals in the distance finally grasped the situation. They pointed at Tang Chuan and erupted in furious exclamations. This fellow's target is us. He is an assassin sent by foreign forces. Kill him. Spare no effort in eliminating him. Do you hear me? As a general, I command you to execute him immediately. Upon hearing the general's orders, the 6 enhanced soldiers exchanged glances. Though masked, they could discern the bitter smiles on each other's faces. Engaging with such a monster if we can escape. That would be fortunate enough. Killing him is beyond our capabilities. They did not believe they possessed the strength to vanquish Tang Chuan. Nevertheless, as soldiers, they were bound to obey orders, even if it meant marching towards their demise. Kill! The 6 soldiers surged forward, abandoning any semblance of coordination or strategy. They fought desperately, striving to buy a few more seconds of life. A minute swiftly passed, and the last remaining soldier, barely clinging to life, glanced at his captain, then managed to smile, saying, "The captain has already unleashed that move. Monster, come down and join me soon. Cough." No sooner had he spoken than he coughed up blood and perished. Tang Chuan turned his gaze towards the captain they mentioned. At this moment, his appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. His skin had turned a dark crimson, and numerous enormous fissures had appeared across his body, as if magma flowed within. Additionally, a pair of horns sprouted from his head, dragon horns. This transformation ability was undoubtedly of the same caliber as the superpowers of universal gravity and life of all things. The captain, now resembling a dragon man, looked at the tragically fallen comrades, his eyes ablaze with fury. A single tear transformed into magma, scorching a blackened hole into the floor. "You are doomed," the dragon roared, and with a swift motion, a violent gust of wind was unleashed. Startled, Tang Chuan instinctively stepped back. In the next instant, a colossal dragon claw struck the ground where he had just stood, creating a pit over a meter deep. Such destructive power could likely outmatch even a tank shell. However, Tang Chuan remained unperturbed. "You are formidable. If you leave now, I shall spare your life." Tang Chuan understood that such a powerful being, if allowed to survive, would undoubtedly evolve into one of the foremost extraordinary beings of the future, a great entity capable of safeguarding countless lives. It would be a grave loss for someone like this to perish here. Assassin, do you still wish for me to betray my country?" The dragon man disdainfully spat, only to realize that it was, in fact, a stream of magma as it struck the ground. In response, Tang Chuan could only shake his head in resignation. "Then, may I know your name?" The dragon man paused, yet still replied, "Zhang Liang, remember my name, and then descend into hell." Zhang Liang moved once more, appearing before Tang Chuan in the blink of an eye. However, this time, Tang Chuan did not evade. He merely stood his ground, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. 100-fold gravitational field activate. In an instant, Zhang Liang felt as though his body were infused with lead, rendering him utterly incapable of lifting even a single finger, no matter how he exerted himself. With a thunderous crash, his body slammed into the ground, creating a profound indentation in the floor resembling a human figure. "You!" He glared with crimson eyes, forcing his head upward, his neck emitting ominous cracking sounds as if it might snap at any moment. "This is your final opportunity. If you choose to depart, I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will end your life," Tang Chuan stated calmly. Through Zhang Liang's name-based ability, Tang Chuan discerned that he was not a pivotal figure in the future. Thus, killing him would not significantly alter the course of events. "I'm a soldier," Zhang Liang bellowed, defiantly rising to his feet despite the overwhelming hundredfold gravity. Chapter 90. 15-fold. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Chuan narrowed his eyes instinctively, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. His intuition warned him that the individual before him could potentially harm him. Yet, how could this be possible? At this juncture, how could anyone wield the power to inflict injury upon him? Tang Chuan's gaze was filled with uncertainty. Soon after, he observed Zhang Liang abruptly extracting a small, obsidian stone that shimmered with a metallic luster from his bosom. What was that? As he gazed at the dark stone, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Simultaneously, Zhang Liang brandished the stone and, with a furious roar, unleashed a torrent of molten lava upon it. In an instant, the stone erupted in a blinding flash of white light. The brilliance was so intense that even Tang Chuan had to turn away and shut his eyes to shield them from the searing glare. As the radiance subsided, Tang Chuan quickly turned back. He beheld Zhang Liang pressing the now searingly hot stone, glowing a fiery red, directly against the center of his forehead. It resembled a torture device used on prisoners, and an overwhelming scent of scorched flesh wafted through the air. Even Zhang Liang was tormented by the agony, his screams echoing with a chilling resonance. Before long, the small stone fully merged into his forehead, radiating a vivid crimson light. Concurrently, Zhang Liang's physique underwent yet another transformation. Accompanied by a cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine, an enormous pair of scarlet wings unfurled from his back. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, compelling Tang Chuan to be momentarily awestruck. Finally, Tang Chuan remembered what the small stone was. It was an evolutionary stone, a precious mineral born from the fusion of evolutionary energy that swept across the globe with certain rare earth materials. These stones were artificially categorized into 5 grades based on the purity of the evolutionary energy and the stone's coloration: azure, cerulean, crimson, violet, and obsidian. These minerals served as the raw materials for crafting enhancement equipment. Stones of corresponding grades could forge enhancement gear of equivalent levels. For instance, azure stones could create enhancement gear ranging from levels 1 to 10, much like the pair of enhancement glasses Lei Jun had gifted to Tang Chuan. As for the obsidian stones, they could forge enhancement gear surpassing level 100. However, obsidian stones possessed another application, akin to Zhang Liang. One could directly embed the stone into oneself, instantaneously unleashing all the evolutionary energy contained within, temporarily attaining enhancements of several hundred levels or even exceeding 1,000. This power was extraordinarily formidable, but inevitably came with grave repercussions. Firstly, the embedded stone would be irreparably damaged, and no means could remedy this. Secondly, the user would inevitably perish, with no possible salvation in sight. Fire Dragon Prison, with a powerful flap of his wings, Zhang Liang ascended effortlessly within a gravitational field 100 times stronger than normal. Flames roared in his palms, and with a flick of his hand, the fire transformed into a colossal tempest of flames that encircled Tang Chuan. Anything surrounding the fiery tempest, be it a wooden dining table or metallic cutlery, was reduced to ashes the moment it came into contact with the flames. A sharp intake of breath filled the hall, as the sheer power of the supernatural left everyone astonished. Could it truly surpass the might of a tank? Indeed, not just one, but even 10 tanks would stand no chance against his current prowess. That assassin must have been incinerated to ashes, deservedly so, for attempting to assassinate several generals. Alas, It is regrettable that the granddaughter of the esteemed Mr. He perished alongside him. Several officers lamented, their voices reaching the ears of Ijan, who darkened at the response but remained silent. He gazed at the heart of the blazing storm, silently urging the young man to persevere. Suddenly, the firestorm erupted with a thunderous roar. An enormous cherry blossom tree materialized within the hall. Beneath its boughs, Tang Chuan cradled the unconscious He Jianga, his gaze icy as he stared at Zhang Liang. In that fleeting moment before the flames engulfed them, Tang Chuan had summoned a cherry blossom seed from his bosom, activating all things grow to instantaneously nurture the tree to magnificent heights. The fourth tier, all things grow, not only allowed the sapling to burgeon into a towering tree, but also bestowed upon it formidable resilience, rendering it nearly impervious to the flames that could incinerate metal in an instant. Thus, despite withstanding the scorching inferno of the fire dragon prison, the cherry blossom tree remained unscathed, with only the petals transforming from their original pink hue to a vivid crimson, reminiscent of the flames. What is this? As the colossal cherry blossom tree, towering over 10 meters, appeared in the grand hall, the onlookers gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. Only Hejan, upon witnessing the phenomenon, momentarily paused before allowing a faint smile to escape his lips. Ah, this young lad has indeed not disappointed me. In the next moment, to conceal any signs of his knowledge, he feigned astonishment. At this juncture, the 7 generals finally regained their composure. One bald elder, adorned with numerous medals, stepped forward and coldly inquired of Tang Chuan, "Who sent you, and why do you attack us?" Tang Chuan cast a sidelong glance and retorted nonchalantly, "Heaven has sent me to escort you to the afterlife." The elder's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth. "Young man, do not presume that your powers grant you impunity. This is the Eastern Military District. Within 5 minutes, countless tanks and aircraft will converge here. Even if you were the Monkey King, you would be reduced to rubble. Zhang Liang," he continued, "with your strength, it should be no challenge to hold him for 5 minutes, correct?" Upon hearing the query, Zhang Liang cracked his neck, revealing eyes reminiscent of a lizard's vertical pupils, and nodded affirmatively. "In 5 minutes, I will eliminate him." At this pronouncement, Tang Chuan could not help but shake his head in disdain. "It seems you possess great confidence in your own abilities." Zhang Liang grinned. "Perhaps you are unaware of my earlier actions. Since your demise is imminent, I would be more than willing to elucidate. The gem embedded in my forehead is known as the Evolution Stone, and it is indeed a premier specimen of its kind. Through the explorations of several esteemed predecessors, I have uncovered this particular application of the Evolution Stone. Presently, this remarkable stone has amplified my mental prowess to a staggering 15-fold. Such power will undoubtedly surpass your wildest imaginings. 15-fold. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan could not help but raise an eyebrow slightly. What an extraordinary increment that translates to an enhancement equivalent to 1,500 levels of equipment. Regrettably, it is still insufficient. Tang Chuan smirked coldly and remarked, "Impressive, but alas, it remains inadequate." Chapter 91. The General, Annihilation, Utterly Arrogant. Zhang Liang's expression contorted with rage. No longer willing to wait, he unfurled his immense wings and launched himself towards Tang Chuan like a cannonball. Tang Chuan shook his head, flicking his wrist to hurl several seeds. Seeds? What purpose do seeds serve? Zhang Liang was momentarily taken aback, his mind brimming with questions. Then, he beheld the colossal cherry blossom tree behind Tang Chuan, and his countenance shifted dramatically. Could it be that this magnificent tree was instantaneously cultivated from those seeds? The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, instilling an overwhelming sense of peril within his heart. Flame Dragon's head, he roared, igniting brilliant flames around him. From a distance, the blaze formed the visage of a Western dragon's head. "Life of all things," Tang Chuan exclaimed, green light shimmering around him. In the next instant, 3 cherry blossom trees burst forth from the earth, soaring to heights of over 10 meters in mere moments. The branches of the trees intertwined, creating a formidable cage that ensnared Zhang Liang within. "Get away!" Zhang Liang bellowed, spewing forth torrents of lava to incinerate the branches. Yet, even as he severed the branches, new ones would emerge instantaneously to obstruct his path. The speed at which the branches regenerated far surpassed his ability to burn them away. At this rate, he would be pierced through by countless branches and meet his demise. While he was preoccupied with incinerating the branches, Tang Chuan gracefully ascended a branch like a staircase. Positioning himself beside Zhang Liang, his gaze unwavering through the confines of the branch cage. Do you intend to confine me like this? It must take considerable mental energy to create these branches. Let us see whose mental fortitude prevails. Zhang Liang shouted defiantly upon noticing Tang Chuan's presence. In response, Tang Chuan smiled Daifun. I have no intention of engaging in such a wasteful endeavor. With that, he extended a hand onto the branch cage. 200 times gravitational field. Activate. Instantly, the gravity within the cramped confines of the branch cage intensified to 200 times normal. Zhang Liang, who had previously moved freely within a 100-fold gravitational field, found himself struggling to stand, the flames and lava he emitted diminishing significantly. However, the branches remained unaffected. With a sickening sound, the branches, now unimpeded by fire and lava, surged forward, piercing Zhang Liang's body. Ah! He screamed in agony, the radiance of his flames dwindling. Why is this happening? Do you wish for the fall of Huaxia? His voice echoed with desperation. In his perspective, Huaxia could only endure this apocalypse through the assistance of the generals behind him. No, I shall ensure Huaxia flourishes even more. Tang Chuan replied, shaking his head. Then why must you slay the generals? Zhang Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice booming like thunder. You have been deceived. Tang Chuan replied calmly. After a brief pause, he added, victory is not attained through a singular means, and justice is likewise multifaceted. Fear not your demise. I shall restore a prosperous Huaxia to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang yearned to press further. You. However, before a single word could escape his lips, a sharp branch pierced the back of his head, shattering his skull along with the evolutionary stone within. Zhang Liang fell in battle. Witnessing this scene, the generals were instantly thrown into disarray. Where are the tanks? Where are the tanks? Damn it, my troops are over there. Stop him. Use your lives to hold him back. I do not wish to die. I cannot die. Run. At last, one among them succumbed to despair, abandoning all semblance of a general's dignity, turning to flee in a frantic scramble. I cannot allow your escape, Tang Chuan muttered to himself, then used gravitational manipulation to soar before the 7 generals. Bang! Bang! Bullets rained down, yet none could inflict harm upon Tang Chuan. A general, consumed by hopelessness, dropped his weapon and cried out in desperation. You are clearly of Huaxia descent. Why commit such acts of treason? Treason? Tang Chuan murmured, shaking his head in response. It is you, entrenched in high office while merely occupying your position, who can truly be deemed the traitors of this nation. At his words, the general's face turned ashen as he slowly replied, there is no choice. The peace has lasted too long. It is the prolonged peace that is to blame. I do not wish to be this way. With that, he collapsed to the ground, weeping into his hands. However, Tang Chuan would not show mercy due to his sudden epiphany. He held no belief in the notion of redemption through repentance. He believed that while the landscape may change, one's true nature remains immutable. Activate the 100-fold gravitational field. The area enveloped in the gravitational field forced the 7 generals to their knees, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. At that moment, He Jianga awoke, her eyes opening to behold the sight of the 7 generals kneeling. Wait, the gravitational field? Tang Chuan, no, she screamed, yet her pleas fell on deaf ears. The 100-fold gravitational field swiftly extinguished their lives. Why did you kill the generals? He Jianga cried out in a frenzy, her limbs twisting in the air. I will explain shortly, Tang Chuan replied, turning his attention to He Zhanzhan. According to the plan, he was to feign an attack on He Zhanzhan, only to be rescued by the arriving troops, allowing him to make his escape. After all, should the 7 generals be slain while He Zhanzhan remained unharmed, it would raise questions. Tang Chuan strode directly toward He Zhanzhan. Many noticed this and immediately shouted, "Protect Marshal He! His target is Marshal He! Stop him! Stop him! Marshal He must not die! Everyone, halt him!" A throng of officers surged forward. They recognized that the loss of the 7 generals would severely impact the base. However, the loss of the marshal would lead to its inevitable collapse. To safeguard the military stronghold, the officers disregarded their own lives. "How long until reinforcements arrive?" One man bellowed. "1 more minute. Just hold on for 1 more minute." Another person immediately responded. Tang Chuan gazed upon the formidable wall of humanity before him and couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Among soldiers, those with true grit still constituted the majority. However, this would not sway Tang Chuan. If he were to show mercy and subsequently be met with suspicion, all will be in vain. "Get out of the way," Tang Chuan bellowed, and within the hall, tables, carts, and even plates soared through the air, crashing forcefully towards the officers. In the blink of an eye, the sturdy human barricade was entirely dismantled. Due to the sheer number of individuals present, Tang Chuan found it impossible to wield his powers with precision. Thus, some sustained minor injuries, others were gravely wounded, and a few even perished on the spot. They were all competent soldiers, yet in pursuit of a greater objective, Tang Chuan was compelled to take their lives. Sorry, Tang Chuan Witzbo Sopti. Chapter 92. The fatal bullet, the line of defense, forged by the officers' utmost efforts, proved nearly ineffectual before Tang Chuan. From the moment the officers commenced their assault until the instant Tang Chuan breached their defenses, scarcely 10 seconds elapsed. With no obstacles in his path, Tang Chuan proceeded toward He Jian, who stood in a shadowy corner of the hall. Although Tang Chuan could not discern his face, he could sense the profound sorrow emanating from He Jian. This sorrow was not solely for the officers tragically slain by Tang Chuan's hand, but also for the turmoil that would inevitably follow this day. A severe upheaval would soon engulf the base, leading to countless more deaths in the chaos and the subsequent efforts to quell it. It would be a catastrophe affecting hundreds of thousands within the base. Yet, He Jian had no choice but to act, to restore order to the base and rejuvenate the entire nation of Huaxia. He must first instigate a revolution from the highest echelons. Under his leadership, the base would transform into a cold-hearted fortress, a war machine dedicated solely to the survival of its remaining inhabitants. It was only from the ashes that a new home might rise. "Tang Chuan!" Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air, startling Tang Chuan. He turned to find that the voice belonged to He Jianga, who had inexplicably awakened. She had silently harnessed her powers, yet the sky beyond the hall remained shrouded in ominous clouds. "I do not understand why you would do this, but I swear I will kill you." He Jianga's eyes burned with rage, her voice hoarse and fierce. Thunderstorm, the sky falls. A blinding bolt of lightning shattered the roof of the Grand Hall, hurtling toward Tang Chuan with tremendous force. The speed of the lightning was astounding. Even Tang Chuan found himself momentarily caught off guard. With no other recourse, he retrieved a seed from a cherry blossom tree once more. In the next instant, the lightning exploded, its brilliance rendering all present momentarily blind. When the dazzling light faded, an unscathed cherry blossom tree stood before them. Even the mightiest of lightning, against his powers which had reached level 4 with the ability All Things Born, could not harm the tree born from the second level ability. However, the sudden onslaught of lightning allowed He Jianga to break free from the gravitational control Tang Chuan had imposed upon her. Standing before the towering cherry blossom tree, she was overtaken by a wave of bitterness. She was acutely aware of Tang Chuan's formidable strength, even at the cost of her life. She could not hope to impede him. Yet, she had to stand her ground, for behind her was not only her beloved grandfather, but also the last marshal of Huaxia. "Grandfather, you must flee." He Jianga inhaled deeply, casting one last glance at her cherished grandfather before resolutely charging toward Tang Chuan. She was enveloped in arcs of electricity, her hair standing on end, resembling a sorceress from a fantastical tale. Really, what a troublesome situation. Tang Chuan frowned slightly. He had no desire to kill He Jianga, let alone to harm her in any way. However, the time he had acquired these powers was far too brief. rendering him incapable of fully mastering them. Moreover, as he took on the role of an assassin tasked with eliminating a general, he could not afford to reveal his true capabilities too conspicuously. This predicament instilled in him a sense of vexation. Alas, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. With his head bowed, Tang Chuan sighed, but upon lifting it again, his gaze transformed dramatically. A palpable aura of lethality erupted from his eyes. Death! Tang Chuan surged forward, sprinting at a velocity that surpassed world records. His formidable physique alone inflicted tremendous damage with each stride. With every step he took, a clear footprint materialized on the ground, accompanied by a thunderous sound akin to an explosion. He Jianggu, witnessing the spectacle, turned pale. Yet, she refused to succumb to fear. Accompanied by her furious cry, He Jianggu coalesced lightning, transforming into a radiant yellow sphere that violently collided with Tang Chuan, who stirred up a whirlwind of dust and debris like a bulldozer. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as both combatants momentarily stood their ground. However, within less than a second, He Jianggu spat out blood, screaming as she was sent hurtling backward, her body crashing through 3 dining tables before finally coming to a halt. Though her appearance was tragic, she remained alive. Noticing this, Tang Chuan exhaled in relief, though his expression betrayed no change. Crackle, crackle. At that moment, arcs of electricity danced across his body, leaving behind charred marks the size of bottle caps with each jolt. Hiss! Tang Chuan could not help but inhale sharply. To avoid fatally injuring He Jianggu during their collision, he had refrained from employing any supernatural abilities, relying solely on his physical strength. This decision resulted in all of her lightning surging into his body upon impact, leaving his internal organs tingling from the electric shock. Had his current attributes not vastly surpassed hers, he might have sustained severe injuries. Of course, he was not unscathed either. That individual has been injured. He Jianggu, the granddaughter of the marshal. Well done. The soldiers quickly formed ranks again. He had been wounded, and there was no need for fear. Several officers shouted in unison. And soon, some of the less severely injured officers rose to charge at Tang Chuan. Get away. Tang Chuan, dazed from the electric shock, naturally did not hold back. Boom! An impact wave, generated from the gravitational force centered around him, swept outward, sending all those who had stood up flying once more. With the obstacles finally cleared, Tang Chuan used gravitational manipulation to draw the unconscious He Jianggu back to his side, then advanced once more toward Hejan. This time, he had finally approached within 10 meters of Hejan. At that moment, Hejan suddenly lifted his head, smiling as he pointed to Tang Chuan's side. Danger! A chilling sensation coursed through Tang Chuan, sending a shiver down his spine. In the next instant, he used gravity to excavate a stone slab over half a meter thick, positioning it as a shield beside him. Bang! A specially crafted bullet, remarkably thick, streaked through the night sky, leaving a brilliant red trail as it approached Tang Chuan in an instant. Faced with a half-meter thick stone slab, this projectile obliterated it almost instantaneously. Subsequently, the bullet, still propelled by its astonishing force, surged towards Tang Chuan's chest. Gravitational manipulation. Startled, Tang Chuan hurriedly employed his gravitational control to alter the bullet's trajectory. However, the proximity was too great, and the power of the bullet was overwhelming. Whoosh! A bullet, as thick as an infant's arm, grazed Tang Chuan's side, tearing away a substantial portion of flesh before embedding itself deeply into the floor, nearly carving out a pit several meters deep before it finally came to a halt. Thud! Tang Chuan clutched his side, a coppery taste flooding his throat, and he coughed up blood, instantly staining the floor a vivid red. Chapter 93. Marching towards victory, is he dead? A military officer, wiping the blood from his lips, quivered as he rose to his feet and inquired. That was a specially designed bullet meant to obliterate heavy tanks. How could a human possibly survive it? Another severely wounded individual, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly rallied with a flushed face and shouted dead. Ah, that. Splendid, splendid. That monster is dead. It's finally over. The officers erupted in cheers, with many breaking into tears. However, Tang Chuan was not so easily vanquished. He bellowed, tearing apart his suit to fashion a makeshift bandage to staunch his wounds. Gasping for breath, he fixed his blood-red gaze upon Hejan. This was not part of the plan. In the darkness, Tang Chuan saw Hejan shrug slightly. A performance must be complete. You. Anger surged within Tang Chuan, and the thought of tearing him apart flickered in his mind. That bullet, had it truly struck him squarely, would have ensured his demise without question. At that moment, Hejan smiled faintly, gesturing with his lips, "Run now, or we'll be too late." Tang Chuan turned to see that a multitude of tanks and armed helicopters had nearly encircled the grand auditorium. The helicopter searchlights illuminating the scene as bright as day. Cunning. Tang Chuan spat blood towards Hejan, then seized Hejianga's body to shield himself as he sprinted towards the exit of the auditorium. "Don't move. If you dare to fire, I will kill Hejan's granddaughter," he shouted repeatedly as he fled. This tactic proved effective. The tanks and aircraft outside hesitated to fire, merely watching as Tang Chuan made his escape. "Marshal, we cannot let this assassin go." "Indeed, Marshal, please do not let him escape." A group of surviving senior officers rushed to plead with Hejan. Hejan cast a long, contemplative glance at Tang Chuan, and when he spotted an unusual fighter jet at the corner of his eye, he nodded decisively. "Open fire. Leave no survivors." The officers sprang into action, joyously leaping up, and urgently commanded their soldiers to commence firing through various communication devices. In the next heartbeat, Tang Chuan witnessed countless gun barrels and cannon muzzles aimed at him, igniting in a spectacular display of sparks. "Damn!" he cursed under his breath, unleashing the full force of gravity. However, the sheer volume of bullets made it impossible to intercept them all. Even if he managed to deflect 90% of the projectiles, the remainder would equate to the firepower of an entire platoon. Shield. Suddenly, a brilliant, earth-toned shield enveloped Tang Chuan and Hejianga. In the distance, a sleek black fighter jet skimmed the ground as it approached Tang Chuan. At the aircraft's door, Yu Tian anxiously leaned out, shouting, "Brother Chuan, hurry up. Reinforcements have arrived." Tang Chuan sprinted at full speed, bullets ricocheting off his shield with a cacophony of sounds, while explosions from nearby shells sent powerful gusts of wind that momentarily lifted him off the ground. Yet, each time, he managed to regain his balance through his extraordinary powers. Shield! 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 Yu Tian tirelessly cast protective barriers around Tang Chuan and Hejianga. However, as the bullets and shells multiplied, the shield deteriorated at an alarming rate. "Xuanyi, Huri, I can barely hold on." Yu Tian felt her consciousness fading, the darkness enveloping her vision. In what seemed like mere moments, she had intercepted thousands of bullets and dozens of various types of shells. Her mental energy was nearly depleted. "Hold on a little longer," Tang Chuan bellowed, producing 5 cherry blossom seeds. These are the last 5 seeds he could activate in a short time. Revitalize all things. Cherry blossom would shield. He stood firm, channeling all his mental energy. Bullets and shells continued to barrage him, as Yu Tian's shield shattered repeatedly. Finally, with a splatter of blood, Yu Tian reached her limit and collapsed into darkness. Simultaneously, the 5 seeds took root, intertwining to form an immense, seamless wooden shield, adorned with countless cherry blossoms. The shield exuded a hint of romance. Boom! Countless bullets and shells rained upon the cherry blossom shield, yet for the moment, it remained unbroken. Witnessing this, the pilot of the fighter jet, Meng Ying, widened his eyes and exclaimed excitedly, "Now is our chance, get on quickly." Of course, his voice could not reach the cockpit, but it did not hinder Tang Chuan from swiftly boarding the aircraft with Hejianga. "Let us go." Tang Chuan slammed the hatch shut and shouted fervently. "Understood." Meng Ying bellowed, immediately maneuvering the jet for takeoff. The fighter jet, the latest super aircraft developed by Huaxia, boasted terrifying capabilities, capable of ascending from the ground to the clouds in just 10 seconds. However, this was contingent upon the pilot and passengers withstanding the intense acceleration. Such rapid acceleration could potentially be fatal to an ordinary person. Yet, this was hardly a concern for Tang Chuan. With a mere wave of his hand, He altered the internal gravity of the jet to negate the effects of acceleration. Take off. Meng Ying pushed the control stick to its limit, and the aircraft shot into the sky like a rocket. What in the world is that? Does our base possess such aircraft? Anti-aircraft guns. Where are they? Damn it. The air defense system is completely down. Fix it. They're about to escape. It's impossible. We must reboot the entire air defense system. Are we really just going to let them go? Bang. In a command room, a senior officer glared at the screen, seething with rage. Investigate who has sabotaged the air defense system. His orders were swiftly issued. However, discovering the truth was beyond his reach, for it was none other than their sole commander, the last marshal of Huaxia, Hejan, who had orchestrated the destruction of the air defense system. In the Grand Hall, Hejan emerged, surrounded by numerous officers. As he observed the aircraft soaring into the clouds, a barely perceptible smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. "Marshal, what shall we do next?" An officer inquired, his voice tinged with pessimism as he surveyed the chaotic scene. Hejan approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "My child, 60 years ago, I encountered situations far graver than this. At that time, I was left with but a single loyal guard, yet I never succumbed to despair. Rest assured, this time shall be no different. Lift your spirits. Together, I shall lead you all towards victory." Chapter 94. The apocalypse concludes. The fighter jet gracefully descended upon the rooftop of the skyscraper. A full month had elapsed since Tang Chuan wreaked havoc in the Eastern Military District. Throughout this period, the Huaxia Military District dispatched pursuit aircraft daily. Yet each time, they were evaded by Meng Ying's astonishing flying prowess. At last, under the dual orchestration of the Eastern Military District and the American side, the battered fighter jet finally landed smoothly within the Pentagon. "Welcome, my friend." A middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes greeted Tang Chuan warmly as he disembarked from the aircraft. "Who are you?" Tang Chuan inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Based on the intelligence provided by Hejan, given the magnitude of his actions, the American side ought to have sent a high-ranking official to welcome him. Yet, this man did not appear in any of the records. Could it be that I have been exposed? Tang Chuan could not help but ponder. "Oh, I must apologize for my abruptness." The man patted his head, then graciously bowed, smiling as he said, "I am Avery, the President's Chief Secretary. I just assumed office yesterday." Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan nodded. "Could you take me to meet the President?" "Of course. You have made such significant contributions. The President has been eagerly preparing a banquet in your honor." Avery laughed heartily, waving his hand as two statuesque maids approached, carrying a splendid suit. "Please change into this attire first. They will escort you to the banquet hall shortly." Tang Chuan nodded slightly and turned to glance at Meng Ying and the others. "Go ahead," Meng Ying whispered. Avery, noticing his gaze, immediately assured him, "Rest assured, we will take care of your companions." Though Tang Chuan harbored doubts about his words, he found himself without alternatives. "Very well, lead me to the changing room," he replied. One of the maids promptly took his hand and guided him. Before long, Tang Chuan had bathed and donned the opulent garment. Gazing at his radiant reflection in the mirror, he could not suppress a cold smirk. The President of America believed him to be a loyal warrior. However, in truth, he was merely a viper come to exact vengeance. Opportunities such as this are rare. "I must seize it." The admonition from Hejan echoed once more in Tang Chuan's mind. When the American president meets with you, eliminate everyone present with a thunderous force. Then, Meng Ying, possessing the ability to alter appearances, would take the place of the American president. This plan was deceptively simple, yet it bore the weight of impracticality, not to mention the overwhelming firepower capable of annihilating half the globe. The elite group of superpowered individuals encircling the president posed a significant headache. "Mr. Tang, are you ready?" A maid's voice called from outside the door. "Yes, I am ready." Dispelling all distractions, Tang Chuan pushed open the door and strode confidently toward the banquet hall. As I stepped through the opulent golden doors, a rousing piano melody filled the air. "Loyal warrior, welcome to your arrival," intoned a man clad in a tailored suit, exuding an air of authority from the elevated platform. He was none other than the current president of America. "Indeed, you ought to welcome me," Tang Chuan replied, tilting his head slightly, squinting against the brilliant white light emitted by the crystal chandelier. For I have come to deliver your eulogy. In an instant he sprang forth, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged towards the president. Boldly, "Halt! What do you intend to do? Stop him!" A multitude of bodyguards converged, their forms either engulfed in flames or crackling with electricity, powerful superhumans at their core. Yet their might was but trivial in Tang Chuan's eyes. Activate a 100-fold gravitational field. With that command, a terrifying gravitational force enveloped much of the banquet hall. The immense weight caused most of the superhuman bodyguards to succumb. Their spines snapped in an instant, meeting a grim demise. Even those who managed to cling to life did so in a feeble state. Cherry blossoms bloom. From his pocket, Tang Chuan produced 5 cherry tree seeds, scattering them carelessly across the banquet hall. In the blink of an eye, the seeds took root, and within mere breaths, towering cherry trees, each reaching several meters high, emerged before them. No! The surviving bodyguards, witnessing the tree's rapid expansion, let out desperate cries of fury. In the next moment, the burgeoning cherry trees enveloped their bodies within their trunks, merging seamlessly as if they had never existed. Within a minute, scarcely a handful of living souls remained in the banquet hall. To Tang Chuan's astonishment, the President of America was revealed to be a formidable superhuman as well, still breathing despite the chaos. "Is this a trap orchestrated by your China?" he gasped, frustration evident in his voice. Tang Chuan simply nodded. "Spare me, and I shall offer you America as a gift. It is the most powerful nation on this planet. You could become the most influential figure in the world." The president's voice rose in a frantic pitch. The proposition was indeed tempting. A subtle smile graced Tang Chuan's lips. The president's expression brightened instantly, and he exclaimed, "If that's the case, then spare me, huh?" He gasped, eyes widening in disbelief as a branch pierced through his chest, staring at Tang Chuan with a look of utter resentment. "I'm sorry, but I have no desire to be a tyrant." Tang Chuan stood nonchalant. Then, with a flick of his finger, the branch drove deeper into the president's form, extinguishing his last vestige of life. "Little eagle, it is now your turn." With that, Tang Chuan crossed his arms and stepped aside. "Leave it to me," replied a petite eagle, which had been lurking outside the door. As it approached the lifeless president and gently lifted his chin, gazing intently at his face. Immediately, the body of the adorable eagle began to contort, its form and appearance undergoing a profound transformation. After several minutes, a brand new president materialized before Tang Chuan. "How about it? Is it not a perfect likeness?" The adorable eagle inquired with pride. "Indeed, there is not a hint of flaw." Tang Chuan nodded, though his brow remained furrowed. "But can one truly govern this nation by merely masquerading as the president?" The adorable eagle shrugged, responding, "Of course not. It is not that simple." "Is that so? I was unaware of such a matter." Tang Chuan's gaze turned steely. The adorable eagle, sensing the tension, quickly clarified, "Rest assured, we have deployed spies that have been in the making for decades in Huaxia. With my role as president, we shall soon seize control of this nation." "Oh, is that the case? I shall await the outcome," Tang Chuan replied, nodding and falling silent. In the ensuing week, the Pentagon erupted in chaos as remnants of the president clashed violently with Huaxia spies. Fortunately, bolstered by Tang Chuan's extraordinary combat prowess, Huaxia swiftly established dominance over the situation. The American administration was, in essence, a mere shadow of its former self. Upon learning of the plan's success, He promptly issued new orders, global nuclear detonation. Indeed, under He's command, the adorable eagle, disguised as the president, ordered the deployment of nuclear warheads to indiscriminately blanket the entire globe. Of course, after some maneuvering, these nuclear strikes were directed to avoid major survivor strongholds worldwide. The objective of this nuclear assault was to obliterate the zombies, completely eradicate them. 5 years after the global nuclear detonation, Tang Chuan returned to the Eastern Military District, holding aloft the head of a zombie, its foul black blood signaling its recent demise. This is the last zombie in the world. I declare that humanity has utterly exterminated the undead. Through various media channels, Tang Chuan's resounding proclamation resonated across the globe. People rejoiced as peace was restored to the world. The end.